Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It's the Sunday night show. It's April 10th, 2022. Back by popular demand, Jeff Young. He gave us a brilliant presentation last week. And this week, he wants to be extra generous with us. He wants to share with us a very special guitar lesson that incorporates sacred geometry, which is often a subject that comes up on this channel, talking about gematria, meaning geometry and language, where we've theorized that gematria is the invisible musical language behind English. So, without further ado, Jeff Young's here, world class guitar player, and he's got a special one for us tonight. So, thanks for being here, Jeff.
My pleasure, my friends. Welcome all the musical truth seekers. We got some people in the chat already
Indeed.
waiting for us. Okay, that's cool. All right, well, we're going to take a musical journey this evening that I've been long wanting to do this, Zach, and I've been talking about this for a while. Let me make sure we got the levels good here. Everybody hear me okay?
You sound good.
I think part of the reason that I took to your research and your work so quickly when it came across my path is because I had already been deep into sacred geometry and the geometry of music for many years. So as soon as I started watching your videos and the topics that you talked about, there was a resonance or some kind of a connection. So all through these years, how long have we known each other? 7, 8 years?
I want to say we first communicated at the end of 2015, so approaching 7 years.
Yeah, it's been a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed this, and it's been on my mind. So last week when we had our little chat on the show, I knew this was the time to bring it out into the public. And the reason I wanted to present this was first and foremost to share it with everyone, and not just musicians. Especially, I think musicians are going to take to this, and hopefully guitar players have their guitars handy and standard tuning. I'll give you a couple notes so we make sure we're in tune before we go. But folks who aren't musicians, who are just curious about how music is made, or about the power of music and why when we hear a certain chord change, for example, I'm going to put the camera down a little bit now that you, sorry about that, cell phone just took a dive. Now that we're here so you can see the guitar a little better. All right. This is why when we hear a chord progression, say in a movie, a Spanish movie, and we hear this chord progression. Pardon me while I turn up the guitar here. When we hear that, we instantly kind of say ole and think of, flamenco. Or when we hear a little bit wider of an interval, some of my prog rock fans in the audience might be thinking of the Great White North and our buddies in the band Rush, right? Music can make you feel different ways. A happy chord. First thing I hear when I think of that chord is country music. It's a happy major chord. But by the same token, that same chord, when you turn it minor, sounds very sad.
Sure.
And you're just changing one note, right? We just literally flatted the third. A basic triad for the uninitiated is a root, a third and a fifth of a scale, and we're talking do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, right? In a major chord, we have a natural third. In a minor, we're just flatting it. There's your major. I just take my finger off, and that's what we're going to be doing a lot this evening, is just moving our fingers around. Let me move this way so you see the neck more. Because that's really what guitar is. It's kind of a juggling act and a high wire act. Language, likewise, also can make us feel a certain way when people speak poetically. It makes us feel all kinds of different ways. As a matter of fact, think how closely music and word or lyric are combined. You can have instrumental music, of course, but most pop music is integrating words and the sound of words and the way the vowels and the consonants hit against the music, against the rhythmic background. And it's a counterpoint of how the music and the pulse and the rhythms of the music, or the math of the music, and the rhythm of the lyrics. And sometimes they can be very closely syncopated, or sometimes play off of each other in what we call a counterpoint, or bouncing back and forth off each other. So that's what got me thinking. Obviously, it's when someone sings opera, you know, a beautiful singer, you hear how that, it makes you feel even different than if someone were to say the same words to you just in a monotone, just speaking it to you, right? So we're going to explore a little bit why that is, why we are moved the way we are by music, by words, and hopefully open the discussion after this presentation. I'm hoping other musicians are going to have light bulb moments or flash on things that maybe they didn't think about before. They could chime in. I'm hoping I'm going to learn more. I'm going to learn more about the connection between music and lyrics and everything that we're talking about in gematria. So with that being said, you want to rock forward, people, on this concept of sacred geometry in music. Okay. Now we see this gentleman on the screen here. Very distinguished and dapper looking chap, is he not? Well, his name's Pat Martino. And I just wanted you to see him off the top because this is the gentleman that taught me all about sacred geometry. And it's very, very interesting, his story. So maybe if you pull up the PDF, and maybe we mention to the folks, if you want to send me an email at the end of this presentation, anywhere throughout the show with the title Sacred Geometry, I'll send you an additional folder with tons more handouts. This will be included. Some of the things we'll see tonight, but a bunch more stuff also will be included, if you don't mind. So my email, I'll give it out now, is jeffyoungmusic@gmx.com. G giraffe, M manatee, and whatever creature. And I know there's a creature that starts with X because I did Google it one time.
jeffyoungmusic@gmx.com.
Exactly. Put sacred geometry in the title, and I'll be sure to send you this PDF and many more screen caps and photos that will add some embellishment to this and springboard off what we're going to be talking about here today. Cool?
Sounds good.
All right. So this master class, again, on sacred geometry or simplifying the fretboard, again, was taught to me by Pat Martino. Some years later, it appeared in Guitar Player magazine, April 2004, as written by my buddy Jude Gold, who's the current guitar player for Jefferson Starship. And he's also the head of the guitar department at Musicians Institute, Guitar Institute of Technology, where I once attended. It's my alma mater, and I taught there for a spell as well. So let's dive into this, shall we, in earnest. Again, guitarist, I'll just give you some tuning notes and follow along here on the screen if you can. If you can see it. If not, you'll get the PDF later. Here's our tuning notes. I'll give you an E, and it really doesn't matter what level you are. Let's get in tune and I'll embellish on that. So here's your E note, your 6th string. Let's turn off the chorus for a momentito, por favor. Your A string, 440. We're going to think about those frequencies. Every note has a frequency number attached to it. A would be 440, right? we'll look at a little Fibonacci sequence chart of the notes and the frequencies here in a minute. D, your G, B, and your high E. And as long as you're in the vicinity of being in tune, it's more about a discussion. If you want to play and shred and all that, I do offer online lessons, Skype, Zoom, Facebook Messenger, what have you. But today we're talking about theory, and let's get to it, because this, I think, it's pretty revolutionary. It changed my playing the day I learned this.
Jeff, I think I'm going to take myself off the stream so that you can be bigger so people can see your hands and the guitar better, as well as the document we're going over.
Cool, buddy.
So I'm going to take myself out of here.
Tell me when to commence, and I'll have a sip and we'll go. We ready? Hello? Okay, I guess Zach's there, and I just can't hear him. All right, folks, here we go. If there's one common misconception people have about geniuses, it's the notion that these stellar intellects engage in only the most strenuous of thought, that in order to even hold a conversation with one of these brainiacs, you need an Ivy League PhD, an IQ of 200 or more, and a bulbous cranium that makes you look like a character from Star Trek. In reality, is brilliant innovations such as the wheel, the light bulb, the magnetic guitar pickup, the TV dinner, and the pet rock all so vividly prove the most ingenious ideas are often the simplest. I hear a friend of ours say that often, almost daily, on Gematria Effect News. And if the mark of true genius is the ability to find simple, head-slapping, gosh, why didn't I think of that, solutions to complex problems, then Pat Martino is truly one of the guitar's cleverest minds. And in this lesson, in this masterclass, the jazz legend shares with all of us an inspiring remapping of the fretboard that is radically different than what's typically taught in private lessons or at music schools. In fact, I've never seen anyone teach quite this way, and I've always wondered why. I want to mention we showed that picture, and it's kind of, they save it in this article for the end, but I'm gonna, let me see if they put it out here. They save it till the end, and I want to put it out right at the beginning that how this whole concept fell into Pat Martino, I want to say fell into his consciousness, was at the height of his powers. I believe he was probably in his mid-late 50s, and this had to be in the 70s, it seemed, early 80s, when he was voted Guitar Player Magazine Album of the Year for his album Consciousness. Interesting title, considering our show in the evening we're sharing. The album's called Pat Martino Consciousness, and it won the Reader's Poll Best Jazz Album of the Year. So he was at the pinnacle, but at the height of his prowess, he suffered a catastrophic brain aneurysm, had a stroke, suffered total amnesia, and lost his ability to play guitar entirely. Didn't even remember that he played guitar. Once he was healing and on the path to Menon, I mean, you spent your whole life playing guitar. That's what you're known for. He had to try to reignite that knowledge in his head. He had to rediscover that. But oftentimes, as many of us have heard, when people suffer some kind of near-death experience or catastrophic event, there's even a movie I was mentioning to Zach earlier called Michael, starring John Travolta, where he gets struck by lightning, I believe, and then suddenly he's reading book after book and learning. at a rate more than your normal average bear. So similar episode happened with Pat after his stroke. It seems it's the only way I can explain it. Like the universe dropped a pebble of epiphany into his consciousness that helped him discover, link music to geometry, the mathematics. I'm not quite sure. He didn't really explain to me the bridge that took him from amnesia to discovering this. But again, just as we go through this, I want you to keep that in mind, that this is a man who totally lost his memory, his entire muscle memory, how to play and had to build that up. And, at that age, you can't take 5, 10, 20, 30 years to get good again like he did the first time around. So he needed some kind of a crash course, and it seems that, as you'll see tonight, he stumbled upon it. So let's share, shall we? All right, let's start right here with this here instrument, the guitar. The guitar is structured like no other instrument, and it unveils itself in a unique way. Like the piano, it has its own fully unique temperament, but the common communal language of music that all musicians share, that is the language of scales, of theory, and intervals that we all use when we're explaining or communicating music, really has nothing to do with any other instrument except the piano. And this is a radical statement. If you were to drop this, and I have dropped this in chats, on guitar groups, on social media, and it's like running and dropping a hand grenade when you say scales have nothing to do with the guitar and how the guitar works, because we've all learned scales, and there's many scales. And what I'm suggesting tonight is not that you abandon your scales. I think it's going to shift how you look at scales. It's looking at it from a different side of the coin, if you will. This is what's made it harder for guitarists to learn how to play guitar, for colleges to teach how to play guitar, for private instructors to teach guitar. Again, if I wasn't lucky enough to stumble upon one person here and another person there, all the various techniques that I've gathered, you can't learn this in a school. And as a matter of fact, at GIT, when I was teaching there, I was a little bit of the Robin Williams and Dead Poets Society, a little bit of a rebel, and I taught this approach, which was in contrary to the way they teach how to play rhythm guitar, which takes a lot longer. For me, it's kind of like the belt approach in martial arts, where they kind of keep you in it for year after year, and they reveal the secrets very slowly to keep you paying and keep the money coming in. Bruce Lee always said belts are good for nothing but holding your pants up. And that's kind of where I come with this philosophy of music, that I think this is the most simple, almost childishly simple way to learn. If I had an 8-year-old come in, a beginner or an advanced player who had some holes in his technique, this is the way to fill all those holes, and maybe I'm describing you right now. Because unless you can make every chord on the planet, this lesson I think will serve you well, because by the end we will be able to do that. Let's keep going. Guess what, guitarists? It's time to figure out and describe music from our point of view, from the guitarist's point of view. There's nobody more qualified to step up to the podium and demonstrate this guitar-centric vision of the musical universe than Mr. Martino. And as he showed me, I pass the savings along to you. And you can find more research in his mesmerizing treatise called The Nature of Guitar, which I love that title. It's very organic, right? And if you're anything like me, this will forever change how you visualize the way harmony, melody, improvisation all function on the fretboard. I know it changed me forever. And the very first thing that I did when I put down this article was go write my song Monsoon, which we'll give a link for a little bit later. So we're going to the next page here, and we're going to abandon the piano. We're going to abandon scales and look at the guitar, how the guitar is constructed, and we're going to get into some geometry and some mathematics that hopefully even the non-musicians are going to be able to key in on some things and maybe take this work even farther. All right, here's the piano. We're going to give you just a simple C major scale. They call it middle C on the piano, and it goes a little something like this, my friends. All right, do, re, mi. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. That's 7 notes. Those are the white keys on your piano, beginning at middle C. And the black keys directly above are right here. Okay? For those who don't read music, we've got C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, and A sharp or B flat. These 5 black keys spell a D sharp pentatonic minor scale. All pentatonic means is 5 notes to the scale. It's an abbreviated scale where a full scale would have 7 notes. Okay? So the 5 black keys spell in a D sharp pentatonic minor starting on the 7 C sharp. When you combine these 2 groups of notes, you get all 12 notes of an octave. In other words, you get a chromatic scale, which means if I started here on the note C and I played every note walking up, count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Takes you right back to the octave C. You hear how that's the same note. All right. There's another one right here. And here. Right. The guitar is like 6 high wires, and you have the similar notes, but they're all arranged differently on each string, as we'll see as we go on. All right, here's where we get into a little math. We just showed you a major scale, 7 notes, and we showed you a pentatonic scale, 5 notes. That's 7 plus 5. It's a system of addition. It's a horizontal system based on the fact that the piano goes from left to right, from a low pitch to a higher pitch as you move from left to right. This is where scales come from. This is where the community language, which all musicians use to function with other musicians so that they can discuss what we call modes, scale forms, chords, teach each other songs, etc. But scales really have nothing to do with how the guitar works. Hear that again, rewind this video later and listen to that a few times. Because the guitar does not work horizontally, or should I say, the guitar does not only work horizontally. And now it's time to meet the parents, and this is what's so cool. Again, no matter what your skill level, and I hope there's some real green beginning guitar students, because I'm going to save you years right here this evening in about 30 to 45 minutes. It's time to meet the parents. Now, the guitar, like the piano, does have horizontal properties, at least in the sense that as you ascend from left to right, the notes do get higher in pitch. Here I'm on my left, just like I showed you before. I'm on the low E string. The notes are obviously getting higher in pitch, right? But what makes the guitar inherently different, though, is that it also has a vertical nature, because it allows you to move up and down, which is what we do for moving from a low string to a high string and vice versa. Right? That means the fretboard is an XY axis. It's a matrix. By being both horizontal and vertical, you have latitude and longitude So in reality, you could visualize the neck of your guitar like a compass with north, south, east, and west. Am I right? Okay. Everything about guitar memorization is memorizing patterns and shapes and symbols, right? Don't we talk about all this pattern recognition and shapes and symbols on this channel each and every day? Yes, we do. Now, the great thing is what we're going to do by realizing that chord structures and chord chemistry, if you will, the chemistry of creating chords is like a family tree. We've all done this in school as kids when the teacher had us map out, who your parents, who's your grandparents. We're going to place two parents at the top, a mommy and a daddy, a mother and a father. Every pop chord, every major and minor pop chord that you've ever heard in any song in the history of songs comes from this 3-note mommy triad. Triad just meaning 3. Every jazz chord or the most complicated chord formula you can come up with reveals itself from a 4-note cluster that we'll call the daddy. All right, now we're about to enter the heart of this unique vision of the fretboard, this sacred geometry. All right. And Jude in the article says, but fear not, although Martino plays some of the most ferocious, angular modern jazz lines you'll ever hear from a guitar player, all you'll need to grasp these concepts that follow is a basic knowledge of music theory, because in Martino's mind, in my mind, and hopefully in your mind from here forward, guitar players, there's only 2 basic shapes that you must know to unlock the secrets of the fretboard. One of them is the augmented triad. I took lessons for years, and I never heard a teacher mention the word augmented to me, yet it should be the first lesson, the first word you ever hear about making chords. The microphone's attacking me here. An augmented triad is a major triad with a raised fifth. And again, we talked about a triad. All it is 3 notes of a scale. For example, here's an A chord. That's a triad, 3 notes. 1, 2, 3. Now, for folks who are guitar players in the audience, let's make an A minor right down here in open position. Right? And we're just going to move it up 1 set of strings. Instead of playing it on the D, G, and B string, we're going to move it up and play it on the G, B, and high E string. There's your augmented cluster. Example number 4 in our handout. Right? This is the mother, the mommy chord. This is at the top of our family tree of chords. Every pop chord you hear on the radios stems from this, and it's so easy to make all the other chords. Check it out, my friends. So let's make this little chord. All you got to do, if you're a beginner, I'm going to show you. Put your second finger on the G string, 2nd fret, 3rd finger, B string, 2nd fret, 1st finger on the 1st string at the 1st fret. Now we're going to move it right up here to the 4th fret, okay? For the sake of this article and how it's written in this musical example. This augmented cluster is one of 2 parental forms on the guitar. The 2 main shapes you need to know. And probably plenty of guitar players already haven't thought about this chord shape. Rarely, if ever. All right. By parental, what we mean is that this augmented triad, in this case, it's a C augmented fifth spelled C, E, G sharp, produces multiple chordal offspring or children. Specifically, it's a harmonic gateway. I love that little word combo. It's a harmonic gateway to 3 major chords. Now, what we're going to do, and what's so cool about this theory and what resonated the second that Pat showed it to me, and then when I read this article, It just reminded me again how simple. All we're doing on guitar, and it's really more complicated than this. And I think a lot of teachers and professors bask in creating the shroud of mystery, and or maybe they don't really understand this concept, how it's simple that they can make it. But let's look at this. All we're going to be doing literally to make every chord that we need to make in pop music is leaving 2 fingers where they were and moving 1 finger, right? So in every chord combination that we're going to make right now, we need to remember where these fingers were, because we're going to juggle them around. A lot of being a musician is about juggling. It's a little bit like being in Cirque du Soleil. We've already talked about we're dancing on the high wire. We're juggling, right? It's a whole circus going on right here on the fretboard. All right, so check it out, people. All we have to do is lower this first note. We're looking at example 5 right now. We're going to lower this just 1 fret and leave the other 2 fingers where they belong, where they are in the shape. Now you could do it like that, but that isn't coordinated, and that's not the way we would do it. If you look at the first chord shape in example 5, you'll see that's a very familiar shape. That is one of the first shapes our guitar teachers teach us. We call them cowboy chords. We learn it in open position. It's a D. We know that from Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven, right? Or Boston, More Than a Feeling, right? Right, so, but right now we're making it right here. So by lowering this finger, there's that shape. That is where that shape that you play, we know you can move this shape up the neck. Right? This chord sounds great everywhere, and this phone never rings, and it rings every time I do an interview or doing a thing, so we'll just have to bear with that for a moment. So, again, by just moving 1 finger, just lowering 1 finger, we created one of our basic pop chords. There's thousands of songs that I could pluck out right now that begin or feature this chord, right? Guitar players, you know I'm preaching to the choir. So that's one popular major chord. Let's go back to starting position. Here we are with our augmented 5th cluster. Now we're going to leave the inside and outside fingers where they were and only move this one down a half step. Like so. And what does that give you? That gives you your G sharp major. That's a very popular chord. It's the top notes of your bar chord guitars, right? So there's 2 chords. That's the chord, as a matter of fact, that I played right here and said it sounded country, but just moved up a step. That's what's so great about guitar, is how portable it is. Once you learn a chord here, you're going to be just moving it up depending on what key the song or the vocalist is singing in. All right, back starting position with our mommy chord. Now we only have 1 more finger to lower. We just created our C major chord. Classical guitars play it like this. Rock dudes play it like this, where we bar it and we don't play that high note. Right? The cowboy chord version would be down here. We'll get back to that. So right there, out of your mommy, it's kind of like they put the cart before the horse. When we went into our first guitar lessons, they taught us how to play C. They taught us how to play E. They didn't teach us where they came from. It's like we don't know the heritage of our chords, right, that we play in. But now you do at least these 3 shapes. We started with the augmented 5th. We created this D shape, we call it. The G sharp, or this major shape. Also this C shape. And I may want to mention that the second chord in the example, every bar chord based off the sixth string has those two notes in the top, right? Unless you minor it, right? And there we're just moving fingers again. You see, the guitar is all about raising and lowering fingers. A lot of fingering going on the guitar. All right, so let's keep going. There's three notes, but check this out. This is where it even gets slicker. Also, be sure to try raising any note in this augmented cluster by a half step. That's how you get the minor chords. For instance, we're going to raise the lowest note in the C augmented fifth by just one fret. And to do that, we'll just juggle and there's your C sharp minor, right? And again, listen to the difference between the major chord makes you feel happy, sad, right? All right. Back to starting position. Now let's sharp just the middle note. There's our F minor triad. Classical players would play like this. When you play AC/DC, rock players would play like this, and we don't bother with that note, but it's there. It's the higher second inversion of this F minor chord right here, right? We learned the cowboy chord right here in our first or second guitar lesson. Okay. Now, let's raise the highest note right here. And to do that, we're not going to go like that. We're just going to use common sense and go, well, we just bar that note right here. And there's your A minor, which was the chord shape we started out here when I said take your A minor and move it up a set of strings to make an augmented fifth. Right? Get me, people? All right, we're moving fingers. And there's your D. Let's keep going. So we just made, think what I just threw down at you. And don't just skate by that. Out of that mommy chord, we made all the major and minor chord shapes that guitarists make. We made this shape, right? Which even if you play, there's the full triad, the full arpeggio in chord form. There's an E major chord. We're just playing the top part of it. We made that D, right? We made that, which is the basis of that, and we made our C. Then we raised the notes. We got that shape. All the shapes that you play in music come from that mommy. Everything in pop, people. And it's no harder than that. Now you got to go get your muscle memory, which comes from the nerve bundle at the base of your spine and your dexterity and your memorization, but that's pop chords. Now let's get jazzy. Let's put our jazz hands on, shall we? The other parental shape that's critical, that's crucial, is the diminished seventh chord, which is represented by, in this example, number 6, it's an E diminished 7. And how I'm going to show you how to make that, if you've never made a diminished seventh chord, is we're going to make our little Boston More Than a Feeling, right? Our Stairway to Heaven chord down here. And we're going to leave our pinky where it is, and we're going to take the other 3 fingers and just move them down the string. There's our diminished 7, but we got to move it up to the 5th fret for this example. There's our E diminished 7. This is the father, the daddy, on the other side of our family tree. We just started drawing all those other pop chords off the mommy, the majors, the minors, on the top 3 strings. We got to do this on all sets of each 3 strings, and we'll get to that in a minute. Then we'll do it on, now we're going to start with the daddy and make all the jazz chords. Now, the diminished cluster has a different set of siblings, okay? Let's look at example 7. Now we're going to do the same thing. All we have to do is lower one finger and leave 3 fingers where they were. Now, lower any one of its notes by half step and you're going to get the root of a dominant 7th chord. For example, we're going to drop the lowest tone here in our shape. We're going to just drop it 1 fret like this. Listen to the difference. G flat 7. Okay? There's your G flat 7. Very popular jazz chord. Again, that you can move up, and depending on the song, you're going to encounter this chord often. Back to starting position. Here's our daddy chord. Now we're going to drop the 2nd lowest note and leave the other 3 where they are. And to do that, I can't do that. So lowering it means you're going to just bar like that, and it gets real easy. You get a C7. Now, back to starting position, we're going to drop the B string note, or the 2nd highest. And to that, we're going to just do a little juggle here. E flat 7. Now, back to starting position. If we lower this high note here, there's your A7 that we commonly play down here. That's like in flamenco when the guitar players go. There's your A7, right? Okay. Now, we just created 4 new chords, and likewise, we can raise the notes. You can do that same thing. Pat Martino says in this article, and I'm underscoring it, to me, this is the guitar, period. These 2 parental shapes, the augmented, mommy, and the diminished clusters, are the fastest way to learn the instrument, provided you have a basic command of chord theory and scale spellings. But this is what's so cool about the guitar as related to other instruments. The symmetry of the instrument. The most beautiful aspect of the 2 parent forms has to be their perfect symmetry. The augmented triad, for example, divides the octave equally into 3 intervals of a major third. And this is where the math and the geometry is starting to come in. And we'll see some shapes here on the next page. Imagine, if you will, like a ruler with 12 inches or a stick of butter that we're going to cut in 12 sections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's saying we're dividing that octave into 3 intervals of a major third. So what this shape does is it cuts that series of notes, right, into 3 intervals of a major third. So you would look at it as just 3 chunks of butter you're left with, right? For that reason, if you move this shape up or down the neck a third or 4 frets, as shown in example 8, the chord doesn't change. You're going to get the same chord, just the notes are going to get juggled. So if we played at the 3rd, listen with your ear, even non-musicians will be able to get this right away. 4th fret, 8th fret. Do you hear how that's the same chord? We're just juggling the notes. These 3 notes appear in a different order at each position, right? We're playing the same shape at the 4th, 8th, and 12th, yet the harmony, note names, and fingerings remain identical, right? That's symmetrical inversion. This gives you automatic inversions of itself with no necessary memorizing of new fingerings. And if you arrange the 12 notes of a chromatic scale like the face of a clock, here we go, people, you'll see the augmented cluster. Look at example 9. It forms a perfect triangle or pyramid, and there's 4 of them that you see. The one we've been playing in this master class, C, E, A flat or G sharp, is in bold, And there's only 3 more that you got to learn and you're done, right? Not that complicated, right? And that's a shape you're going to want to memorize and think about, and maybe even some of our non-musician folks will be starting to zone in on these shapes as we talk about, and I'll show you a couple other, as we get through this PDF, a couple shapes and images that go along. So due to its perfect symmetry, there are only 4 different augmented triads, as we just showed in example 9. Our C augmented 5th triad is in bold, spelled enharmonically, C-E-A flat. The other parent shape, the father chord, the diminished cluster, likewise is perfectly symmetrical as well. Instead, we divide the octave, or your ruler of 12 inches or your stick of butter. Instead of 3 chunks, you're going to have 4 slices of minor thirds. A diminished chord repeats itself every 3 frets, right? That means if we move it from the 5th fret, right? And when Yngwie Malmsteen fans, as you know, when he does this move, I'm going to do it in slow motion. We goes, right? That's what he's doing. He's moving up 3 frets. Right? Whether chords or leads, it's all the same. Now, go to the next page and check it out. The diminished cluster forms a square. So when we're thinking of this augmented cluster, which is convenient because triangles have 3 sides, right? We're thinking of pyramids or triangle shape. And that's all your pop chords. When you're thinking of jazz chords, you're thinking of a square, which is 4-sided. Makes sense because we're using 4 fingers, 4 notes. The diminished cluster forms a square, unlike the piano, which uses a 7+5 system of addition. The guitar uses multiplication, and this is the key, people. This is the mind shift, the paradigm shift. The piano is an instrument based on addition. The guitar is an instrument based on multiplication. With both of our parent shapes, the augmented and the diminished, we cover all 12 notes of the chromatic by multiplying 3 times 4 equals 12, right? And look at that shape. And the interesting thing in 11, once you memorize the one in bold that we worked with already, correct? There's only 3 more, and you're done. You're done with your memorization. Now, moving it on up. We mentioned when it comes to inverting chords, the portability of this sacred geometry, the 2-parent form proves very convenient. More convenient than any other method of chord chemistry. Take the augmented cluster. Remember how in example 5, in 4th position, it yielded a different major chord each time we lowered one of the tones? Well, likewise, if we move it up, we're going to lower and we're making more chords. And it's the same shape, but they have different chord names. Right? All right. Same process in example 13 with the diminished cluster, right? Look at example 13. Now we go to the Big Bang theory, musical theory that is. These clusters are great for generating chord progressions, states Martino. By lowering one note here, raising another there, you have the most efficient way of generating complex harmonies, chords, writing songs with the smoothest of voice leading. And what we mean by voice leading is, why do you want to be able to make the same chords here and here and here? Because maybe you want a higher sound, or you're playing up here in a melody and you don't want to be jumping all over the neck. So you can literally play every chord in different positions. That's what's so cool about the guitar. It's very unique, right? I mean, I played sax, I played viola, I played drums. There's no other instrument quite like this, which could explain its popularity and the mystery why it's so hard to learn. Now, let's get crazy and don't be scared, beginning guitar players. We're going to move this, we're going to make some really sick jazz chords, but just to illustrate this concept, and then I'll show you the first lick I ever wrote after I learned this technique, this concept of sacred geometry. Okay, we're going to make, again, if we make our D suspended chord, our stairway to heaven, just move these fingers down. There's our diminished chord. In this case, it's a C sharp because there's your root note, right? All right, now we're going to just drop fingers. I'm going to just show you some interesting chords, some that are so rare, but just to hear the exotic sound and what you can do, just to give you an example of the capabilities of this theory of playing guitar. All right, by taking this diminished parental form, C sharp diminished 7, and expanding it one note at a time, first we're going to drop. I can't believe it, people. Leave me be. And this guy, hold on, I gotta kill because this guy will just keep calling me. I gotta kill my Facebook. Sorry, people. All right, here we go. If you people paid attention that we were doing this tonight, you wouldn't be calling during the seminar, huh? All right. So back to this C diminished 7 shape at the second position. We're going to drop this root note, right? Just a half step, and by doing that, I'm just going to juggle. And here we get a C7 spelled E, B flat, C, G. C sharp diminished 7. Just listen to the difference and how it makes you feel. That makes me feel twisted, bent and twisted. Then it relaxes. That's a little prettier, right? Okay, back to starting position. Let's raise this B flat to a B. Ooh. E, B, C, G, E. That's C major 7, and that's beautiful, right? And you may, like when I play one chord, you may recognize a song that, oh, I recognize that chord is in a song I love, right? Okay, back to starting position. Actually, I don't even have to go back to start position. Check this out. When I'm playing that C major 7, by just adding the open A, that changes the C major 7 to an A minor 9. And look at that. That's how just one note can change the whole color of a chord. C major 7. Right? Very cool. All right, now it's going to really, I'm going to have to stretch my tendons here. We're going to raise the note right here, much to my chagrin. And the chord looks like this. E, B, C, A minor 9, major 7. And whenever you make a chord like that, never bend that's why the guys who wear their guitar straps too low are getting tendonitis and messing up their wrist. I mean, try to punch someone like with your wrist bent like that and see how well it works out for you. So you want to bring your elbow forward towards the wall to make these wide stretch chords. But it's interesting, and this may inspire you to write a song in this. Beautiful. A minor 9, major 7. And we got one more chord to make. We're just going to raise this note right here. This is the ear-twisting A minor 9, sharp 5, major 7. And I guarantee most guitar players have never heard of nor played that chord. But yet here we just did it in one lesson, right? All right. This is a whole different approach to shifting harmonies from the standard method, which involves creating chords from scale tones and then applying complex alterations to that scale tone. And again, it's so portable. You see how we moved it around so easily, right? Now, in this PDF, people, there's some other examples of expanding the chords and some of the things I talked about, moving things up. You want to go down to example 16. Actually, Zach, can you pull up that handout that looks like this that I gave you? It's 2 pages, and we're going to be looking at the diminished and the augmented. There's 2 pages of that. Can we pull that up? Because now that you've done this on one string, what you got to do in your own time when you get the handout, hang tight. Let me minimize this and see if... I think he's trying to get the other thing happening. It's very quiet over here. I hope we're live and, and stuff is working.
We're definitely live and it's working. I'm
Okay.
doing my best behind the scenes
Perfect.
here.
That's perfect. Make
that's
that
what you wanted?
big.
Okay.
That's what I need exactly. That one, and then we'll go to the diminished that's at the bottom of the other page. But you pulled up the exact one that I wanted, so
Perfect.
here
All
we
right,
go.
I'm going to stay out of the picture so we can get as much of you, Jeff. I'm really appreciating it.
You liking this so far? Is everything cool?
Definitely.
Now again, non-musicians, think about the shapes that I'm showing. Like when I made this Stairway to Heaven shape, look at my fingers. It's an upside down pyramid, right? Right? So think of these shapes as you see them, even if you don't play. We lost the chart. Okay. Even if you don't play guitar, look at these shapes and think about what that might mean with what you know about sacred geometry, right? Now, you'll see how I've got this written, and this is great because we've got this broken down where you can see we've got what makes up an augmented fifth triad is a root, third, and a sharp fifth. Here's your root, here's your third, and here's your fifth. Okay? Right here, again, it's just like an A minor moved up a set of strings. Okay, can we have the picture again? All right, can we make the picture bigger? And there we go, that's what we need to see. Now look at this. This is the other portable. Not only can you move it up by 4 frets, you can move it this way, right? Look. This isn't now. You got to do the same thing here. By dropping, by playing. Here's your mommy triad all over again. It's a different shape. This looks like kind of like a ramp, right? Now by lowering this finger, what do we get? There's your open A chord. This is the mommy. This is the child. Not they taught you this in your first guitar lesson. They should have taught you this. And that's the offspring, right? And likewise, we'll make other chords. If I lower this chord, or this second note, or if I lower the top one, there's your F. Color My World, right? And same thing, we got to raise notes. Right? Now we come down to the next set of strings here. Hear how it's the same? It's the same chord. And we can make more chord shapes out of this by lowering this finger. There's your E chord shape, the E major chord shape. We might have it moved up a fret right now, but it's that shape, and there's where it comes from. From the mommy makes the child, right? Getting kind of churchy, nice, beautiful church sounding chords down here, right? If we raise them, right? And all I'm doing is raising. Beautiful songs can be made this way. This is exactly how I wrote the beginning of Monsoon, which I'm going to refer to you with a link at the end here. Hopefully you'll support and buy the new music. I literally took that chord shape, that E shape, and I said, okay, let me start moving fingers around. Okay, well, how about I'll take that off? Wow, that sounds cool. That's the beginning of Monsoon. Right? That was the first thing that I wrote, and then you can listen to the song and see how I blew it out and how a whole song came from just that basic little. Right? It came right out of this progression. Now again, we can move it over one more set of strings. Here we are on the low set of strings. Now we can make a whole new set of chords. Ooh, that's nice, right? Or raise them. All right, so now we just took it all over the entire neck. That's guitar playing, right? Every shape, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's Van Halen doing and that's a very great example because it's all triads and he's just moving his fingers around. There's your A. He's just adding a finger. Right? Or if it's something a little more complicated. And look at these shapes. Isn't that a pyramid? And there's the diminished fifth right in Randy Rhoads and Diver Madman. There it is. Right here. So you've played that chord before or you've heard it. And see, he just dropped the fingers. He had that diminished fifth. All right. And then he even goes to a triad thing right here. That's sacred geometry in a nutshell. Zach, could you pull up the one screen cap that has the Fibonacci sequence? And right there, pause right there before you go, right there on the diminish. There's your diminished shapes all across the neck, just as I showed you. That's your homework. You can figure out how to make all the jazz chords by taking 4 notes out of that shape right there. I did all the moving it up for you by the 3 frets each. It's all right there. So keep scrolling down. We've got the geometry of music. That little slide there. Looks very familiar, huh? Just scroll down again. Here we go. Now, if you start looking, you can see underneath there, this is a great handy handout because we've got each of the notes plus the number, the frequency that it vibrates on every tuner, whether you got a tuner app or a guitar tuner of any kind. I'm looking for mine. I'm not seeing my old-fashioned guitar tuner right now. But it always says A 440, right? A440. What does that mean? And why is this the musical spiral? And why is everything in the universe from a spiral staircase to a leaf to the music theory we're talking about right now relate back to the Fibonacci sequence? That's what I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have any more gifts? Or do we want to go back to the that handout? Just as a PDF, just to close up. Is there any more handouts or the gift sack? Is that all 6? I think I sent 6. There you go. Bring that up real quick to just so people. That's not in the article, but that just lets you see on one shape very easily. That shows the neck broken up like the sticks of butter there on the bottom. That shows you the mommy on the left, the augmented, relates it to the triangle, shows you all the key centers in the whole world of pop chords there. Second from the left. Then to the right is your diminished or the father. It's a square, and it shows you the master chord shapes behind that, and that's the guitar right there. That one handout right there is all you need to make every chord in the world. Just right there. You could print that on an index card, right? Keep it in your guitar case or on your music stand. So in closing, I will read the encore. It's one of the most inspirational stories in jazz, I'd say in all of music. Pat Martino, learning to become a master guitarist twice. The first time around, he was a dead serious youngster who was tuned into the competitive nature of our culture and was fully motivated to achieve success. But in 1980, at the peak of his form, at the peak of his prowess, he suffered a catastrophic brain aneurysm that caused him to forget all he knew about playing guitar. He says, my second relationship with the instrument began in a much more intimate and innocent kind of way. The guitar became a playful resting place during a period of intense therapeutic recovery. It allowed me to take my attention away from my ordeal, and I was able to enjoy the guitar in a pure, almost childish way, like a child does with a toy. I think we're ultimately chosen to be childish. That's exactly how we come into the world, and it's how we leave it. And the guitar just happens to be my favorite toy. So that's the essence of the presentation and the workshop, at least my portion of it. And isn't it just so amazing how the cat comes with this very simple way to explain something that's so daunting and seemingly mysterious. Sacred geometry and music, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Jeff, I really appreciate it, and I'm definitely saving this video so that when I get back into learning how to play guitar, I will be going back to this tutorial. And I did notice you were showing us some simple tricks. You move it around on the fretboard, and you can make some music. So,
yeah, I can show a lot more. I do Skype lessons, online lessons. Anyone out there that's interested, just shoot me an email at jeffyoungmusic@gmx.com. I've got a couple new links as well. I'm premiering a new web show soon on YouTube. It covers music and a whole lot more. It's called Music Lives Live, and that's the URL. It's musiclives.live. Musiclives.live. If you'll subscribe to that, that's where the couple 33 in your face videos are there. Some cool music videos and whatnot already there, and we've got some excellent interviews with people from everyone from people in the music business, the film industry, winemakers. I got a great buddy who is a winemaker and worked in the music industry. Anyone who's interesting and eclectic will be on this show. It's musiclives.live on YouTube. And then I have a new URL for my Bandcamp. I haven't even linked it, but please make a note of it. It's the same as my email address, except it's jeffyoungmusic.live. That'll be my Bandcamp starting probably about a half hour after we sign off tonight. I just got appointed. I just bought a new URL last night. So we got email jeffyoungmusic.gmx or jeffyoungmusic@gmx.com. The web show is musiclives.live, right? And my music, including Monsoon, the song I demonstrated, if you want to hear how it turned out from the basic the chord progression, if you want to see where I took it, that'll be shortly available. You can search Bandcamp Jeff Young and find it, but I'll point the quick URL is jeffyoungmusic.live. I'm done with .coms. Done with .coms. And if you send me an email if you're interested with Sacred Geometry in the title, and I'll send you all the handouts that we went over tonight, plus a ton more. There's probably about 25, 30. There it is, Music Lives Live web show. And that's all she wrote, people. I hope there were some musicians and some savants, gematria savants in there that can take what I explained and that it hit them from maybe different angles. Maybe Zach, it sparked some stuff for you. Maybe as more people watch it, we'll have a nice launching pad to integrate. Because again, think of like when whoever wrote a song like Murder by Numbers. Why is the music constructed as it is? Why does it move? Why do the chords move as they do? And why did he arrange those lyrics as he did? Why do the phrases drop how they drop? You know what I'm saying? That's the art, even in rapping. I mean, isn't that the art of rapping? How they make the percussiveness of the word, how catchy they can phrase what they say, right?
Right.
I'm seeing just this really close link between music and movies and gematria and what I'm explaining today. I see how it's all linked, right? I'm sure
Jeff, just out of curiosity, I was just going to say, out of curiosity, the music Murder by Numbers, what stands out to you about that song as a musician?
Well, it's moody. It sounds haunting. And think of the drum beat. It's not loud. It's like he's playing on the rim. It's like everything. Again, it's not just the notes. It's why isn't he hitting the snare loud? Why is he on the side of the snare going ting, 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 right? It's all these different things. Where they leave the airspace, where the note hits. This is the art of composition. And again, it seems when you understand sacred geometry, you understand how to compose in a way to make people feel a certain way. See what I'm saying? By just moving a finger here or there, by raising a finger here, you've changed someone's mood in an instant.
Right.
From happy to sad. In Spinal Tap, they say he has the funny Nigel Tufnell as the scene. He's at the piano, and he's playing this beautiful thing in D minor. He says, it's the saddest of all keys, right? And it's when you hear it in More Than a Feeling as D major, it's so promising. It's like daybreak, it's morning. All the promise of, a new day. The birds are chirping. But then you take that same chord and drop that third and make it minor. Right? And it's a bummer. All of a sudden, you're feeling sad. Right? And then if you take one more note out, you're suddenly ready to smoke a doobie, right? Except it's actually up here. And just see how just changing key makes you feel different. Raising it lower to higher can make it lifts you.
Uh-huh.
Right? You play that lick here. It's darker, it's cool. It's more vibey than. this is all connected, how music and how they arrange notes, the people who know how, and especially the people who do, because I'm trying to get into scoring and soundtracks work. And my lawyer said it's a very closed group, Jeff. It's very tight. I go, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're telling me. Is it that George Carlin skit?
Uh-huh.
But this small group, this small clique of guys who write for the movies, what do you think they know that we don't know? About how to write music to make you feel, when you're watching that scene, if you take the music away, like in a scary movie, like take the music away and it, like in Halloween, it's silly, right? It looks silly.
Indeed.
But then you add or Jaws, just why does that make you all of a sudden, the second you hear, right? The second you hear, or why when you hear, and this is an interesting thing because we talk about Satanism and demonic stuff. It's the devil's note. The fifth, this note did not used to exist in the musical scale. The flat 5 did not used to exist. They corrupted the scale when they added this note. You hear it in, of course, the first band I'm gonna reference is Black Sabbath. There, that note, right? Devil. The devil made me play that note. And that's in Over the Mountain, Randy Rhoads, when he goes, right? That note, that diminished, which we were talking about, the diminished cluster is where all the jazz chords come from. If it wasn't for that devil note, there'd be no jazz chords, right? So this note, this interval didn't used to exist back when everyone was sweet and innocent, and maybe this is part of what's made us all so demonic and resonate with the dark side so much. Like, the second you hear a song with that in it, you're like, man, that's cool. Right? Devil notes.
Whoops, that's not what camera angle I want. Jeff, do you remember what the first song was that you learned to play on guitar?
Yeah, people, I just played them.
The very first song? Oh, that was it.
And I also learned but when we learned that as kids, we're all like, we only know how to do it on one string. We don't know that Richie was plucking it like that, right? And of course, Stairway to Heaven, right? That chord as a beginner was tricky to figure out, right? But again, see, it's just moving fingers, right? You can see he's like, okay, Jimmy Page, you can imagine, and Zach, did you know Jimmy Page bought Aleister Crowley's house and lived there and probably wrote this song there? Did you know that?
You're saying when he wrote Stairway to Heaven, he was in that house?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Did you see what I caught a few months back about, in Stairway to Heaven, it references just a spring clean for the May Queen. That song was written 201 days from Queen Elizabeth's birthday. Or it was first released, recorded, or put out 201 days from her birthday.
And even Jimmy, and it's beautiful, right? It's so beautiful, but all he's doing, he's playing that E major or A minor that we made out of the mommy chord. When we raise the note, there it is. So he's just playing that A minor, and then he's just adding a finger. D shay, right? So those were the first things I learned. Of course, like Freebird and stuff like that. Country Roads by John Denver was an early one from my guitar teacher, and like Rock and Roll by Zeppelin. And what's cool about that when you learn that, because that teaches you how to play the blues. Because Zeppelin was just taking this. They were just, rock and roll came from the blues. So this was the blues, right? And this is rock and roll. See how that, you see he's just moving the fingers up strings. It's the same thing. And he goes back to that. And then Van Halen came and did that, right? Also did this. jeffyoungmusic.gmx.com. Online lessons, people. So I'm curious,
Jeff,
like if we get the chat going and get other people calling in and what they think about this, and if it hit them or other musicians who are like, yeah, and they may have something to add on this.
Okay, so Musicians Night. If anybody wants to join the show and ask Jeff a question on here, send me an email, gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com, gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com. No spaces, gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com. Send an email and just put invite in the title. I'll send you a link. You click the link, and then you'll be added to the show, and you'll be in here to ask Jeff a question. And let's do Musicians Night first. I mean, if you're a musician, learning musician, veteran musician, come in here and you got an opportunity to talk to Jeff. So I will be standing by for emails, gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com. Jeff, while I'm in the background waiting on emails, I'm just going to let you play away.
So I was just messing around there in the background, giving you a little background music while you chat to the peoples, to the truth seekers.
Just so you know, Jeff, there's a lot of people that want to come on, so you're going to have a number of questions, it looks like, here in a moment.
People. Let's talk. I can show more. We can talk. I got the guitar. You got the time. All right. Bring the people.
Chigozie, your invite is sent. I'm going to invite Chigozie first, veteran. He has a relationship with Jeff Young, and he's a musician, so we'll have Chigozie in first tonight as soon as he gets there. You want to come say hi? Well, you want to come on and ask him a question? Why not?
Is that Sweet Lady?
Sweet Lady wants to learn. Sweet Lady wants to learn. She's just camera shy. Okay.
We're going to get Chigozie in here. He's from Ohio too, right? Columbus?
Indeed he is. Jeff, Sweet Lady has a song request. I don't know if you know this song. I don't know it off the top of my head. Sweet Lady likes the Adele song "Easy on Me." Do you know how that goes?
I can tell. I definitely don't know no Adele.
He doesn't know Adele.
I did once do. What was her rolling in the deep?
Rolling in the Deep. She says, "Okay, she'd like to hear that."
I don't remember it, but I do have a. I think there might be a video on YouTube. I'll send it to her.
Okay.
Me and this girl from Texas doing it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Where's our buddies? Where's the
Well,
people?
well, the invites are out there. I just gotta wait for them to connect. They might be taking a minute.
There he is.
Hey, Jeff, hey, Zach.
What's going
What's
on,
up,
man?
Scozy?
Ain't not much.
How'd you like that sacred geometry presentation? What'd you think?
Yeah, I guess I turn this.
Oh, he don't got sound.
Yeah, it was a really good presentation. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Thanks, Zach, for hosting it. I learned a lot. I love the whole square and triangle concept. It makes perfect sense, and like, it already improved my playing just from watching what you did. And I'm definitely going to practice a lot of the PDFs and things. And thanks a
Yeah,
lot.
anybody email me. I'm probably going to get 1,000 people. I'm going to have a lot of emails to send out, but I'll send you out a bunch of stuff that accompanies this. And I mean, I'm really deep into it. Let me yank this out. Where is it?
Oh, it's I'm trying to see what that.
This is fully blown out. You think that was intense? This is Pat Martino's The Art of Guitar DVD.
Oh, nice.
I mean, the sacred geometry, I kept it. That's just like basic sacred geometry. It gets intense. Yeah, so. But it's the secret for me, and every song that I've written since then kind of comes out of that, and it's made it easier to improvise. Again, once you get the PDF and go through it again in your own time, and really sit with it and spend time with it, it's the ticket.
Yeah, it really is, and it's great too because like I know there's different shapes you can do and everything, but I always wanted to know the ones that are like, just the ones to focus on the most, the ones to really kind of get everything out the way. And that's what you shared was perfect. It was exactly what I was looking for. Because for the meantime, what I've been doing a lot of playing, I mean, I've been like, this really helps me. I stay in tuning and playing. But for the past like year or so, I've been playing like a lot of open tunings with like just finger style.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And, but this now I can incorporate this and go back to this and really start doing like this way as well. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, once you know the mom and dad, and because like if someone's going more pop, they're gonna not even be getting into the jazzier chords. So it's so simple, and then once you learn how to take it across the neck and make these beautiful chords on every string in every position, I just gave you guys the key to the kingdom.
Yeah, seriously. It's incredible how the geometry or the geometry of this works out, and it's so cool to see how mathematical this is.
Hmm. So you think, I mean, and it stands to reason. This is how music is constructed. Now think about language and think about what we talk about every day in gematria. I think this only shows how integrated it all is and how related it all is.
Absolutely, yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's mind blowing. But I think that's probably why it sounds so good. Music, like different scales and chords and notes fitting together or not together, or whatever. How it just sounds a certain way. It's all because of the geometry of the frequencies and how like our brains and our souls interpret them and feel them or
Hmm.
something.
and blow this out to gematria and language, and it's called spelling. And the words have sounds, especially like when you listen to people speak in Spanish or Portuguese in Brazil, how musical it sounds when they're just talking. It's it's a very musical sound. So think of the power that they have over you when they say toilet paper.
Right, that big 56
And
word.
why they said, yeah, why was it toilet paper? Why wasn't it sugar or milk? Right?
You're right.
Probably because
Yes.
they love to rub your nose in it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Someone
amazing.
else coming on now.
Hey, Cody.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey,
Going great, man.
Are you guys both from Ohio too? Because I'm from Ohio, so I thought maybe I heard you guys say.
I'm from, well, I was born in Ann Arbor, Michigan, but like early on we moved to Cleveland. And so, but I grew up in Dayton, home of the Ohio Players, but the suburb, Kettering, Centerville, Ohio.
Yeah, I'm just up north there, and
Cool.
just up north on 75 is where I live, grew up.
Cool. Well,
But
everything's off 75,
yeah.
Yeah.
all the way down to Florida. Everything's off 75. And Chigozi, you're in Columbus, right?
Yeah, I'm in Columbus, but from Dayton originally.
Oh, really?
Oh, yep.
Isn't that a small world after all, right?
Right,
Yeah.
it is.
Must be something in the water back there.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no, with Jeff, I was gonna say like I started playing guitar when I was 18 back in 2008, and I didn't know I was gonna be a guitar player when I was younger. I never really had an interest in it, but then when I picked it up, it changed my life, and then after I discovered gematria, it was kind of interesting because it's really all connected, with the gematria and the music.
Right?
And then
That's what I'm saying. That's why I took so easy to Zach's work, because I knew this stuff already, and I was like, it just was right. It was totally cool.
yeah, I noticed it's the musicians that are real open to this stuff. I noticed there's a lot of musicians that are open to it.
Yo, what's good?
Music is math. Everything comes down to numbers, right? As we're learning.
Yeah, I sucked at math
Maybe
in
that
high school.
first statement in the Book of Foundations and Kabbalah isn't too far off the mark. Maybe
Definitely
the
not.
world was created when God merged the letters and the numbers, and
Well, it makes you think why that movie The Matrix was so big right before 9/11.
true that.
You know?
And the date on his passport.
I think it goes to show you how everything is sacred. Everything is like intertwined so naturally.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Yeah.
really think. So yeah,
And that's what these people try to do, though. They try to make us feel separate, but yet we're all connected. So it's like you guys, everyone has to realize that. If we all realized that, we wouldn't be fighting each other. We'd be banding up together and disposing these lies.
I think you just said a mouthful. I mean, very poetic when you said, we should all be connected. I mean, we are connected. They want us separated.
Well, that's the thing, is there's a veil. It's we are connected, but there's a veil over that connectedness. It's not. It's there, but we can't see it because it's distorted.
I had a great mentor that said to me once, like, think of it like this, Jeff. He said, think of, what did Bob Marley teach us? He's so wise. We are one. That was when we are one, right? One love, one light. Everything's going to be all right. Everything is connected. We are all one. People, animals, plants, people, places, things. But what if somewhere in this journey, in this matrix, we all collectively decided, or enough people collectively decided, that we want to feel like what it feels like to be separate, and all of a sudden, like we were all in a box of toothpicks, and then the box just dropped, and we all just splintered.
Yeah, exactly.
We gotta all get back in the box. Collect all the toothpicks. We got to get back together.
And just like you said earlier, return to that childlike wonder,
Right?
that wonder.
All right. that's people lose that when they start playing music for too long. They lose that childish sense of wonder. And this concept, this treatise, path of playing guitar, it keeps it fresh. It keeps it always there and childlike because it's so simple. It's like I said at the beginning, it's childishly simple. And what's Zach say about, gematria every day? It's a second grader could do it. I mean, it's the alphabet they taught us. A is 1, B is 2, C is, we know that.
Everything's in our faces.
Maybe we didn't think of the reverse and we didn't think of the astrology pieces. And now we see this musical piece and we see how everything's intertwined and we see how they do it and why they put the songs they do behind the sporting events, right? Boom, boom, ch, boom, boom, ch. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that it's just like as we go forward here, we just need to return to that connectedness, and music is a way to connect too. It's how bands come together and connect and form
That's
bonds.
all I'm doing it for these days because there ain't no money in it for a boy like me who ain't in the club.
Yeah, that's sad. Like that's sad too. Like how there's so many like small artists that is so much better than these mainstream artists, these celebrities, but yet they don't get no recognition because they haven't,
Because
quote
they
unquote,
get so
sell their souls.
far.
Yeah.
And when they don't do the right handshake, or they don't say the right catchphrase, or they don't
Yeah,
do the right
but
gesture,
good for them though. Good for them.
then they get the door shut,
I'd rather be
and they have a bank
poor
account
than
that looks slightly resembles mine. So, and you
We're
can
just gonna
see
have
that.
to
So you can see the difference, and you can feel the difference between someone in the music business who's paid for, or sold their soul, and me tonight. Hopefully, you can feel it, and how I approached and what I just shared and last week on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt it. That's why I wanted to call in and say hi and thank you because I didn't know about this this information at all. So for me, it's
Sacred geometry.
well, I knew about sacred geometry, but not with how it worked on the guitar here. So
Right. And isn't it? It's all, and that's what was a trip last week when I even mentioned the word sacred geometry. A bunch of people are like, yeah. So I knew this was going to be perfect, and that you guys were going to resonate on it, and that it was going to overlap, and you start to see the formulas and the degrees and the symbolism.
yeah, I'm gonna have to email you and get
And
that
everything.
PDF.
See how how so much we see the 33, but we also see a lot of 333.
Yep.
And you see that they augmented all the pop chords. Everything is in a 3-step interval. All steps of 3. All intervals of 3. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. 33 in your face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like because we live in the third dimension. Everything is done in threes. It's height, width, depth, and all that stuff.
And then if you think about it, when they introduced that flat 5, that's the 4th note. That's why all the jazz and weird chords, are related to the square. And then we think of the cube of Saturn and all the people that circle that cube, right?
Yeah.
There's another one jumping on. I
Hey,
remember
Brian.
you from last week.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing, Jeff?
Were you watching all along, buddy? Were we blowing your mind there?
Of course you were. Kind of mind melted, honestly.
Well, I was hoping for that outcome.
Yeah, no, it's like just a lot to take in. That was good. That was really good. Thank you.
And
Yeah.
everybody sleep on what I said, because this is something I hit you with a lot of stuff. Sleep on it. Get the handouts from me, and come back on later shows and tell us. Tell me if you see anything, if anything else makes sense. Because that's why I wanted to do this. I wanted to bring these worlds together, and gematria. I mean,
Well, no, and for me, like, see, I'm like musically deaf. All right, really, I'm bad at it. I like can't hear music. Hold on.
Tone deaf.
Yeah, exactly. Hold
That's okay. We love you anyway.
Yep.
on. Sorry, my
Do you know
yeah,
that's why there's so many singers who sing off key and they're famous because the public can't hear it. Like I think there's something like over 70 to 80% of people can't hear pitch. They can't like tell if someone's on key or off key. And I have perfect pitch. So if someone's just a little off key, man, I'm like, "Whoa."
like
If my
it bothers
guitar
the hell out of
is one
you.
string a little out of tune, I'm like, "Whoa."
My ex-wife had perfect pitch, and I remember at nights I would hear her humming, and she'd be humming up a whole song in her head before she even wrote any lyrics to it. She had the whole melody in her head,
Wow.
and then by the time she put the melody down on paper, it was mind blowing because like she could hear the whole song before she even wrote it.
People got that. It's so cool.
Mm-hmm. It comes from, and my thing is like I've always tried to. That's why I never drank booze or smoked cigarettes. I don't take aspirin. I don't drink coffee. I never did any of that stuff because I wanted to be a pure vessel.
Yeah, me neither. I never
A
drank.
vessel of consciousness. Like I feel like the songs are all the best songs and the best creative ideas exist in the ether. And they just like if you open the hole in your head big enough or your third eye or whatever, it just drops in. It just drops into your consciousness, like how this whole sacred geometry concept. How does a dude lose his ability to play, have amnesia, and then come up with this? How does that happen? Right?
I
Somehow
want
the
to
universe drops a pebble of consciousness into your consciousness, into I think the universe, better said, drops a pebble of consciousness into our unconscious. And if we're open enough, it'll surface and we can manifest it. Right?
I just want to say, like, that's funny. You guys went that way. See, I went the dark way. Trust me, my enlightening days were my darkest of days. Like, I had a bad, just, I don't need to get into it. Like, I had a tone of life where it was dark. That's where I learned all this, was seeing that darkness.
And
So,
same
like,
with a lot of people in the music business. I'm sure that's how I'm sure you can come from either end of the spectrum. You can find it through the darkness and you can find it from the light, right?
I just wanted to say, like, it's funny because, like, I was trying to say I was tone deaf, but when you're playing, see, like, I'm a writer on my side. I'm not like a real writer yet. I guess that's the way to say it, 'cause I have nothing out. But the way I see things is by hearing. So when music's playing, I see something. I can't hear the music.
But it makes you see a picture or visualization, right?
Yes,
Or
exactly. That's
colors.
what.
Like a lot of people, Dinah, my babe, she really hears colors and she hears notes and chord progressions and she say that's red or that's yellow or that's indigo or violet.
I met a rapper who said that. Actually, it's so funny you said that. He's like, I see colors when I hear music.
Mm-hmm.
It's so
Yeah,
weird that you said that. Wow.
that happens to me too. I see colors for certain
The
Really?
things.
chakras.
And we're
That's so
talking
cool.
about something. We're talking about magic, right? This is hard to even verbalize what we're verbalizing in our spelling and our spellcasting, because music we're trying to speak about something that you can't hold in your hand, you can't grasp it, right?
Well, you only
I mean, you can
only have it
practice
in
your whole
head.
life, and if you take 3 days off, I mean, you start to lose your ability. You can't. Music is always elusive, right?
Exactly. No, and we all already know, like all of us, obviously, that music's the first industry to take over to mind control everybody. It's the tones. We know that.
Well, and even think what was happening before the Beatles came out, and we were talking about Tavistock Institute, who was, they held. I'm sure they sent George Martin in. There's Svengali, but think of what was going on in the culture with the kids. Kids before the Beatles were starting to really question authority, right? Their parents, they were rebelling, protesting, right? Then the Beatles come, and suddenly all those people that were out in the streets picketing or waking up or researching things were just like in front of the stage going, and they just shifted everyone's attention.
The
Those
turret?
4 mop tops. They just all of a sudden, like everyone was like, and that was Beatlemania, right? Same with
Wow.
Elvis. Same, they do it with every artist.
Oh yeah.
All
Is that what
these,
the weekend is today?
the weekend.
You just see that song that they used? They used his song, the weekend song "Sacrifice" for the WrestleMania 38. That
Yeah.
was hugely symbolic.
Yeah, isn't Jim Carrey in that music video? Is that one?
I'm not sure. He might be in that one. I forget which one Jim Carrey's in.
Yeah, I just thought it was so funny. Like, God, it's so. You don't have to be that smart to see there's something wrong, and that's what's the most irritating thing. Like the things we're talking about, like in gematria, like Jeff, what you're talking about like the blueprint of trying to tell what's going on, and it's so hard to explain that to people because, like, here's the blueprints. They don't even know what a house looks like. You know what I mean?
But maybe if they can see, maybe bringing someone in like through this sacred gematria or sacred geometry and music, and if they can see, wow, music does make me feel a certain way. Like when I was playing the chords at the beginning and showing you, like, wow, this makes you feel this way. This makes you feel Spain. I could play chords that make you feel Japan, right? Instantly, you're like, oh, that's Japanese, right? How does this happen? So if they can manipulate, if they're smart enough, and if musicians. And if everything is so intertwined, then of course, why isn't sports, government, music, the world stage intertwined?
Well, we all know there's no musicians anymore today. Everything's electronic. Like that's goes without saying.
Yeah,
You know?
digital over analog.
And we all know we just like you explained. But you did a very technical and it was amazing. But like we already like that look into this stuff. We know they figured out the math. That's the perfect thing that brings you in. And you said it perfectly. Where like when you're watching a horror movie, if you were watching Halloween and there was no music, it looks stupid. But you know, like that we all know that, sound, and that gets you amped up. You're totally right.
Or just like why even when they go,
That's Jason.
why they pick that sound and why does that sound so creepy, man?
That's what and that's what I was saying from like me. I mean, I play bass, but I'm like, I don't know play songs. I play to myself because I see sound. I don't feel it. So like I make like when I play music on my own, I'm making like a scene in my head. And this is an art that's already been discovered and they exploit, and you're proving that. So I appreciate what you did. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
At your service.
And I think I just wanted to point that out. Like you really showed that, and I don't think if people didn't fully understand, that's what you were doing.
Mm-hmm. There's a method to my madness.
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
Hey, it's good.
Who we got here?
We got 3 new.
Zach's just chilling with Sweet Lady and letting us all run the show.
Zach's not even in the room, I bet.
Just to prove you wrong, I am right here. I'm just sitting back tonight.
Usually he's watching the new Spider-Man movie. We're all just all talking.
Honestly, the only thing I'm disappointed in, I was hoping Jeff was going to get into his rant about how much he loves Eddie Vedder, but
Jeff, I
didn't
have a
happen
couple
tonight.
questions for you.
Bring it, yeah. Bring the questions, my
Can you
friend.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jeff, I was wondering if you have looked into the original 7-note solfeggio and the 432.
Yeah, here's what I think of that. I think it's... Well, think about this. When we showed that Fibonacci sequence, can you bring that back up, Zach, the Fibonacci with the notes? Every note has a frequency, right? It's a number-related frequency, right? So this is where I take exception with that concept of the 432 and all that stuff. The most demonic bands, Black Sabbath, tune down. They're not in standard tuning. They tune down to E flat. Jimi Hendrix, A lot of these bands, even some of these modern bands, they tune down lower than E flats, so they're not even in standard tuning. So then what? They're not even playing frequencies that are related to 432, but they're devil music, right? Or are they?
Is that the gold ratio? Looks like that too.
Yeah, there it is, and you can see. It might be hard to see, but when I send the handouts to you, you'll see below every note has the frequency. Like A is 440. Big enough, but when you get that and you can see it up close, but yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of the most demonic bands are tuning down, so how are they getting you to worship Satan, right?
Low vibration.
Is that why?
Yo,
But the reason
real
they
quick.
do it, they're doing it because the singer, it makes it easier to hit the notes. Like, for example, a lot of bands, and especially as they age, like they'll record the album in standard tuning, like in the studio, but by the time they're out on the road, then they're tuning down and lower and lower and lower, because the singer can't hit the notes so they can do the song, but it doesn't sound the same. Like when I'm in the audience and I hear a band, like I know how the song should sound on the radio, and then when you hear a band tuned down live because they can't do it for whatever reason, the vocals or whatever, it sounds different. It makes you feel different. So like I said, there could be something to that. The higher you go in the notes, the more up you're going to feel, and the more down. And just think of the evolution of music, like from classical, like Bach and Mozart and Paganini, and how sophisticated music was, how complex it was, how few people could do it. Only a handful of people could do it, and therefore be a star.
Like we already know that. Like
now, look at rap and hip hop.
Everybody's
how they've degraded music where it could be the same rhythm for a whole fucking tune. It's the same beat. It doesn't go anywhere, man. Like, I mean, Ice Ice Baby's a perfect example, right? Where's that? The whole song is ding 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 ding.
It's catchy as hell.
Right. And it just plays the whole song, but it takes you nowhere. It's
Well,
going nowhere.
it's
The guy's
exactly symbolic.
and he's just talking. He's just
No.
There's
lyrics in that song?
And what's that sound like? That sounds like how the people in Idiocracy.
Hello, everybody.
Doesn't that sound like how the people talk in Idiocracy, and why they made fun of the Luke Wilson because he sounded gay, because he came speaking intelligently, and he hi, could you guys give me directions to and they're like, wow, because they brought music down. The industry has brought
David
movies
Bowie Under
and
Pressure.
music and everything down. They've brought it down so low because they want all you guys vibing so low. They're not going to put out any uplifting music no more. Don't look for any uplifting major key stuff that's going to lift your spirit.
Yo, real quick, I just have
that.
something to add real quick to that. Like with the hip hop music nowadays, if you go back to like the 90s and the beats, a lot of the beats were sampled soul songs from like the 70s with like actual bass lines. Now it's just 808s and they're just super beefy with distortion. It's just low frequency bass, like same stuff.
Because that goes with the low end theory. If you ever heard that before, there's a low end theory, basically where the low end hits your root chakra, and it controls you the most. That's why when most ladies hear like bass beats, they do twerking or whatnot. And ironically, it hits the root chakra. That's basically your bottom chakra. But it's crazy how I say it's the bottom shaking, because the South is known for doing that, and the South is the bottom of America. You get what I'm saying? So it's just how these things work. They work purposely and set up somehow. It's amazing.
Look, the lady that's pregnant and she's almost due. Go drive around with bass playing. It'll help. It's like one of those superstitions, but that's a thing they say.
Have you ever stood too close to a loud ass PA and had that frequency just almost make you nauseous, right?
Man, drummers get it the worst, man.
Yeah, they do.
And they're getting it with the bass drums, plus they get the sizzling cymbals, man.
And I'm talking about like live shows. You got all the monitors back behind the drums, and like
Yeah.
They get it the worst.
Dude, I'm fucking exhausted when I go to a live show. Like, what is that? I'm like,
Energy ritual.
And also, like the way they've started mixing music for me, it's all fucked up because, like, as in a band, when you go to sound check before you guys get in the arena, like the sound man will sit there spinning. Like, he has the first thing they do is they start. Okay, let's hear the kick drum, and you got to the drummer's just like boom, 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 and then okay, let's hear the snare. Gah, gah. And they spend like an hour and a half on the drums. Okay, Tom, bah, bah. Getting that bass and drums so fucking loud in the PA. Then by the time they get to the guitar, you're out of time. And that guitar, jank, jank, okay, that's good, right?
Wow.
That's
Is
why,
it
like,
called
the
the
drums
arena?
and bass in the PA is so loud. To me, they don't mix bands right. Drums shouldn't be that loud in a mix of a band. Bass should go listen to old-fashioned music. The bass ain't that loud, man. A real
very
drum
true.
set
The
doesn't
drums
sound
are
like that. When you're in a room with a drum set, that's not what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like cannons going off. It sounds like Steely Dan, right?
Steely
Sounds
Dan's
like Buddy
great.
Rich.
Yeah, Steely Dan has great quality.
Yeah.
They call it the arena when you're out playing.
Say again?
Do they? That's what they call it when you're like out on the stage. They call it the arena.
No, I meant when we played in hockey arenas, like
I'm
with
dumb.
Megadeth, you're playing in a hockey arena or where they play basketball,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and then
That was an interesting word that I went off in a stupid direction.
yeah. And of course-
Jeff, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask a question, not to cut you off. What's your take about the loudness wars that went out like during like 05 or like 2000? Like for instance, the Red Hot Chili Peppers Californication album was criticized for being very loud. And then you had it in hip hop where Jay-Z had the Kingdom Come album, which was very loud.
do you mean that how they mastered it, the levels?
Yeah, they had a lot of clipping on the album on the public release.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you can again. There's something in music, or at least there used to be something in music called dynamics, light and shade, like soft parts. Like if you want people to lean in, you whisper, right? When you scream, people go like this, right? People lean out. If you want someone to whisper, so music used to have dynamics, but when radio came out, and you know albums were different volumes because they came out different, they started compressing everything. So now on radio, you know, everything started being compressed and sounding the same volume, and then engineers in studios started compressing shit and making so like for me, like compressor, like how girls hate the word cunt is how I hate the word. To me, compressor is a C word. When I'm working with an engineer, I want as little compression on anything, because that's what compression does is it takes all the soft things and makes them louder, and all the loud things and makes them softer, and makes everything monotone. And everything is so compressed now, so super compressed that there's no dynamics, and that doesn't let your body ebb and flow, or, you know. And the other thing someone mentioned that sparked me is, hello, we're analog creatures, right? Are we not? Am I crazy? Are we analog creatures?
I never thought about it that much. That's a real good.
We're not meant to input digital intel. An analog being is not made to input digital information. When they came up with the algorithm for Pro Tools and digital, if you watch the movie Sound City, they talk about it. They corrupted. The code is corrupted. Digital music splinters your soul, man. It splinters your spirit like a knife. That's why I record everything. Hold on.
Where'd he go? I'm just
It's
kidding.
much more expensive.
Hey,
Most
Zach,
of you guys don't know what this looks like.
On
It's
that.
2-inch tape.
Wow. They still do that. It's amazing.
Any other musicians besides me out there still working on 2-inch tape?
Zach, can you put
That's amazing.
I do some tape recording.
We are analog creatures. It's more expensive. It's harder to get tape. It's harder to find a studio you can work in. But hopefully when you hear Dine In, my new single, Gypsy Soul, that's on this tape that's coming out to you guys on 4/20 is the release date.
You gotta enjoy it with it.
You're going to hear the difference. Hopefully you'll hear the difference, and hopefully it'll hit your spirit in a different way, because my submission that I think is a lot more, if you want to talk about a sonic pandemic, forget about the 432 and let's worry about digital input. We're analog creatures. We're not meant to be living in this digital world.
You can really
But
feel a
that's just
difference.
me.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Hey,
So
Zach, can you put something on the screen so I can ask Jeff a question about it? It's human voice cymoscope. Cymoscope is spelled CYMA scope. Like on, just go on YouTube and put human voice cymoscope.
This is the stuff we hear certain things.
You reminded me to bring up another
Jeff,
great
what
point.
I wanted to ask you about.
Go ahead. Did we lose that guy?
I feel bad. I feel like I interrupted.
No, no, no. I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, he dropped out.
He'll come back though. He just came.
Yeah, I wanted to say that because, like, hey, earlier when you were doing the whole music thing, I was talking to my wife. By the way, I got so lucky. The woman I'm with, she is literally 100%.
You guys hear me again?
Yeah, we hear you.
Again?
But like, I wanted to say, like, I was
Can you
thinking the
hear
whole
me
time.
again?
Yeah. I just want to throw out. You
Okay,
know, you guys
so-
have seen like how.
You see how that
Sorry,
thing's
you let me
moving
go.
on the screen right there? So this is the 8th cranial nerve. So
That's a trip.
this is your 8th cranial nerve taking the piano strings in your eardrum and turning it into light, which is how your the part of your brain is transliterating.
Wow.
that's amazing.
Look how powerful sound is.
Well,
Now
you,
check
you ever
this.
seen vibrations in water when it's frozen?
To that end, let me show you something. I got hit by a car on my bike. I do like Tour de France type cycling, like Lance Armstrong type bike. I was on the sidewalk and a dude was on his cell phone, and I was going through the crosswalk and he rolled. He spaced out and let his foot off the brake, rolled over me, and I've been getting treatments out here. Let me show you this machine.
You all right?
It's called, and look at this. Let me make sure. Can you guys see this machine? Let me get it. Can you see that?
Oh shit!
This is called an electroacouscope. This guy, his name's Dr. Mortavati. Everyone from pro football players who are all jacked up like Terry Bradshaw to Tony Robbins to System of a Down to Foreigner, bunch of musician friends of mine go to this guy. He does chiropractic stuff, but he does more of this machine. What does it sound like when I tell you electroacouscope? See that little fork thing with the handle?
Mm-hmm.
All right. It treats you, instead of invasive, sticking you with a needle. And you just mentioned about sound and how, think how sound travels in water, dolphins and whales hearing. Sound travels, we are mostly water. We are blood, we are water. Sound travels in us. He's treating me and my injuries with sound. This machine, they put like a gel on you, like when a girl gets a sonogram, and they put it like I'm having numbness from my shoulder blade down my arm to here because I hit the street when I fell into the street to my right. And I have pains in my hip here from where the car hit me and numbness. So they'll put the gel and then they'll take that little fork thing and they rub it, and it's putting frequencies in it, and they can change the frequencies. The first day I went in, because I was barely walking right, man. I was getting knife stabbing in my calf. Felt like I was getting a pole vault shoved up my butt cheek. And I went in there and they turned the frequency up on this thing. I almost jumped off the table. I mean, I could feel the frequency going in my body, people. But I tell you, this happened to me like 9-10 years ago. I was living here in LA and I had to drive to Vegas to play a show, which is a 4.5-hour drive across the desert. I could not stand up. It took me 5 minutes to stand up. I couldn't pick up my French bulldog. I couldn't stand up to brush my teeth without holding the ledge. I went to this guy 3 times, 3 days in a row, and I made that drive and played that show.
Wow. Frequency is definitely hell.
I've written about that. Like, our body is in harmonic sequence. Like, we are cancer ready to go off, you know what I mean? But we're in harmonic sequence. Our DNA, the thing that keeps our body stable, and it's all vibrations. Like, hence we're all atoms. I mean, it's the basic rule of knowing you're never touching anything. You're repelling from everything. It's vibration. We do not talk about that in school, so people are so lost already. That's from the start. And you knowing music the way you do, that's what's hard for you. I guarantee is like no one sees it from that aspect.
It's hard. I mean, if people knew what I just shared with you guys, I'd probably be the biggest guitarist on the planet right now, wouldn't I?
And then, but there's so many guitarists
people who are keeping
video.
me out from being that, because the same couple guys seem to be getting all the gigs, and it's the dude who has the pyramid and the all-seeing eye and the 13 painted on his guitar.
I don't like quoting him that much because I hate his version of the story. But like he always makes that perfect. It's a perfect line. All of them apparently wanted to be optometrists, but they failed and became singers and actresses or actors because they all have the all-seeing eye on them.
Yeah, that's a good joke.
It is. That's the only thing. It's the only good thing that guy's ever said.
You know, the basketball players, and when I came up in the 70s, no one had these tattoos. The pyramids and the all-seeing eyes. Now everybody's got them. And my friends who are getting a gig, my buddy who's getting all the gigs got the all-seeing eye, the back of the dollar bill right here. I showed you that on the show the other night, last week.
Yeah, well, dude, so much overwhelming.
I don't got no tattoos. I don't know the handshake. I don't know the bullshit line to say. So
Who owns you?
I need to teach Skype lessons, people.
Hey Jeff, where's that doctor?
Buy my singles, huh?
Where's that doctor out of that you were talking about?
He's out of Glendale, California, but there's people all over. You need to Google in your area, research electroacouscope, or even I'll get you guys a link. Just search Moravati Wellness in Glendale, California, and watch their videos on their website, because they give demonstrations and stuff, and try to find something in your area. Because I remember when I was living in New York and I was coming through Ohio, I did find out there's a lady in Northern Ohio that does it. I mean, there's not a lot of people that know about this, but shouldn't every doctor be having that machine in his office? If you can treat someone with sound? Or should he be giving you some pills? You know what happened? This is why I'm out here in California, where people are at least a little more awake, even in the midst of all the stuff that's going on in Hollywood, because that's how I'm getting treated out here. Right? You know what the first doctor said to me when I went in after I got hit by a car? I couldn't even make an E chord in open position the day I got hit. I never thought I could play again. I was freaking the fuck out. It took me a year just to get my playing ability back. The first doctor I went to, I told him what was wrong, and I was still pretty beat up at the time. He goes, "So you want some pills?" I said, "No, man, I want to play guitar like I used to. What are you talking about, some pills? I don't even take aspirin or drink coffee. What are you talking about? Do I want some fucking pills, man?"
It's always the answer.
That's the first American
I just think of the
doctors
scene from
are taught to.
Dumb and Dumber. Pills are good. Pills are real good. I just think of that every time I hear the word pills. I'm sorry. I don't know if you guys can think of that scene. Like, dude's like freaking croaking out because they give him all the spicy stuff in his burger. It just
Being a cancer survivor, I can attest to the fact that doctors know
oh shit, what kind of cancer is that?
two methodologies. Take a pill, cut and burn, which means chemo, cut and burn, or cut you up.
Yeah, they did that chemo to my dad. I swear to God, I've never seen someone be tortured so much in their life.
I did chemo. I did 9 weeks, 4.5 hours a day on chemo at Cleveland or at Indiana University Hospital.
It's like, isn't it chemo's just like, oh, we're gonna try to
Indianapolis.
kill that before we kill you? Like, legitimately, what it feels like.
No, they're killing all your white blood cells. Like I literally one night cut my ear shaving. It wouldn't stop bleeding because you can't clot blood. It's just a little cut on my ear, and I'm bleeding for like hours, man. It was crazy, and I lost all my hair, eyebrows, eyelashes. It was a whole scene.
Well, you look good now.
Not bad for 60, right? But that's because I stopped eating fast food in 1984.
Shit, I wasn't even born
I
yet.
remember the day I ate some chicken McNuggets. So this is fucking gross, man. Stuck my finger down my throat, puked it up, and never ate another fast food meal. That's when I was going to GIT, and again, I was trying to get really clean and clear so the ideas can enter you. If you're toxic, Deepak Chopra has a great saying about consciousness. It's like, if you have so much clutter, that's why we meditate or go out into nature to get away from the city noise in Los Angeles. Because if you have so much noise in your consciousness, like you could drop a skyscraper of knowledge or truth and you wouldn't hear it. Right?
Actually, I
Too
think
much
people.
noise. But if you're silent and if you're quiet, you can hear a whisper, you can hear a pin drop, you hear the truth. So my whole thing has always been be clean, be clear, because that's where I was greedy like that. I want the best song ideas. I want the best riffs. I want to play better than the other guy. That's why I didn't ever go out and party or go to the bars or ever have dates all through school. And I was celibate like 15, 20 years of my adult life, while everyone else is living. And
It's
then I'm
amazing.
sitting here, then I realized just a few years ago what the music business is really like. And I'm like, and this is what I have to exist in every day. You see that what I know, with the knowledge I have, you guys can hear my tracks. Why am I not on the Grammys getting my award?
Just like I'm pretty sure all of us would say, we all know some amazing musicians. I know a couple. I know they'll never make it, but they should.
Right? And
Like,
the best musicians never will, man. There's a very few that squeak through in mysterious ways. Some people don't even know. Like, for example, the greatest flamenco guitarist, Paco de Lucia, Bryan Adams was cool enough to put him on Have You Ever Really Loved a Woman? That beautiful song. Such a beautiful. Go watch that video. The flamenco guitarist in the blindfold like Zorro, that's Paco de Lucia. And that's the only way that the whole world got to hear that man and they don't even know his name.
yeah, I don't put my life on, I'm screwed. Like, I don't know.
Hey,
What else
Jeff.
has anybody else got to say about sacred geometry and gematria and music and musical healing?
It's the real tip. Hey, Jeff Young, thanks for the generous share and the generous offer from Zach. A great show. Peace and love to everybody. I just wanted to come in. I'll hop off and get someone else a chance. But it's this is where it starts. Teaching, sharing. Yeah.
208 Productions
everybody.
just stole the show, man. That's the way to roll. That's the spirit.
Cheers, everybody. Yo,
Who was just talking? Is that you in the dark? Manifest your true. Is that you talking?
Yeah, manifest your true love.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you liked it. And do you play music or you just dug it anyway?
I just dug it. I like Zach's work, and I just by chance, divine whatever, just popped in tonight to listen to Gematria Effect News, and I was just like, wow, this is great that you're generous and sharing. You're like, I'll send you the information.
And see, this is what I'm saying. But don't you, like, if anyone else there is a musician, have had teachers and music teachers or went to school, music colleges, and dealt with the pedagogy, why is no one teaching this?
Yeah.
Same reason they're not
what a
teaching
question.
gematria. Same reason they're not teaching gematria, right?
Yeah.
How is this so elusive? When I could teach I had two, they looked like they were like 10-year-old twin daughters that came to me for guitar lessons, and I taught them this, and they were on their way, man.
They want everything to be so distorted.
Easy. It's so easy.
They want everything to be so distorted and so hard to find. And the direct path is usually hidden because there's a direct path to everything, and it's hidden because it's all distorted, and it's sad because you see people every day just barely living. They don't have any life left in them because it's just it's all distortion inside.
I really like what you just said. Made me think about, and we all know this. It comes from like how they teach us. Like you're saying with music too. They teach you in a certain way. They never tell you what do you want to play. What is you? Mm-hmm. That is gone. That doesn't exist in school. We already know Mr. Zach always saying 13 years of slave school. He's totally right because they make you think in a certain way. They never make you. You get that one question once. What do you want to be when you grow up? Which is the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life. But and that's it. They don't care about you being you. And
they don't realize that every child learns differently. Mm-hmm. Children learn differently.
There's too much control, too. Too much control.
They're all
that's the thing is it's too big of a thing. You're in a public school system and you're a number and they don't have time or the amount of stuff. Look at what losers the teachers we had are. They're like, you shouldn't be teaching anyone anything, man. How are you holding this job? So and they only had a few teachers. Imagine trying to create a custom teaching regimen for each child, even though there may be a group of children like this type of child learns this way, this type of child learns this way, these type of children learn that way. It's still too idiosyncratic how people learn, and they're just giving you a one size fits all solution. Which, you know what I did in school? I had my book, and I would always hope that the book for that class would be as big as a magazine, because I had my guitar player magazines, and I just opened the book and put my guitar player magazine in the book. And I'm sitting in class reading guitar player magazine, tuning out the bullshit that I heard. I was like F's in algebra, D, I didn't care about history. I didn't care about none of that shit. But you know what class I got A's in? Music, band class, and English, because I wanted to be able to write poetry and lyrics. So I paid attention with what I needed to. And you know what? Since I got out of school, I've never needed to use algebra or trigonometry or calculus once. Not once.
I want to
tell
you.
That's just me. Maybe other professions, you would have to do that. But as a guitar player, you see guitar is an instrument of multiplication, and I'm good.
Hey, Jeff, I wanted to coincide with you talk about sound and controlling things, and when I my own story, I always realized that when there's I have spells in my story, but whenever a spell is happening, everything's in rhymes. I just thought that felt natural, and everything you were saying, and I like for how mainstream media and the songs are. It is a spell. It's a certain twine around your body. Why, like 3 days later, like why is that still stuck in my head?
And you notice it's a lot of these hits today sound like nursery rhymes, man. They sound like I hear this is the new hit song. Like this sounds like it's for like 4-year-olds, man. This is like the most infantile. Why are adults wanting to listen to this infantile melody line that this person is singing when there's so many singers singing beautiful melody lines? And I ain't talking about Celine Dion.
Yeah, but have you guys ever noticed that most people can't even listen to a full song anymore?
Without opening their mouth. They can't have the attention span. This is the worst, like when you're a musician and you just finished your mix and you go to play it for your friend and they listen for like 30 seconds, they start talking. As a musician, I make sure, like if a friend of mine who's a musician plays me a song, I listen to the whole song and I don't say a word. I let them see me focus. I let them see me. Or if I go see a band out here, like everyone else at the table's talking. They're talking. I'm sitting there looking at the band and I'm not talking because I want the band. Like the other night, Diane and I went to a show of our friends and like everyone around my table's talking. We're sitting right in front of the band, like 3 feet from them. doesn't that seem rude to the musicians that you're blabbing while they're playing? I sat there and I just watched, and then when they take a break, I talk. Back in the old days, when we used to go see Zeppelin, I saw the concert before the Who tragedy at Riverfront Coliseum. It was Led Zeppelin, just a few weeks before, and we sat on the floor, Indian style, till the concert started. Then people stood up. You know, now people got their cell phone. They're not even paying attention. They're more interested. Like, take the picture of them in front of the stage, like they're the star. You know, like, look at me, and oh, there's the band back there. Whoever they are, we don't care who they are. But no, people have forgot how to listen. I'll tell you a story. And this is great because the person is a masseuse. It was one of my masseuses when I was living in Sarasota, Florida, and we did a listening party for my new album, which was Equilibrium, available on iTunes and other digital outlets. It's like a world music rock fusion kind of thing. Anyway, I wanted to have a listening party, and there was no studios in Sarasota, so we ended up finding a studio 45 minutes from Sarasota, which was in Tampa. We sent out invitations, and all the people came. In the lobby, we had pictures of the album cover and lyrics from the songs, and the people came in, and we said on the invite, "This is it's like a movie. It's like a journey." When we start playing the album, and we played it loud. It's not like you're in a studio with speakers that are fucking huge, and you turn those up. You ain't talking over that shit because it's loud. So we're gonna play the album in its entirety. We don't need you to clap between songs, none of this stuff. Just take the journey. Just take the journey, right? So what was cool was afterwards, in the lobby afterwards, when I was saying hi to everyone, my masseuse came up to me and she said, and think of this is someone who heals with her hands and is always putting on mellow massage music, right? And she came up, she said, "Jeff, I just want to thank you. I really want to thank you for inviting me to this event tonight. And I'm so glad I came and made this drive, because, like, who wants to drive 45, 50 minutes for a fucking listening party? But these people did it. We had probably 20, 30 people show up. I want to thank you so much, because you know what I realized? And I just realized this tonight. When I listen to music, I'm always doing something. I'm always doing something. I'm cleaning the house. I'm doing massages. I'm in the car going somewhere. I'm at a party talking to people. I can't remember the last time I ever sat down quietly and listened to a record from beginning to end like what we just did here together tonight. And I want to thank you, because that just totally reconnected me with music in a way that I forgot about.
I felt like listening to my bros jam. That's my best writing became from just listening to them jam. So I really appreciate that. 100%.
Yeah, and people should stop more and listen more. Like Zach we got all these holes. Maybe this hole should be used a little less than these two holes. That's why we have two holes here. We should use them more and only one hole here. Yeah, and the one hole back here, it's the people who use this too much. Their head's up there. Hole, right? It's usually shoved way up that hole. But think about that, and that was so cool that masseuse, she doesn't play an instrument. She's totally square. But for her to have that epiphany and realize that, okay, exactly, that's it. And it shows, and that's what, like when musicians ask me about, butterflies and getting nervous playing in front of people, when that stopped for me, I mean, it stopped a lot when I got the Megadeth gig, because I realized I'm on the same label as the Beatles, right? And I must be pretty good, and we're playing arenas and festivals, so it went down. But when I really realized, when I connected, music is the best medicine left on this planet. It's the best, it's the last best hope to heal this planet. It's
definitely the last stand, for sure.
Bob Marley always said that, right?
Feel no pain when it hits you.
And I realized there's no reason to have butterflies. I'm not here trying to impress people with how fast I can play, how great I am, how great I look, how my moves on stage, the funny faces I can make while I play solos. that ain't what any of us about, man. And the people who get into it for that, for sex, drugs, pussy, you're in it for the wrong fucking reasons, man. We are healers. We're the last legit doctors pushing organic medicine, right? From the spirit, from the ether, from the outside in and out.
Well,
And there ain't no money for it, so
Gematria.
we gotta be doing it. At this point, you gotta do it because you love to heal people. So I look at myself today as a doctor of music, and when I come to a show, it's like a ceremony, and I'm there to help for these people who want to forget all the shit that's outside that door for just an hour and a half. They're just like, please, Jeff, help me forget, man. Help me feel again. I haven't felt in so long. Help me cry again. Help me get mad enough. Say something that's going to make me mad enough to get up off the couch on sports day and go do something, to go to Oklahoma instead of sitting on my ass. Music can move people, but we gotta figure out a way to make them stop and listen. And the way they're doing it now is by just, you notice every celebrity just does something shocking to shock you. No one gets famous for doing something. When's the last celebrity that got any press for pulling a cat out of a tree or helping an old lady across the street with their groceries? No.
Would that
You're
happen?
hearing the most debauchery, the most Sodom and Gomorrah brought right into the modern day, all over your tabloids, all over your media, all over CNN, BBC, MTV, everywhere, man. It's pollution. It's, it's noise pollution. But there's still musicians like me and others that are here to heal you guys. We aren't selling our soul out, and we're fucking broke for it.
No, you're not broke because you're helping people.
Yeah, dude, I'm broke. I got fucking
What's broke?
one bank account, and if you saw the balance. You want to see what's real? You want to see if I'm in the Illuminati, motherfuckers?
Oh shit, he's got to prove it. I ain't messing with this.
That's all the money I have on this fucking planet, people.
So small.
So why don't you buy my shit, man? How about
Is that
that?
broke too?
So, but that also, I had cancer and a divorce.
What kind of cancer did
So
you
there's
have?
a lot of stuff that goes, and I put all my money into those 2-inch tapes that I'm trying to get out to you guys. But that's what a real musician does.
So support Jeff Young, everybody, please. Please support him. Everybody have to support Jeff. Seriously.
Absolutely.
Because this right here, like,
Yeah,
I'm
if
just
you dug
listening.
it tonight and you do the one,
You have
way
to support
me,
Jeff.
if you're a musician, sign up for Skype lessons or online lessons. Buy my music, or if you dug the presentation, it's paypal.me/Jeff Young Music, people. paypal.me/Jeff Young Music. And what I do with the money, it's helping me survive, man. I'm a cancer survivor. I'm trying to come back in this business. And I had a family business I could have stayed in, cranking $9,000 a month before I got out of bed. But I let my brother run it into the ground because I had to come back out here and make sweet music for you people to scan by in your newsfeed and not even click play. And that's today, because when you go through your newsfeed, there's all these dudes in their bedroom playing guitar badly, playing covers badly, man. They just figured out a tune that day and they're already posting it on their social media in a guitar group. Hey, dudes, look at me playing the latest Eric Clapton song. Hey, dudes, look at me trying to play Van Halen like shit. So how do you find a player like me who went away from the industry after Megadeth, and I ain't even playing that same style of music now? Well, I know how you are going to find out about me, because I got a super group coming out first of next year. Brand new EP, so watch out, people.
My man.
Can't wait to hear
I'll
that.
tell you who all the members are in the band, but it's going to blow some minds in Omega way.
Can't wait to hear that.
So I'm about to be back. The album's going to be done by summer. We're 4 songs deep.
Dude, getting back on that horse, that's freaking awesome, dude. Like, that's awesome.
Which part's awesome? It's all awesome.
No, you still keep trucking, even though you've seen the
awesome.
side of it all.
Dude, and when I started waking up to this shit, that Zach and other channels and other people who've exposed this, even musicians. There's other musicians out there besides me, CeeLo Green. There's been other musicians putting the truth out there about how this industry works.
It's another good guy.
But this is where babe. I started playing viola in first grade. I played sax third to ninth grade and picked up guitar at 14. There's nothing that I could do in this world as well as I play guitar at this late stage in the game. And I just realized the industry I'm in, and I'm looking around, and I'm in an ocean of sharks trying to ride a white horse.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask a question?
To get to the finish line, and I believe that it ain't over till the fat lady sings. And I still believe, just like Zach, that somehow my positive music's going to get out there. I don't care about fame, how many gold albums, platinum albums on my wall. I've been there, done that shit. Been there, done it. I want to make people feel something and get good music out there with great musicians. The people on my tracks are the sickest. The bass player plays with Stevie Wonder, Billy Cobham, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Shakira, and that's just 4 of the 70 people this cat plays with. The drummer's recorded with Yngwie, Michael Schenker, lives part-time in Japan playing with a band that sells 2 nights out at the Tokyo Dome. I'm bringing you guys the triple AAA players. These guys ain't sold out. And there's still people like us out there. And we all find each other. I think all those kind of people find each other. And we all find each other, the indie musicians, the pirate musicians. And that's what we are. We're modern day pirates.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask you
It's
a
a
question?
redemption song, Bob Marley, right? He's singing about it. He's a musical pirate. Nothing's changed.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask you a question? You know with Sumatra and all the singers that die by the numbers, how do you feel about that? And do you have any insight in that world, how that would work? How do they do that?
I think it's a combination of faked. Just one thing I know for sure, like Prince, he did not die.
Thank you.
No way. I telegraphed that shit. And I showed you him in female makeup at that award show last week. And it's called the Hollywood Freemason Retirement Program.
Exactly. And faking your death is legal.
Let's just use Prince as an example.
Is it?
Just use Prince.
Absolutely.
His whole career was scripted by the numbers. He had so much Masonic imagery in every album cover, every video. All the shit was there. All the Jesuit imagery, all the Zionist imagery. Everything we talk about was in Prince's whole career, including I Would Die 421, including the song 319, right? Including Don't Let the Elevator Take Us Down and Where'd He Die? All right.
The goddamn elevator.
Let's use Prince as an example. Prince was always very cocky. His MO, he always acted like he knew something we didn't know, didn't he? Like he had that smirk, that.
He predicted 9/11 too.
Let's think about that. Let's think about this. When a star gets up to a certain age, and especially if they're vain, like their looks is a big thing for them, and they're fucking sick, and their career's not, their new albums ain't doing jack shit. How many people in the crowd have heard Prince's new all-female band, Third Eye Girl?
Third Eye Girl, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Killer. Some of the songs are better than anything he did, better than anything on Purple Rain, and no one gives a shit.
I didn't even know that existed, to be honest, and I'm not trying to be rude. I
It
didn't
was
know
the
that.
album right before his death. He had an all-female girl, and the album covers was him with sunglasses that were like this, with another one here for the pineal gland, a triple sunglass.
Oh yeah, artificial.
That was the album. Go look at this, Prince, Third Eye Girl. So what do you do when you're Prince and you're vain and you're getting old and no one's buying your shit and you're sick and fucking tired of singing When Doves Cry and Let's Party Like It's 1999? You're done. You're
What do you think
over
about
it.
Chester then?
So let me finish, bro. So what do they do? They retire your number. They retire your career, man. They write you out of the script. Then what happens on iTunes? Neil Peart, when the drummer from Rush died, their catalog, and Rush ain't even Prince. Rush ain't even a singles band. Their catalog went up 7,000%.
Why do people listen to a band more when someone a thing?
People are attracted to death, and they love to see. Don't you see how the industry builds the celebrity up and then tears them down? The bigger they are, the harder they fall. That's because all these people out there, they don't want to see these people winning. They're deep down jealous of these rich motherfuckers. What's the Dire Straits song? That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing, chicks for free. I'm moving fucking refrigerators. God damn it. These rock stars making all the money, getting all the pussy. There's a resentment for that. That's why the hot chick on American Idol always gets voted off when she's better than any of the others. All the women who eat the fast food diet, who aren't so health conscious, vote that girl off, right? You don't notice that on all these shows, that the hot chick with the talent gets voted off? They don't. People in the 70s, we used to like to look up to our icons. We used to look up to Zeppelin. We used to look up to Aerosmith, Van Halen. These people were gods. They were larger than life. We couldn't go on Facebook and message them or leave a shitty comment on their thread or go on YouTube and heckle them, right? Now everyone wants to be a star. Everyone's got their social media. Any guy can go to Guitar Center, buy a guitar, take a profile picture. I'm a guitar player, right? There's no magic no more. There's no mystique. There's no mystery to celebrity. And it's just a big shit show. And every celebrity, the only way, look how it used to be. There was no, even if they were doing shit, you weren't hearing the shit. You weren't hearing the trash. Now the only way to get press is do the trash.
Chuck, right? I got kids.
Where's
right
Jonathan tonight with the rappers dying to the tune of $200-300 a month in the hip hop game? $200 to $300 a month, because it's just like, what did 69's his name? Extentation. What's that fucker's name?
Oh,
He's the guy that tweeted,
Extentacion.
I'm gonna just make a bunch of killer music for a year, fake my own death.
Juice WRLD.
Mm-hmm.
So, to answer your question that we got kind of off on tangential on, yeah, they're faking some deaths and they're killing some other. I think for sure the relatives, girlfriends, like Jim Carrey's girlfriend, why they need to keep her around. Yeah, human sacrifice goes back to Babylon. This ain't nothing new, man. You can see show Oprah back in the 70s where kids were coming on, outing their family because their mother was having babies and killing them in the basement. And you guys never saw none of these shows on Phil Donahue when they had Adam LaVey on and Michael Aquino, these creeps, these Satanists, the Church of Satan and Church of Set. This has been coming slow, and you see, like we were talking last week, when I was in Megadeth, it was only for a year and change at that high level. The Brazilian thing I did was a #1 album, but world music is such a niche market. It's not like metal and pop. It's not that big of an audience, right? So back then, it was still there, but it was more sporadic, right? And it's just become less sporadic. Now it's everyone doing this, or doing this, everyone, even now. I mean, like, only Dio did this. The only person that did this was Ronnie James Dio. And Jack asked me the other night, someone said it means God, but it means devil. Dio means devil. His logo is a devil, horns in the D, right? So maybe it's God and devil, maybe it's, but Dio was the only one doing this, right? Once you see Hillary Clinton doing this, you know that ain't cool no more. That ain't,
Obama too.
There's something more to this than that. Once everyone's doing that, where is it? I can't see the camera. And then it ain't cool no more. And I have pictures from the past where I was doing that. And when Zach and I first started, people were seeing those pictures like, Jeff's in the. I didn't know what it meant. You just start doing it because everyone else is doing it. To us, it meant metal, heavy metal, or rock and roll, man. And that's why maybe people are getting these tattoos because
Hey,
everyone
Jeff,
else is doing it. They don't even know why they're doing it. They're just why everyone has Baphomet on their friggin' t-shirt. Why everyone's a tranny now. Because people are just followers, man. They just follow. Whatever they're pushed into, they'll just do it, man. You know the tranny thing is a total
Hey, Jeff,
psyop
you
and-
just flashed up.
Say again?
Hey, Jeff, you just flashed up the secret handshake without knowing it.
Which was... See, I don't know if this.
Can you
Is that a handshake?
make Okay, turn your elbow out a little bit. Do that again. Turn your elbow out a little bit.
Is that it? What's that?
You look no. Hold hand still and let's see what we're looking at.
No, because someone will screen cap
that
it and they'll
symbol
put it on a video and say Jeff Young's a freaking Satanist.
Not only that, how are you watching Jeff do that and you're driving?
Yeah.
Anyway, so
you're not
that
working.
symbol's
You're not working
actually
for
a triangle.
Gates.
What the fuck?
You're not working for Gates, are you? You're not working for
I'm
Musk,
done.
are you?
I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay, you see it? Look, you see the trident? It's a trident. So
yeah,
now
with the
when
thumb.
you get the handshake, it's like this. Now we're driving with the knees here. So this is the handshake. It's like two sides of the heart, and you grab each other's. You grab up each other's like wrists like this. That's why everything's red and blue. It's the unoxygenated and oxygenated blood of the heart, and that's the secret handshake. So in my fraternity, that was our secret handshake. So when I'd go around to other colleges, like, for instance, Zach's alma mater, and we wanted to get into another party that was from another fraternity, I would just shake the guy's hand with the secret handshake. Lo and behold, it's the secret handshake for every fraternity. So
Well, damn, I'm going to get my next music gig because I'm going to shake the fucker's hand like that. Right? I'll get my next gig because I'm going to do that handshake. But then they're going to want to sacrifice somebody.
Rock stars are doing that sign without even knowing it's actually a trident. And then that band that Prince had with the what's it called? Third Eye what?
Third Eye Girl.
Third Eye Girl, and then you have Third Eye Blind. So I mean, and he's got.
That's a great one. Third Eye Blind, because they're saying third eye is blind. People telling
exactly. I knew.
But look at Prince's sunglasses.
Came out.
I was just saying, look at Prince's sunglasses. Google that cover, the album cover. It's Prince and Third Eye Girl, and he's got the sunglasses with the third one here. I mean, I've never seen him do that, but that was right up there with I Would Die 421, man. He was a pioneer in symbolism and putting all that shit out there.
I don't know if you guys saw in the
Zach, you still there? Just testing.
I'm definitely still here. I'm just enjoying the show as a spectator tonight. I gotta ask.
Is it ringing your bell? Is all this ringing your bell?
Oh, I'm enjoying all of it. I'm just, I'm taking it all in. Last week through my emails, I felt like I was getting pelted with tomatoes. A lot of people were unhappy with Brian because he kept interrupting, and he likes to be on every week, and I think he means well. But the chat was getting a little bit upset with Brian again because he keeps interrupting. And are you guys okay with Brian being on, or do and Brian? I feel like this is fine conversation that Brian needs to hear, because Brian, a lot of people are getting annoyed at just how you keep talking. I mean, there's 8 people on. Let somebody else say something. But do you guys mind him coming back on, or is it nice to have a room where it's easier to speak?
I personally don't mind.
Last week and maybe like early in my presentation, because we were going through those slides and showing there was so much dialogue to go with what we were showing. Maybe people were getting pissed, but he's cooler tonight.
Yeah, he's cool. He means well, but he talks a lot. Brian, let some other people talk and just hold your thought until like it's the right time. If there's silence in the room, then bring it forth. But again, remember, there's 8 other people here. It's
like music, buddy. You gotta, when you're waiting for your guitar solo, you gotta let everyone in the band have their thing, and you leave the space, and then at the right time, shred balls deep and rock.
Exactly. All right, and with that said, I'm bringing him back in.
Okay. Exactly. You got it, bro. It's all good.
Hey, can
So
I
any
say something again
questions
while I
from
got
anybody?
some
And
reception?
DK Stonewood, that was killer. The point you brought in there, I appreciate that. That was great. Because see, being in, I didn't even know that. I never put my thumb out. I always did it like this, with the thumb down. I didn't know about that. So, see, what do I know? I'm just a guitar player.
Yeah, it's just let's see. Can you see me? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
See,
I
there's
see
the
the
trident.
trident now, and with everything we've been talking about with Rambo and Zach, and at the bottom of nine at the Twin Towers, the tridents, and they're big on the tridents. And again, threes. There it is, threes, just like in the music, just like in the mommy chord, which is the triangle, which is a 3-note triad that makes every chord in pop.
Oh, that is the symbol how Spider-Man swings around New York City in the comics. He uses the two fingers, the first and the pinky finger, index and the pinky finger.
Yeah, to shoot
That's how
his.
he swings around.
Good point. True that.
Yeah, it sounds like a Svengali reference with Spider-Man and his web
Yeah,
and
yeah.
him doing the
Yeah,
hand.
America's most celebrated comic hero. Probably it's debatable. Some say it's Superman and some say it's Spider-Man. But Spider-Man's full name, Peter Benjamin Parker, that equals 201. Those who didn't know about that.
You're the cat
And
was on
What's
with
up,
us
guys?
last week, right?
sorry?
You were on with me and Zach last week, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you're killer. We loved you. You're awesome.
thank you. Well, I do have
How'd the
something.
sacred geometry? Did you get to see the sacred geometry
Yes,
presentation?
I did. I did miss early morning. It was early morning for me, so I did miss some 30 minutes in between. So I will watch it again. I just didn't want to go miss the flow right now with the
Yeah,
live
get
stream.
next week. Let us know how you how that
I
hits
do
you.
have I do have a presentation of my own regarding this. We say sacred geometry and this
Bring
whatever.
it, dude. How long is it? Can you do it now?
Yeah, let me see that. I guess yeah.
Come on.
Um, Let me see that.
And I'm gonna disappear just for a second to go grab something. I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. You guys just keep rocking
All
and
right.
rolling. I'll be right back. And obviously still here. I'm just going right around the corner.
Are you guys seeing this? Okay, Zach, if you can see that, it should show up on your screen. You might have to
Screen share.
give permission for me to screen share. Zach, you there?
I just want to say I'm sorry to y'all. I'm annoying.
You're just passionate.
Hey, how's my microphone sound?
You sound good.
So who's
Any
gonna ask the next question?
I don't know. Zach, are you there right now?
Zach's just listening. He's been spectating the whole night. He's running. He's
Yes, I
running
just
the show.
yeah, I just said in the private chat that you might have to try granting me permission to screen share. Okay, yeah, it is there. Thank you for that. So this is I don't know how many slides, 45 slides. I had this probably a year ago. So this is about time measurement, let's say space measurement, and then we have I go into different um, ancient texts and ancient reference. This is the tabulation of the Vedic ages. What's interesting is that I was looking into the four Vedas, the Vedic texts, the ancient Indian text. So there is no prophetical. So this is not a prophetic religion. So there is no one book for everything. There are various different religious texts. The Yuga. Oh, sorry. So the four Vedas, which is you see over here, one Rig Veda. Actually, there's an error. It's RIG. It's Rig Veda. So uh, the four Vedas are the oldest texts because there no no one knows about the origin of those things. It is the only thing people know is when the oldest physical texts are found are from I guess 1200 BC, if I'm not wrong, or 1000 BC. Uh, so that's when the oldest written texts are available right now, and so these texts are of different. I would say, it talks about different aspects of life, and so one of the texts is called Samaveda. I'll just screen share another window for that. Um, I'll have to check the window. Hmm. Brave tab. Screen share. Okay. Am I on?
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? My
Yeah.
thing's bugging out so much.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can hear you
All right,
well.
cool.
Okay. So
All right,
sorry,
cool.
share this
I
another
hear you.
screen. Zach. Okay. Thank you. So this is one of the texts. This is one of the four Vedas, and this one is particularly about melodies and chants. All the mantras, and as you can see on the right side, there are 1875 mantras, if I'm not wrong. And so there is one concept I have shared everyone in the stream right now on the private chat. I have shared this one Wikipedia page. It's about swara or swar, which is a concept of the Indian classical Indian music, and it's basically, I would say, a note, a single note, and a vowel, probably a sound of a musical note, and there are seven of such notes, which together is called the raga system, the Indian system of a raga. And I guess probably Jeff must have heard about these seven notes. I will just type it in the chat right now. The seven musical notes.
Indeed.
Okay, it's sa, re, ga, ma, pa, dha, ni. And the first note is again repeated, completing eight different notes.
Yeah,
And
that's the octave.
whenever it's the octave, and it's whenever it is, I would say, sang in musical classes, very basics, it is always sang forwards and backwards, I would say, to and fro. And as you go ahead, as you move ahead, you the pace is increasing. So with the Samaveda, I was just doing some decoding with that, and there is some interesting things, and I'll get to those things. Um, so Swara equals 74 and 38. We know that recently, in one of the decodes, in one of the live streams, Zach told us about energy equals 74 and 38. And now if I go with the individual numbers, 7 plus 4 equals 11. So does 3 plus 8 equals 11. So does 5 plus 6 equals 11. And so all these numbers, be it 56, 74, 38, 92, 29, are reflections of each other anyways. They all reduce to 11. One step reduction. I'm not talking about if you do a full reduction, they all equal 2. But if you do one step reduction, they all equal to 11. Now 11 is the first rep digit number. It is also the master number in numerology. Now I have okay, when it comes to 11, Sanskrit equals 111, Vedic language equals 111, and there's one more. Okay, hold on. Okay, when you write a musical note equals 66, the 11th triangular number, and when you write the eight musical notes with the first one being repeated, even that equals 66 in the most pure cipher, the alphabetic order with the rules of numerology. And there are still more ciphers to look into this, because since this is all about ancient India, the Indian numerologists use the Chaldean ciphers. So Chaldean is based again on it's it's based on 1 to 8. The only numbers is 1 to 8, but it is also based on the um, it's related to sound. I don't know the perfect definition of the Chaldean cipher, but apparently, as far as I know, it is based on the um, vowels and the sound of the vowels and the number associated to that. That's why the order is little bit jumbled up with the Chaldean cipher. And apparently, from according to some websites, I didn't know about this a few months ago, that it is also one of the oldest ciphers. But what I can confirm this when it comes to um, Hinduism, or I would say the Sanatan Dharma, which is the eternal tradition, the actual name of what we call it as our culture. Hinduism is an anglicized name. So, what I can confirm about my culture is that more than numerology, as far as I know, because I have not done, went down the rabbit hole with that thing. But what is more as a priority in my religion would be, in my culture, would be astrology and music, because well, coming to this another screen sharing, I'll share another tab regarding the um, Wikipedia page which I shared on the private chat. Hold on, it's the this one. And
Hey, while you're pausing there, can I in real quick and
yeah,
do
no
a little
problem.
something as you were looking? And Zach might need to bring another screen up for you. I think you said. Check this out, because it's playing off. I'm springboarding off what you talked about.
Okay, yeah.
This is when I was first waking up, and how I began to wake up was through this book that my holistic doctor gave me when I was thinking about vaccinating my first child. He said, "Don't you vaccinate that child."
Mm-hmm.
He went out and he gave me this two-set thing. I'm going to hold up the camera. It's a videotape, two tapes. This was in 2000 when I started to wake up. Came out. Okay. Healing codes for the biological apocalypse. Right? Codes. Talking about the hidden codes in the Bible. Sounds like he's talking about gematria without saying the word. This is amazing. And it's a book. The book is this thick. It goes with it. Hold on, I'm holding it up. I'm on a little delay. But check out what they show in here. First of all, and this was back in 2000. I didn't even really pay attention to this, because I told you last week I'd never even heard the word Freemason until a few years ago. But look at this back in 2000 on page 104. Look at this.
I can't see clearly. Can you? Okay, on the left, the photo is about the order or the hierarchy of the secret societies. That I can see clearly. Okay, yeah.
2000. Look right here.
Um,
Jeff, when you put your head in front of your mic, your voice is hardly getting picked up, so they can't really hear you.
Okay, here.
oh
here
yeah,
we
that's
go.
it.
How about this?
So you might
There
have
you
to
go.
read it probably. Hold on.
You see this?
Oh, it is the
about-
seven. That's the 7 notes.
He's talking about the 7 notes. He's talking about exactly what you're talking about.
All right.
Exactly. They're saying the evolution of the Gregorian musical solfeggio from
Yeah,
the
that's the word.
initial.
That's the word.
It
Sorry.
initially had 6 notes, and it tells the original was ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la. Now it became, then they modified it to ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la, sel. Then now it's do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Do, right? So this talks about, and what I was talking about before in my presentation about the introduction of the flat 5. Highly recommend this book, people. And this is, and even look at the picture on the cover that it has this.
Put it down a little bit, Jeff, please. Thank you. Healing codes of the bio.
All right.
Wow.
It's coming down. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Look at the picture.
Who's the author?
He was talking back in 2000 about GMOs. I wasn't even ready to hear all the stuff that he was talking about in here, about the stuff they were doing to the cattle and why the mad cow disease. This, and again, this is also why when I came across Zach's channel, I was ready because I already knew this. And again, if my doctor didn't say, don't vaccinate that kid, and what are we doing right now? What did we just go through? He talks about how bad vaccinations are. This is what this doctor, Dr. Leonard Horowitz, that was one of his biggest subjects that he championed. He also had another book about anti-vax. And so I didn't vaccinate my kids, and I wish I had a picture to pull up and show you guys handy. Blonde hair, blue eyes, two beautiful girls, most beautiful girls you ever saw. And you can put me back small. The oldest child told me when the whole corona thing broke out, I was talking to her on the phone. She said, Dad, I just want to thank you and Mom for not vaccinating Ava and I. Because I'll tell you, she's so cool now. She's like 18 and super zen, really smart, head on her shoulders. All my friends have had everything all through school, mumps, measles, mono, this, that. Me and Ava never get sick. My daughters never get sick, and all we ever treated them with, and I'll tell you the brand because they're amazing. I've even driven past the place that's in Utah. What we used on them for diaper rash, we didn't use Johnson's, none of that crap, none of the over-the-counter, nothing you could buy. All the stuff is through a company called Young Living in Utah. It's all essential oils, which is the blood of plants. They're already doing this in like Egypt. They're treating people, curing cancer with the blood of plants. Essential oil is essentially that. And if you understand how to mix essential oils, which is what I was learning about, and we ended up treating our kids with it. I used it when I had cancer. You can put it on your water. You can use it topically as diaper, for stuff for diaper rash. So many things. Before you go on a flight, they have something called thieves oil, and they call it that because the thieves used to mix this stuff when they'd go to rob the temples, so they didn't get sick back in the day, right? So people used to know how to combine essential oils, the blood of plants, to heal themselves. So I'm just telling you, on the vaccine, my kids aren't vaccinated. I'll give Zach a picture to show. I wish I could just pull it up real quick, but I have to get in my laptop. Anytime someone says anything about pro-vax, I just show my kids and I say, I rest my case.
I got 2 kids. They're not vaccinated. I just want to throw that out there. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm just really think about what my daughter said to me because she's not watching CNN. She's not watching Gematria Effect News. She said, Dad, thanks for not vaccinating me and my sister because all our friends get sick all the time with every fucking thing, and we've never got sick ever. We don't get sick. She's 18. She's just telling me from her heart. So you guys can take that for what that's worth.
Mr. Young, may I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
In regards to the entertainment industry, we know like they show us the truth through movies and music, and I was wondering if you were familiar with the Cypress Hill song about talking about the story of the Earth.
About which Cypress Hill song?
I forget the name, but when you look it up, it talks about the Nephilim and the stars and the fallen
No, send it
angels.
to me or someone tell me. Like, again, I'm not real big in the hip hop rap scene. If it don't got guitars shredding in some way or playing melodically in some way, I'm probably not into it. I'm more into like prog and flamenco and world music, and I listen to all kinds of stuff, but rap and hip hop ain't one of them because show me the Jimi Hendrix of hip hop and I'll start tuning in. But No, I do have like that one album Zach always talks about. That's Damian Marley and the other cat. Who's the other guy?
Oh, Nas.
Nas. I play that album on my radio show. The lyrics on that are sick. But I'd love to hear this song and any other music that you guys can turn me on to, or any concepts that you think springboard off what I was showing. Like I'm loving what our buddy here's showing. Is you got more to go on that presentation? I didn't mean to butt in with the book, but it was so on point with what you were saying. And what I was saying earlier, they've corrupted the musical scale. There used to only be 6 notes.
Well, regarding that, the only thing I can make a connection is that 8 and 6 have a relation. That number 8 is on the sixth position of the Fibonacci sequence, so they do have a relation of some kind,
Well,
at
the
least in the
eighth
sacred.
note. Well, are you
No,
saying
the
eight?
number 8, the number 8 is the sixth position on the Fibonacci sequence
Ah, I got you.
of the numbers. And regarding this swara again, I'll just make this small um, note, or say note on this. I'll just make a small brief, read this brief paragraph about the swaras, or a musical note, as it is said. So in the Upanishads, which is another set of books, and these are very long books, by the way. And so if I say or say the order of importance or the order of significance of each book to each text, the Vedas at the tops, I would say the second would be the Upanishads. And in the Upanishads, for example, it appears in the Jaminiya Upanishad Brahmana. If anyone can spell the name, it's all right. Even I can spell names of other regions of the world. Uh, Interesting, it's in the section level 1 1. Sorry, why would this not go away? Okay, yeah. It's interesting, it's in the section 111.33. It's a digit number. And keep this in mind, it's 33, like the 33 words. Where the cyclic rise and setting of the sun and the world is referred to as the music of spheres, and the sun is stated to be humming the wheel of the world. According to Ananda Kumaraswamy, the roots swar, meaning to shine, where Surya, or the sun, Surya is a Sanskrit name for sun, and there are a lot of synonyms for Surya as well. Uh, we always say, whenever we refer to the sun deity, we call him as the Surya Dev. Means Surya means the sun, Dev means God, and Swara, meaning to sound or resound, where Swara, with the extended a pronunciation, it means as a musical note. And also in some context it means to shine, are all related in the Indian imagination. So it is related to the sun, or to the light, I would say shine. Now coming back to, and this is another problem, I will have to share another tab right now. um, and that would be going to the Vedas, as we can see over here. In the Vedas, as you can see, this is the scripture, this is the sign for Om. Now coming to, oh, sorry, Zach, you might have to be changing. I will be changing a few tabs very fastly. So this is, you can see over here. Where is it? Over here. So this is the sign of Om. Or it's literally Om in Sanskrit. And going to another tab right now. Where is it? Om, over here. Sharing screen now. All right. Thank you, Zach. So this is Om, and which it also has, if you anglicize the word, it's Om. It's AUM, the three-letter word, which Zach talks about is in his book. And if I'm not wrong, I'll have to check this again. Hold on. Yeah, Om equals 35, like, I guess Catholic equals I equals 35. And for more things, I would say it's better to read from Zach's book. He talks about, he connects Om with the other things very fluent, very in a very proper way, I would say, in a very proper order. So, but at the moment, only thing you need to people need to know is that among the four Vedic texts, Samaveda, which talks about musical chants, music, melodies, music, chants, or mantras, or I would say sounds. Basically, it's a fundamental text about sounds and sounds and music. It's the third out of the four Vedic texts. Now, number three is important. We have the Trinity, we have the Holy Trinity, we have the Tridev, which is basically the three gods. Then we have Om, the letter which you can see over here, the in the Devanagari script. Those who didn't know about that, so basically Sanskrit was a language. The script or the alphabet, it was the Devanagari writing system or the Brahmi script, and this looks a lot like the number 33. And as I talked about the number 33, which is where in the Upanishads, which is another set of books, where it relates to the sound of the sun or the sound of the what is the exact location? It is the music of the spheres, and the sun is stated to be the humming, the wheel of the world. So I guess this things when it comes to, and also one more point, the Om. If you look to, well, again, this might be a little controversial because some people this this say comes down to people's beliefs. Uh, but if anyone has heard the sounds of different planets, how do planets emit a certain frequency, and they also emit a certain sound which can be recorded with certain instruments by NASA. And the most creepiest one is that of Saturn. And I will talk about Saturn in another live stream, but keep that in mind. In the Hindu mythology, Sun and Saturn are related. Um, and even Shiva is related to Saturn. And Shiva, which we talked about in the last Sunday night show, Shiva is on the compound of CERN, the entrance of the CERN, the research organization in Europe, with the Large Hadron Collider, and they are also the people who created the World Wide Web, which we are on right now. With coming to the Sun and Saturn relation, um, not talking about the sun and Ra, but talking about the music. Sorry, talking about the sound that is emitted from these planets. The creepiest one, as I said, is of Saturn. I would just, I won't ask anyone to Zach to play it because it might be copyrighted. But if you can probably look it up on the Google, on YouTube, sorry. And when it comes to the sun, apparently this was just a few years ago. I found this out when I was in school that the sun emits a certain sound, and that is very, very, very. It's like very close. It's 99% that of the sound of Om. How when you do your
Oh,
yoga classes, it sounds you do get it goes like oh. I just like let's see. I'm being very brief into this. I'm not taking much time. But when you do that thing, we need to stretch the Om thing. That is exactly how the sun emits a certain sound with a certain frequency. And when it comes to sun, there is one of the I don't know what's the English translation for that, but there is a mantra or hold on, let me just Chalisa in English would be um, okay. So there is a poem. I didn't know that this is the English translation for this would be poem, but there is a point. There's a very ancient poem of a Hindu deity called Hanuman. If anyone has heard about the monkey god or the monkey deity, um, so there is a poem on his life or on that deity, and in that poem it talks about the distance of the sun to the earth, which is what it is today. And it's crazy when it comes to the sun because the sun is related to I would say it's the penultimate thing or the penultimate deity in various different cultures. um, so I would say that's it because I don't want to extend this thing right now um, with other things. But it's all related. I would say when it comes to sun, again, it's when it comes to music and sound, it's mainly with frequency. And when frequency, it's numbers, and it's numbers, it's again the cosmos. And cosmos, it's all with the sun and the planets. Or I would say stars and planets, because sun is the closest star to us.
That
So
was
yeah, I would say that.
that.
Thank you.
Not to interrupt you. That was great. If you didn't know, musical is 24 and Saturn is 42. So you can add that in your presentation because those are reflective numbers.
Yeah, and right now I'm on a working on a huge video. It's getting long every single day. I'm making a video on 9/11. It's going to be in depth, but it's not just going to be about just one aspect. I just made different chapters. I'm going to make a long video about it. And recently, I was thought that I would probably make a presentation or make a small video about even people need to learn about things. Hold on. Yeah, that was my mom. So
Hey,
um,
mom.
she went away. Yeah, when I'm on the live stream, people don't usually come in my room.
Mhm.
So um, yeah, I guess those who are finding a difficulty with the base 8 and base 12 counting, I probably am gonna make a small video about it. And even since it's base 8, maybe that might be related to music. um, so Zach and Jeff, if you guys, Zach is good with the base 8 thing, but Jeff, if you're good with mathematics, if you know anything about base 8 counting, uh, whatever we count numbers, it's always in base 10. Base 10, basically, it's the denary system, which is how the Greek and the Hebrew alphabet, which is exactly what gematria began with. It. In the Hebrew and the Greek alphabet, what is common in that? They follow the denary system of numerical values, which is it's I guess it's exactly similar to a bascus or a bacchus. Sorry, it's a bacchus. I used that instrument, I would say, to when I was in elementary school. So it's ones, tens, and hundreds. If you look at the Hebrew gematria cipher, or if you see the Greek isopsephy cipher, it's always 1 to 9, and then it's 10 to 90, and it's 100 to, I would say, 80, or 100 to 90. Sorry, 100 to 900, or 100 to 800. So it's always it changes the order of 10. So we are in base 10. Why? Because we are in base 10, probably because we have 10 fingers and 10 toes. I would say 10 number of set of limbs. And if you go into base 8, which is interesting because we have the octave, we have the 8 notes. And then if you go to base 7, because we have the 7 classical planets and we have the 7 notes, and the first one is repeated, hence we have the 8 notes that is sung, or it is chanted from what do you say, forwards and backwards, to and fro. And to and fro, it talks about oscillation. Oscillation gives us a graph of a sine graph, which is very similar, which is basically 90 degrees that of the dollar sign. Dollar is money, money is number, frequency is number, oscillations is number. So if those who didn't, or see, if you guys didn't catch up with me, it's fine. It took me a while even for me to think about this, but I'll talk about this in detail in probably another stream. But this was really great. As long as I was there right now in the stream in the beginning, you talked about one. If Zach, if you can bring the last photo which Jeff was talking about, with the four figures, or the four shapes, which was, one was the triangle, then there was a square, and then there was a dodecagram. I guess people didn't know what the name of that. It's a dodecagram. Jeff, you're muted.
The augmented and diminished chart I showed at the end. Is Zach still there? He's like, wait, sweet lady, I got to do something. He runs across the room. He stopped making out.
Yeah, this one, the guitar one, the chromatic guitar. The second on the left, the ma is it ma third? If I'm not if I'm
There
reading
you
right.
go, right there.
And with the ma, okay, so this is interesting. Oh, I closed that tab. Hold on.
Right. Yeah, that's
Uh,
everything. That's a snapshot of how to. If you had to show someone how to play guitar in one picture, that's
huh?
it right there.
People think I used to play guitar just because I had long hairs. Think about that. So when it comes to hold on, where is it? What's madhyam? Okay, so in the basic swar, okay, I'm just reading from the Wikipedia website. If you guys are having tough time, uh, I've in the private chat I have shared the link of the Wikipedia website of swara, the Indian musical note, and so in one of the texts it talks about in the Vedas it talks about the basic swaras of the Vedic chanting are Datta and Swarita. The Vedic music has a madhyama, which is the principal note, so that a tonal movement is possible towards a lower and higher pitches. And the uh, short version of that madhyama is a word itself. But if you want to use that as a vowel, that is ma. It's literally ma, which is what is on the screen right now, if I'm not wrong. Right, Jeff? Are
Yep.
you catching up with me with what I
I'm
said
right
about
with
the
you. Yeah,
ma?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, with the principal note being madhyama, which has a short version of ma, like ma with the vowel. Um, Sa re ga ma pa dha ni sa. The ma is in the middle one, and even madhyama translates to be the middle one. Like the madhyam means middle in
Mm-hmm.
Sanskrit. So I would say probably all this is interesting. And that shape, the shape which you're talking about, that is a dodecagram. I don't remember the properties right now of that dodecagram, but all these things, they all, it's all interesting when you imagine that with 2D and 3D. Those who don't understand the 2D, 3Ds, shapes are two dimensionals and forms are three dimensionals. Um,
The
so
one on the left is like basically the Jewish star with one X triangle.
I don't think the Jewish triangle that this. Do you mean the Star of David?
Uh-huh.
That is a hexagram. So this is a dodecagram. Hey, so it's
The
half of that.
one, this one second from the left, if you take one triangle out, it'll look like that.
You need to take two triangles out. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
because this is dodecagram. Dodecagram means 12 and hexagram means 6. So this is twice of the Jewish triangles. The Star of David, sorry. And on the right one, I forgot the name of that. I know it's three times a square, but I forgot the name. There is a name for that.
Mm-hmm.
But all this is interesting.
It
And
looks like
you
the
also talk
sun,
about,
doesn't it? Looks kind of like the
yeah,
sun with
yeah,
the
it
little
does look
rays
like the
coming
sun.
off of it.
It does look the sun from my OC. Primary nursery drawing book, probably. That's how we used to draw the sun.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not wrong, even you talk about the forwards and backwards. Sorry, I missed this part of the stream, but what is written over there in the augmented and below the diminished? You talk about 4 frets into 3 and 3 frets into 4. Is
Mm-hmm.
that forwards and backwards? Does that mean that?
Yeah, each way, if you move it up the neck, when you
Uh huh.
move the augmented chord up 4 frets, every
Hmm.
4 frets, it's the same chord with the notes juggled. That's what they call, you know, inversions. When you're inverting a chord or a triad, you're just taking the notes and like instead of like if it's a C, E, G, you can take the C off the bottom and put it on the top. So now E's the lowest note. Get me? That's
Hmm.
inverting chords. So as you move that same shape up, it's inverting the chord names for you. It's the same chord. It's just juggling the things. And the diminished is every 3 frets. So the one on the left is that's where it gets a little tricky. As you move the one on the left up every 4 frets, it repeats. When you move the diminished up every 3 frets, it repeats. So either way,
Interesting.
it's 34, man.
It's
4
either way
degrees.
34, if I'm not wrong. And with that, okay, this might get, let's say, probably I might be going too far with that. 3 plus 4 or 4 plus 3, that equals 7. The 7 initial notes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Exactly.
and 7 is also an important number in 7 different cultures. I guess if I can name them right, 7. Um, but all those 7 cultures, be the ancient India, ancient Egypt, ancient Mesopotamia, ancient. I'm not sure, but probably I would add this right at the moment. Ancient China, probably. Um, Ancient, say the South. Say what was that? The South American, um, the South American culture, whatever it was. Forgot the name. Sorry. Um, all of there. So there are 67 ancient cultures or civilizations. They all talk about seven wisdom beings. Even okay, 2000 years ago, that was modern times for those ancient times, relatively modern. So even the Greeks had their seven wisdom beings, and these seven wisdom beings are apparently called the bringers of civilization. And even Atlantis had those, and with the seven people, if you want any examples, it's the seven Abkalus in the Mesopotamian civilization. It's the Sapta Rishi. Sapta means seven, Rishi means a sage, the seven sages of ancient India. And so there are stories of the seven sages or seven wisdom beings throughout different geographical regions and civilizations and different eras as well. So that is interesting when it comes to seven, which is how it is split up right now on the screen. It's four into three and three into four. I'd say three and four and three. If you just look at the numbers, if you want to multiply it, it is number 12. Four into three, it's 12. We have the 12 months and the 12 zodiacs, which make up the precession of the Earth being 25,920 years to be exact, which is close to 26,000 years. The number 26, I would say the best way if you want to learn 26, read Zach's first book, Letters and Numbers, where he talks, I would say, at least a dozen pages about 26. So, yeah, the 26 is a number of great importance. I would say great significance. And regarding 34, you mentioned about the number 34. If I'm not wrong, mm, occult equals 34. Yeah, just wanted to confirm that. Occult equals 34. It also equals 38. Like energy, like swara, the musical note.
Mhm.
Like Kabbalah also equals 38. Even Gematria equals 38.
So this is what I'm talking about. You're bringing exactly what I was hoping was going to happen when I did the earlier
Uh-huh.
presentation tonight, and I'm sure more people that watch it are going to come up with more amazing things. I'm
Yeah,
going to
it's
watch
it's
this
sad.
back. I want to watch this back and soak up everything you said again, because it's just
Yeah,
like me.
even
You're kind of co-hosting the show, and I'm doing stuff over here. So, but I love what you're bringing, and keep doing that. And anything I presented, because you missed what I presented. You
yeah,
said you
exactly.
came in part way. Take anything that that I showed and incorporate it into your presentation. And I hope anyone that teaches guitar out there would maybe start incorporating into their way of
Yeah,
teaching
I
their
had this.
students. I mean, that was again like at
Uh-huh.
GIT when I taught there, and they give you a big old. This is the thing. Look how quick. I have a motto: if you can't say what you're talking about on one page, you don't know what you're talking about. Am I right or am I right? If I'm the quote,
Yeah, you can
Walter
summarize it. You can.
Sobchak. If I'm the quote, Walter Sobchak. But look how thick this book is. This GIT book. This is my curriculum when I went there in '84. I still have it right here. It's some thick. Can you see how thick? I showed you the whole way to play guitar in, what was that, 30, 45 minutes? Doesn't take a book this thick. I mean, there's other stuff on top of this. There's tons of stuff, but
This one
you
reminds me
go
of
back
Zach's
and
first
watch
book.
that, and you can make every chord there is. I just showed you how to make every chord. There's other chords than what I showed you, but that's the formula of how you do it. Everything is just a different alteration. It's like a tailor when he's tailoring a suit. You're just altering that sound a little bit, that frequency change of how those notes stack up. When we're talking about inversions, you change the inversion because you want the weight of a certain note in a chord. Like when you play a chord on a piano or a guitar, maybe you don't want the E to be the most powerful note that hits the person, but you want that in the chord, so you put it on top as the lightest note, and you make it the highest note, and then what would be the middle note or the second to lowest note becomes, and it just changes the whole complexion, is the perfect word, of that phrase of music. I mean, and this is an infinite discussion. We could just go on and on and on and on, because music is infinite, and numbers are infinite, right?
Music is infinite. I forgot where I read that, but yeah, this is exactly what I read
Bob
somewhere.
Marley said a great saying. He says, if it takes money to make you happy, you're never going to be happy, because money's all about numbers, and numbers are infinite. He was a genius, man. I went to where he was born. A lot of people go to Jamaica, and you can go to Tough Gong Studios, where his studio where he lived. And God, what year did I go there? 2000. And they had his house kind of still, when you go through the house tour, house set up how he lived there. He was juicing back then in the 70s. No one was talking about juicing. I didn't know about juicing. He lived a healthy lifestyle. He was a soccer player. A lot of people don't know how highly suspect his early departure from our plane is. Again, are all these people really dying, or are they just going to Celebrity Island or retiring the Hollywood Freemason retirement program?
Are you talking about Jack the Juice Man?
Bob Marley. Bob Marley was juicing ahead of his time. Hey, I just got to let you guys know, I have to hop off for about 20 minutes. I can't control the screen, but let the conversation go on. I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and just I just want to say before you leave, I think before you go, I have Abbas on this chat we have. He wants to talk. He wants to elaborate on my comment. And before that happens, in the very beginning, Zach, I have shared a link in the private chat about try playing this video as well. It's a YouTube video link, which I also shared in the last Sunday night show, which is exactly what Jeff was talking about with the frequency and the sounds. If you can, okay, should I share that again?
I see there's two things. You have a YouTube link and also a Wikipedia link.
Yeah, you go with the YouTube link.
The YouTube link. Okay.
Yeah, it's exactly what. Just mute the video, because that might get copyrighted probably.
Oh, play it muted.
Yep. But I guess it is the research about how does music interact with frequencies. I'd say.
Is anyone else hearing that feedback?
What's up, that little crackling that's happening? Who's crackling?
I guess it's
also
probably
DK Stonewood. What you brought in was killer earlier about the. I didn't know that about the trident and that symbol. I'll never look at it the same way. I already was done with it, but now I'll never look at it the same way again.
Jeff, before my phone takes a shit again.
All right. So Zach, this might be a golden advice for you.
Hey Jeff.
Try.
Hey Jeff.
What? That guy says his phone's gonna take a shit. What?
I guess there's a daily.
Well, let me just give you my spiel while Zach pulls that up.
Okay, spiel. Spiel away, mate.
Okay, so that CymaScope thing that I had Zach put up before, where like I don't know if he played the sound, but that's how your brain is turning it from sound into light. So, first there was the Word, and the Word was God, and then the Word, God said, "Let there be light." So sound is creating light, and we're hue men. Hue is a measure of sound, of light. Like when you turn the hue on your TV screen.
Yeah, the hue of the color.
Man.
What's
hue
the
man
hue of that
color?
color?
Man, and we're the 7 basic colors of the rainbow. hue is like adjustment for color, like on your TV, you know? And so like hue man, like HUE man would be like color man. So we're made out of 7 colors. There's 7.
I made a
Oh, man.
video. I
He's
made a video
killing.
on.
This guy's killing and he's cutting out. What he's saying is so valuable.
Yeah, it's always when someone with the good thing, when someone makes good thing, they always get, let's say, dropped
No,
out.
he was killing. In that video he showed, I want to know what that video was. I want to show other people that, my students and other people, when the sound was hitting.
Since
So Zach,
since
send me
you're
that video if you remember that link. Send me that.
To add on to that, I had made a video a while back about you know, the front of the Pink Floyd album that has the prism, and it's
Over the moon.
yeah, and it's one light and it refracts into all the colors. And I did a decode and I showed how that's connected to being in a dream state, and also, you know, how one source light refracts into multiple lights, which causes essentially one source which refracts into many different colors, I guess.
well,
Exactly. It's just like in the
since
music is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Everyone's hitting it right on the head, and it's all coming together right here on this show right now.
And I just have one question before Zach plays this video on the screen. Since Jeff, you're what I would call as a guru, which is the Hindi, was a Sanskrit word for teacher. It's also the name of a planet, by the way. It's the name of the planet of Jupiter. I'm ruled by my birthday is ruled by Jupiter. I'm a Sagittarius. So, how does this is what's he related to music? How does a person finds his um, instrument? Does the instrument find him, or is it the musician finds the instrument? Or what was your experience with that?
Well, I'd say that's a hard question, the chicken or the egg. But and for me, and I told you, let's make sure we get the mic right. I don't know why when they came around in first grade with the fiddles, cellos, violas, violins, upright bass, stringed instruments, that I wanted to do that, but I was always into playing records at home and whatever. So I started very, like the end of my presentation, what Pat Martino was saying, his second relationship with the guitar started very innocently. My first relationship with the guitar started like that, or with music, not guitar, but viola. I just picked the viola for some reason, and we rented one from the local music store, and I was on my way. And then I wanted to play sax, or I wanted to play cello, but because I looked at it across the room and I was coveting it. My mom didn't want to carry that heavy thing around. So I gave it up for, it was like a year and change. But then in third grade, they come around with all the band instruments, saxophones, clarinets, tuba, trombone, oboe, blah, you know, on and on. For some reason, the tenor sax spoke to me. You know, I hadn't heard any of the great sax players, but I ended up playing that third to ninth grade. And then guitar, I mean, by that time I had seen TV shows and bought albums, and that was, I guess we could say, was shaping me. I mean, the music that they were putting out, whether it was the Partridge Family on TV, I was like, hey, I want to be like Keith Partridge, you know, or the records that you started buying. I mean, my parents bought me the Beatles 65 album when I was wee young. So I always had music around me, but I didn't get into like rock and heavy rock till older. I was like way more into the poppy, like stuff you'd hear on AM radio back in the 70s. And then FM came along, and it was more, once we found out about FM radio, you know, it was on, and it was darker, and they played more exotic music, and it wasn't so candy or syrupy. You know, a lot of some AM radio was that. So I think everything was playing from all angles. I think it's a holistic thing, and it's like just like when someone grows up in the hood or whatever, if you grow up around a family of musicians, or at least your family loves music, or you hear a lot of music, your friends, a brother or sister with a record collection, like in the movie Almost Famous, she leaves her brother all her best albums, and he's like, wow. And that opens his eyes. But so I think the instruments found me, and I chose them as well. I think there's a duality, as we know from what we study here every day. There's a duality to everything. And I think, like, when people talk about destiny, because that's a destiny question, right? Are you going to, especially if you're going to do it for a profession, I think it's like we're in a boat, and we can be in the canoe, or however big a boat you want to be in, or however big of an ocean you picture yourself in. Some people just live in a stream, in a small boat, some on a river, some in the wild ocean, really taking dares with their life. And I think you can steer your boat in certain directions and maybe get off course, maybe end up like if in a ditch somewhere, banked up on like Castaway. But I think the universe, there's a thread pulling us to our destiny. And I think even if we get off course a little bit, somehow there's that. Let me screen.
We're still on the same river.
No, we get back on course. And our destiny, like, I think we have, it's the free will question. Did you choose your instrument, or your instrument choose you? I think we have free will, but there's also a design. And there's too many things in my life, and even the organic side of gematria, how that plays out, that there's some kind of universal organizing power. There's an organizing current. Maybe current's a better word, since we're talking about streams and waterfalls. And so that's my Zen answer to that question.
Yeah, because this is the same question a friend and also a family member had asked me when I was confused. What should I start with? Because I want to learn music, but should I start with the guitar? Should I start with the flute? Should I start with a violin? I was confused with that. So
Well, it's I think, and here it is again, because we're talking about frequency, and we've talked a lot about that, even the electroacouscope, the thing I'm getting treated with for my injuries that treats you with sound. I think, like, why I chose viola was because the sound of that instrument, it was deeper than the violin. The violin can be really shrill, and it could be past life stuff. Like, I love gypsy jazz. Django Reinhardt, he was a 1940s gypsy player. You hear in all, Woody Allen uses his stuff in all his movies. And he had a violinist. Why do I have an affinity with that? Maybe there's past life stuff. Who knows the answer to any of those questions? But maybe a certain instrument, the frequency of that instrument, why a person would, because like oboe is a really strange sounding instrument. I remember there was some kid's record I had as a kid. I think it was like the Three Bears or one of those stories, and it had the oboe in it, was one of the characters. And I was like, man, that's the weirdest sounding instrument. And I always thought it sounded weird even when the kid across the room played, so that didn't speak to me, but it sounded cool. It has its place. So maybe you choose the instrument, like, where does your ear gravitate to when you listen to records? Or do you gravitate more to the guitar, the drums, bass, singing? That's what I would. Or do you find yourself listening to more saxophone or music with flute? I mean, there's not a lot of, again, that's why I went to guitar, because I didn't really know how to apply tenor saxophone. I played it for 6 years, and it was great, and it taught me, like, again, we could do a whole nother workshop on music, like people who can read music, because that was the best thing about, playing viola and sax, that a lot of guys who play guitar don't get, especially in the YouTube generation, or you're figuring stuff out with a trainer or off tablature, in a guitar magazine. we had to learn how to play with other people in a room, but more than that, looking at music, how it's written and how notes are broken up. You were talking a bit about that in your presentation, and just seeing the rhythms and how different rhythms make you feel. I mean, there's certain songs, we talk about this a lot in like songwriting circles, that songs that have the heartbeat and songs that go against your heartbeat kind of disrupt you. You know what I'm saying? There's songs like maybe the industrial music might be a good example. That seems like it doesn't, you're not going to put that on to meditate, right? And just think about that. That's a very simple example to like really great extremes. Like boom, 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 boom. We Will Rock You is going right with your heartbeat, right? It might be slower and not quite, but it has, and there's drum beats that where a drummer will even do that exact drumming. But and maybe they engineer those beats where it goes against your heartbeat to kind of disrupt your flow.
Like it's the same thing with like Buddhism. Is like I can either put a spell on you or remove a spell from you from what I say to you. Like I can say something that like destroys you and it sticks with you for some reason, or something that's been stuck with you. I can say something that will relieve you of that. It's the same thing with music, and this is what like Zach got on the screen. It's voice is energy, sound is energy, like, and that's the movement of the world, and that's why I feel like with gematria, they're manipulating the numbers. They know the math of how it works, and they know how to benefit to their game. Sorry, I've been listening. I just needed to say that.
No, dude, and I wanted to make a point because it makes you feel bad when they said don't interrupt, but and that you can work on that. But some of the stuff you have said has been super on point and even bordering on zen. It seems like you do know your shit, so keep going, man. It's good. But yeah, I would answer your question because you're talking about your family and maybe thinking about an instrument. How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
How old?
20.
And you're this smart. That's a good thing. Well, you should pick up an instrument easy, even though you're starting, later in life. There's people that don't start playing piano or whatever till they're in their 70s. There's books that I remember this book a guy wrote. He started playing piano in his 70s. I know a person that didn't play their whole life and they got a piano. They had to be in their 40s and they just turned out they were virtuoso. They sent me they were a beginner 1 month, and like 4 months later sent me a tape. They're taking piano lessons, and I wrote this song and it sounded like this person was a savant. I was like, how does that happen?
I started playing when I was 18. So
born in you. Music is born in you. The ability to write a song, the ability to hear pitch, like you said, you can't hear pitch, and to play in time, having rhythm. Especially you see white people try to dance, and we have a saying like in music, like he plays like a white boy. That means like he's got no soul, like he doesn't, because everything comes from African music and blues, and and it's like in any other field. If you look at the history of what great black musicians there have been, from Prince to Stevie Wonder to Ray Charles, and has everyone seen that? There's a video of Stevie Wonder. He's standing there like people are. I don't know if he faked his blindness. He's faking because this is the kind of thing they do for fame and publicity, and someone would totally do this. And maybe they had this kid do that because he's been with blind since he was on TV, but he was in a chorus line with a bunch of people, not quite a We Are the World, but it was like several people. And the microphone, it was either the microphone in front of him or next to him started to fall. And he saw it and caught it.
It's at the White House.
Did anyone else see this? How did he do that? You don't feel or hear. A mic's not that loud. So I'm just putting that out there since we were mentioning it. Yeah, so what instrument you play should be the instrument that your ear gravitates to when you listen to the music or the musicians you relate to, because you're going to be spending a ton of time but I'll tell you, if you play guitar or any stringed instrument is the hardest, because like piano, like even an average pianist can sit down at a party or at a piano that's well tuned and sound great because it's a big instrument, it's a loud instrument. You got sustain pedals and the whole bit. Where guitar is in viola, cello, bass guitar, any instrument where you're touching harp, it's just fingers on, it's flesh on strings. Where piano, you're hitting keys, and what's hitting the string is a hammer inside a box far away from your fingers. It's not as intimate. You know what I'm saying? When you touch a piano, especially an electronic piano, it's not intimate. That's why I think guitar is probably the most popular instrument. And it speaks to people for two reasons, because it's intimate and you touch it, it's flesh on nylon or steel strings or silk strings, depending on the guitar. Plus, you can do vibrato like a voice. You can't do vibrato on a piano.
I heard Bocelli wasn't blind either.
Yeah, I mean, you know, who knows? People do things for fame, and only gimmicks will make you famous. Virtuosity. Watch. Has everyone seen Amadeus, the movie Amadeus?
I haven't seen it.
You guys got to.
I've seen that.
Man, it's amazing. But anyone who knows the story of any of these great classical musicians, or even like Django Reinhardt, or this guitarist I'm about to do an interview for my show with, the guitarist who played the lead on Wicked Game for Chris Isaak. Anyone know his name? That killer guitar part, so haunting that immediately think of Chris Isaak. That's a bow now. That spaghetti western, really reverby, clean, like almost 50s surfy guitar sound. That guitar player's name's James Wilsey, and he was amazing. His album El Diablo, you guys should all go get. It's the album I play when I drive from Vegas to LA or LA to Vegas. It's the perfect driving music, desert island music, late night, getting hot with your lady music. It's sexy, it's spooky. The guy was killer. And the guy, his author of his book, he just died, and I didn't even know how he died because I became friends with him on MySpace, oddly enough. I became friends with the guitarist who played on Chris Isaak's Wicked Game, and no one else heard shit else about this guy except people like me who live for great guitar players. He died homeless. And I just found that out yesterday when the author private messaged me on Facebook and said, I don't know why he private messaged me. Like, you might be interested in it, maybe because of my radio show. Yeah, this movie. I mean, Amadeus Mozart is playing at your party and you're talking over him. You know, like they're paying him pennies. They were just there, the elite of the time. If you want to see the elite, we talk about the elite, watch this movie. Look how this musician that we still talk about today was disrespected. You know, and even his behavior, he was wild, and we don't know. I mean, he was wild, but how they played him up in the movie, who knows how much of that is just like Hollywood for entertainment. The guy who played him won the Oscar for Best Actor for his role. But you really get to see the elite of that time and how they used musicians and how they used his music. Because what did they have? What was the brainwashing tool before TV? Churches. And you got to think at the time, people were walking through with their animals through the churches. They were like having sex in the pews. They were out of control, man. They had to figure out a way to scare people into control, right? They hired people like Mozart to write these operas and hymns, and they used the music to manipulate the people's emotions and feelings and shape how they lived back then, long before TV. What do you think opera was for? And as a matter, yeah. Right?
And
No, there's certain kind of music you can do the deed to, and there's certain kind of music you can't. So yes, there's a tone with music that controls your mood. Like
it's right on the nerve, I would say, because when I was I was driving on the highway, and when the right music drops at the right time, the speed automatically increases when you're driving on a highway. So
Yeah, we
that's
have a
true.
whole. There's music called driving music. There's a genre called yacht music. The second you hear it, you're like on a yacht. Like could be Jimmy Buffett or like Elton. We play in our set when Dinah and I play out. We play Daniel by Elton John. That's like total yacht rock. And we even say it. Okay, it's time for yacht rock, everybody. Yeah, music takes you places. It takes you on a journey, right?
Hey Jeff, have you ever seen that instrument called the handpan?
No. And I've seen some wild handmade and weird instruments. I'd like to see that.
The handpan is an amazing instrument. I think it's quite new, but you might want to look up a video of it if you get a chance. I want to learn how to play it, but it's not so popular of an instrument, so it's not so easy to get the actual instrument itself.
Right. Oh, I remember I got tangential. I wanted to mention a point about Jesuits because we're looking back when you watch a movie like Amadeus. This is huge to see how before TV they shaped society with music in churches, right, and opera, right. But if you look back at the original what Jesuits did in Europe, they would have plays like an opera that would spill over into the streets, and the people in the street would be involved. It's almost like where you go to those things where a mansion and a murder happens and you got to go through the party and solve the thing. They involved everyone in the city. They involved the police, the firemen, the store owners, right? Does this sound familiar on a smaller scale? What they used to do back in the day? That's what Jesuits did. They've always done what they're doing now. You spelled Megadeth wrong in the title. There's no A, by the way. I just noticed.
Jeff,
all the Megadeth fans are gonna have it on you.
Jeff, that's interesting that you said 80, like
Yeah,
Jesuit.
that's another thing we got. The gematria, it's Megadeth.
Yeah.
With a D-E-T-H, no A in there. I don't know why they did that, but so we got to think about the origins of the Jesuits. If you go back and see what they did, how they just did it in a community. What they're doing on TV, they did it in their communities and towns and cities and spread it like that.
I want to say
it's no different, man. It's like the more stuff changes, the more it stays the same.
Think about this guy's name
don't
being.
know because they don't know their history. They never taught us about that element of Jesuit history in school. At least I never heard it until a couple years ago.
Well, the numbers for Jesuits all over this thing, especially 1984. Jesuits 84. And then for the love of Saturn, it came out September 6th. That's 96 like Saturn. So it's all connected. Yeah, right here. And
look at the image.
And then it said that from its stage play from 79, Society of Jesus, it's all written right all in our faces.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at the guy's name. Look at the guy's name. Amadeus, like God, Deus, like.
Yeah.
His full name, Wolfgang Amadeus.
And notice all the bad stuff comes out of Austria. Hitler, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Touche. Yeah.
Why is Arnold Schwarzenegger part of every movie?
Scandinavian and Switzerland. I mean, we know the banking, all the money is in Switzerland. Right?
On my channel,
with Greenland. What's up with Greenland? That might be like a fake continent, or maybe that's celebrity. Does anyone anyone know anyone from Greenland? Anyone got a friend request on since MySpace from anyone in Greenland? I never have. I've never toured there, never been there.
There's places on this earth they don't let us go.
Something about Greenland.
I had a follower from Greenland.
I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe we can explore Greenland some more. And I lived in South America and Brazil for 4 years. Rothschilds own an island, like way further on the other coast of South America, but it's just a hop, skip, and a jump from Antarctica.
Yep.
It is. Yes.
It has summers and seasons. It's not at all what they taught us.
Yep.
There's every resource, every resource is there. That's why the treaty that they all made, the Antarctic Treaty,
I have a thread on
and
that
think
on my
about
Instagram
man,
handle.
like man would rape anywhere they know there's a resource to rape. They're going to rape it, right? But why not there? Why are they leaving that untouched? These are questions I don't have the answers, but we can
Because we're not
Also,
allowed
Leonardo
that.
Treaty in their meeting rooms like a pyramid where they meet. It's creepy. They probably play creepy calliope music before and after their meetings.
Well, they keep us in cages, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of places in this world we can't even go that we don't even know about.
Yeah, the maps are not accurate. Look, NASA shows you like the the continent's this big and it's that big and Africa's this big and everything's our what we got to realize is our perception is fucked up on every level, and it's almost impossible even for us who are awakening. I don't like the term woke, but we're awakening. It's a process, right?
You can say
Let
aware.
alone people who don't have, their pineal glands calcified, or they don't have people in their life that cross their path that help jar them awake. Because all of us are awake because something jarred us awake. Whether it's the
Bingo.
doctor, the holistic doctor that showed me this book and video, right? Back in 2000, that healing codes, and I didn't know gematria and all the stuff he was talking about. I wasn't even ready for all this stuff. Do you know in this book, he printed this stuff. He goes, I had to put it in here because I knew people wouldn't believe, is the contract that Kissinger and Nixon contracted Dr. Gallo to come up with the biological weapon that's identical to AIDS at Rockefeller Hospital in Chicago. I'm just putting, and it's in here, the documentation, that's why it's so thick. You guys got to get this because, and Zach, I would love you to read this and put it together. I think it'll just take your gematria to a whole new, I need to read it again and watch the video again. The video's on YouTube. It's like he's in a bookstore doing what Zach would be doing as he goes around to bookstores and speaking out on his book. That you may want to think of doing something like this sometime, Zach, with a book video thing. With the best of your gematria effect news stuff. So this is how long we went 6 hours and change last week. This one could go forever because again, music's infinite. And people say rock and roll's dead.
No way.
I love to use this term. We could spend an eternity talking about the infinity, and that's what it feels like when we're talking about all this stuff.
See, the guy he comes with the gems. That's what you do, dude. Be like a boxer, man. Sit back, wait for your time, and then come in with a gem like what you just did. Bam.
Oh, thanks.
I think the whole point is to be okay with the paradox of life and to enjoy the infinite connections that you continually make, because we're all here making connections, right? About everything. That's what we do. Music's about connections. Gematria is about connections. What we're doing right now is about connections.
In the last 2 years we've been living and change is about the opposite, right? And there must be a reason why they want so bad for us not to be connected, because it's part of our spirituality. It's part of our life. And look at the Hunger Games in these movies where the people are so emotionless, and they want to. It's like they're trying to suck every emotion out of us and want us to be unfeeling robots or something.
We have to find a balance between being overly emotional and not having any emotions at all.
I didn't want to interrupt when you were making your fine presentation, but the only tattoo I do have is on my left shoulder, and it's the Ohm symbol, and it's exactly very similar, and I just got it because that symbol spoke to me. It's like you just asked, what instrument do you play? What tattoo do you get, if any? And I got to say, my spirit guide was really bummed when I got a tattoo because he's like, why would you mark your body like that? That just gives something people can pin you down when you show them what you are. When you got to abstract yourself. You're trying to make an impression. When you peacock is what I call it. What we call it with earrings and tats, and you're peacocking. That's the opposite flow. What we should be doing in this matrix, we should be abstracting ourselves, making ourselves less of a spectacle. He always would say, have you ever considered the power of anonymity? you know. And then I think of like how Kiss came out and Kabuki. They could live their life, man. They didn't get mobbed. Or Buckethead with the chicken thing and the mask. He's shy, and he didn't have his, you know, he had stage fright, so that's how he got over it. Plus, he loved monster movies and Disneyland and Bruce Lee, and you know, he does nunchucks on stage. So his whole thing is an extension of what he loved and the things that influenced him. You know, we're all conditioned, right? We're conditioned, like from birth. It's like our parents start laying paper mache on us, and it starts to harden on us, right? And it's like then we become like the mummy, and we can barely move. We're not free anymore, right? And that's how we all feel right now. We're not free anymore. And what we got to do is bust out of that. We got to break out of that straitjacket, out of that. It's like a paper mache, and I've been stuccoing our living room ceiling while my babe's in Greece past week. So it's basically paper mache you're putting up on your walls. So I'm really relating to it because it's been all over me. You got to peel that off like an avalanche, let all that shit, all the conditioning that your parents, your friends, your school, society, TV, all the dogma, bullshit, brainwashing. Then you'll get to your core of who you are. Then you can express, whether it's as a musician, a poet, a sculptor, what Zach's doing, a chef, a painter, butcher, baker, candlestick maker. It doesn't matter. Rarely are any of us living our true essence right now, and they're doing everything they can to just squash. I mean, I wish there was some way to signal the end of free speech. I mean, I'm looking for a mask. I wish there was some way that we could show the sheep that free speech is dead. I mean, what did you guys think that was about? That they do every 100 years, put the people in masks, saying you don't got a voice. You have no voice. And the first thing when you look at people, what do you look at? Their eyes, because eyes are the window of the soul to the soul, or their smile. Yeah, right? That's how you can tell someone's in a good or a bad mood. If they got pissed off eyes or pissed off, gritting their teeth, or they're smiling. And so they've covered up. So now we see each other in a store and we don't even know what to make of each other. It's one step beyond what they did with language when we all used to speak one language and they invented the languages. This is what he talks about in this book. They invented the language. How do you conquer the flock? You separate the sheep. When you can't speak the same language, you can't communicate. What's the first thing happens when you can't understand your neighbor? You distrust your neighbor. I don't understand that guy. I don't speak his language. He's a different color. I don't understand his culture. He likes a different style of music than me. I don't get this guy. I don't trust him. I want to be separate from him. These are all the ways that they've put in place the walls, the barriers to exactly what we've been talking about all night, to being able to be free to improvise when you play music. Why can some people just let go and just let it come out? And other people are just so regimented and have to think. And you see when they're playing, you can see that guy's thinking. That's why the musicians that you love, they got their eyes shut. Hendrix wasn't looking at the neck of his guitar like, you know. Look at some of these. You got to let the force be with you to play music. That was what Star Wars, the positive message. You got to stop trying to control your life. You got to my buddy David would tell me, like, don't be in a tug of war with yourself, your ego, your partner, your girlfriend, your brother, your mom, your dad, your workmates, or anyone around you to prove your point to be right. You don't need to be right. Once you give up the need to be right, life gets so easy. Just say you're right and they'll go away. You're right, they go away. Instead of getting in a tug of war with life and every aspect, just go limp. What would happen if you just went limp? And we'd even watch movies and like he'd stop me in certain scenes. He goes, look at this scene. Who's seen American Beauty? Remember that movie? The poster was the girl laying with the roses coming down all over her naked body, Kevin Spacey. You got to see this movie. It's so zen. There's so many secrets to life in this movie. and the first and only Matrix, just the first one, being John Malkovich. There's these movies. But American Beauty, you see the beautiful girl in the poster, but let me give you just a nutshell summary. There's Kevin Spacey has a daughter who's kind of gothy, and she's like not the popular cheerleader girl. She's more the dark. And that blonde girl that we all know from the poster with the roses, Kevin Spacey has a weird crush on her. But the cool thing about the relationship between those two girls and the boy who lives next door with a very military father, buzz haircut, like was in the service, and he's hard ass on his son. And this son just wants to film things. He's into photography and videotaping things. And his dad doesn't get his artistic side at all. But he's having a crush on this goth girl. And there's two scenes that are really powerful to think about. One, the first one I'll tell you about when you see the movie, that's so powerful you got to be touched. He lives across, and his window can see into the young goth girl's window, and the two girls are having a sleepover. The beautiful, popular blonde cheerleader and the darker haired goth girl. And the cheerleader goes towards the window and happens to notice he's filming them from his bedroom. And she all starts getting sexy and fluffing her hair and peacocking, putting her chest out like you see birds do when they're insecure. And she puts her chest out. And the other girl's in the back of the room, just all insecure and looking out like, what? And she's like, she doesn't have what that girl's emoting. But you know what's so beautiful about the scene is the guy, and he's kind of an outcast at the school himself. He zooms, that girl's right at the window, the cheerleader blonde girl, zooms her right out of the shot, and he zooms to the back of the room in on that girl. Because he saw that her spirit, she had the beautiful spirit. And then they become close, and as they become close, they're at school one day, and they're leaving, they're walking home together, and it's like fall and beautiful, leaves blowing everywhere. He says, do you want to see the most beautiful thing I've ever filmed? And he says it kind of dry, and she says, yeah. Like immediately, like, you bet I do. And it just cuts to a second later, and they're both just sitting on the floor watching the TV, his video playing, and it cuts to the video, and it's just leaves up against a wall and a bag, a clear plastic bag, just blowing back and forth in the shot. And they're both just transfixed. They're hypnotized. And it was the most beautiful. And David stopped the tape when we were watching the movie. He goes, Jeff, that's how you live life. Be the bag right there. Stop trying to control everything. Have a master plan to everything you do. Got to have a 5-year plan. Got to go to college. Got to get that degree. Got to get in the rat race, right? Got to pay your taxes, even though there's no law that says that you got to pay your taxes. You know, and I called the IRS on my show, on my radio show, and I asked the lady very politely, "Hey, I'm just doing a radio show, and I'm trying to educate my listeners. Can you please send me the law that says we have to pay taxes?" She had a meltdown live on my show. It's in my archives, not hard to find. You know, we just fall into these conditioned patterns. The paper mache is put on us, right? So we
it's
can't.
mind control.
You know, yeah, it's exactly that.
Govern Mensa, government, govern the mind, govern Mensa.
I say that to people. No one gets that. I've said that. If I've said that 100 times, I've said it 1,000,000 times about governmente and in Latin what it means. The eyes just glaze over. They don't go, oh, really, man? Oh, shit. I literally say, like, dude, or my dear, just from now on, could you just, when you interact with the media, and can you, if every time you heard the word government, if you just substituted the word mind control.
Yeah, there's a book called
that's the same word. People don't get it. It's like if someone comes backstage and said, hey, you were extraordinary tonight, Jeff. You were extraordinary. Don't you see they gave us these words to debilitate us? Yeah, extraordinary, extraordinary. Thanks, man. I'm
Yeah.
beyond ordinary. I'm extraordinary.
Neuro-linguistic programming,
They
NLP.
created the language to debilitate. It's spell casting. When you say amen, you cancel your prayer. Very ingenious design to this language. Alien, A-LIE-NS. Like if you just got to, it's just like when we were kids, all people have to do to get to the bottom, it's in the language. They hide it right in the words. When you go ends, when you put your hand on the chin to come up with syllables, when we were learning about syllables, which is the basic to music, da 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 da, or rapping, the rhythm of things. If we would just break words apart, you would never tell anyone who was great or that you admire that they were extraordinary ever again. That's a put down. That's an extreme put down.
Yeah,
Think about other. I mean, there's a bunch. I went through a whole thing. I'd love to do a video for my new show thing of just debilitating words and words that how they are used. Here's an example. Girls, the name Leslie. And this, my ex-wife's name was Leslie. She changed her name to Ariel because a Catholic school said you had to have a name for you had to have a special name. So she ended up changing it legally. Her mother would call her Lesser. Hey, Lesser, as her nickname. You're calling your kid lesser than. That's nice. That's real nice. And she was very insecure. She couldn't talk to people. She couldn't ask her clients. She was a personal trainer and yoga teacher. I had to write her if someone wouldn't pay her, stiff her for money. She was afraid to ask them, and I would have to write them an email. And like even through our divorce, she couldn't communicate with me because she had this ingrained thing because of her whole life, her own mother calling her lesser and who knows what other stuff she went through. But we got to think of the words have power. Maya Angelou, like I'm not big on her, but I do know one of the things that she said, simple truths, like are simple truths for a reason. Words have power. You got to think about the things you say to your children, to your lover, to your buddies, to your bandmates, to your workmates. You got to think how much information about yourself you want to eke out because people just want to use that information against you. You never notice that in a fight with your spouse? Every story of your weakness, they throw that back in your face. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. So you got to be, it's again, more stealth. That's, I think, what we're learning, what we got to be now, even as we're trying to wake each other up. And I kind of have the motto, like, I try to shake someone awake, and if I see they're in a sound sleep, I just go on. There's no time. It's like Paul Revere on the horse. He's just like, the British are coming. He ain't waiting. He's just saying the British are coming. He's on to the next person. He ain't having a sit down heart to heart with every person. Either get the message or pay the price. There's been a million songs about what's going to happen. And every genre from country to hip hop has predictive programming tracks telling you what's coming. Has anyone watched the video of Depeche Mode, Break the Silence?
Enjoy the Silence.
Enjoy the Silence, where he says, crash into me, and they're on top of the Twin Towers. He's up there going, crash into me, through the whole video, and you're like, what the fuck, man? And this was obviously before the Twin Towers because they're on the top of them.
Yeah, let's see when that came out, actually.
Well, just to interject at the moment, Mozart equals. So you showed up the movie Amadeus. I never knew that there was a movie on Mozart, and that is what most of the world knows the guy with his name as Mozart, and Mozart equals 69, like the
Why
day
didn't
of
they
the
call
movie
the
was
movie
released.
Mozart?
And
didn't
even
they call the movie Mozart? More people would have gone to see this movie had they just called it Mozart, right?
And the movie released on 6th of September, 69. Mozart equals 69. And just, I was saying, this might be a little, I was messing up with your name, Jeff. Your name equals 46 and 35, just like my name. In the
I was
Pythagorean cipher.
born 331, March 31st, 1962. I was born the same day as Johann Sebastian Bach.
But
And
you were born
also
on 31st
Angus
March.
Young from AC/DC. He's older, but isn't that a trip? Two rock guitar players, Angus Young, March 31st, Jeff Young, March 31st.
That's an interesting date, by the way, because that is 201 days after 9/11 and 201 days before Event 201.
See, they come after me. Either why ain't they giving me a job? Because I got the best numbers. Don't I have good numbers?
They do that. They do that for sure.
Whoever's stalking this stream, you know. I didn't know about the 201, but I just thought 331. That's, you know, I know that
67th
some
prime.
of these guys fake their birthdays just to get a 33 in it. Right?
It is the 67th prime, and 67 is the 19th prime. I'm a
Did you
DS
say
equals
about my
19.
birthday in the 201? Say that again, because I don't want to.
So 331st, the March 31st is 201 days after September 11, and it is 201 days before Event 201. And Event 201 is an interesting date because Zach had recently, a few months ago, shared a video of President Ford talking about the first female president of the United States. He made a prediction very similar to what probably might be Kamala Harris on the same date 30 years ago. So yeah, that is an interesting date. It is 201 days before October 18 and 201 days after 9/11.
Tomorrow morning, Zach's going to have a video up. I did all the numbers on Jeff Young. He better watch his back. Jeff Young better watch his back.
It's gonna be the highlight tomorrow.
I wanted to chime in. You're talking about American Beauty. I think I like that movie a lot too. I think it's a great movie. Came
Did
out
you
when
know
I was
the
in high
scenes?
school.
Were you just banging on those scenes I was talking about? Right?
Yeah, I haven't seen that movie for years, but I remember that movie very well. But I remember ultimately at the end of that movie, it was like the way I took away is just even though how close all those people are, neighbors and everything, they're so disconnected, even like within their own family, their own parents. It's like nobody
They didn't
understands
know
each other, even though
other
they're
at
family and
all.
neighbors. And
It's
then
a
it ends in a
beautiful
great
movie.
tragedy.
We're giving you guys some great. Here's your homework: Amadeus and American Beauty. And what's cool, the blonde girl with the roses. I met her shopping. I think the place closed down. It was a cool place in the '80s, just off Melrose, called Fred Siegel. And they had like the coolest clothes for guys and girls. And one day I was in there I had a little miniature pincher, and they looked like giant Dobermans shrunk down. And she came up to me in the store just flipping out, loving my dog. Oh, that dog is so cute. So she was really nice in person, just a really cool gal. But and the funny thing now, think of that movie, and I thought that was a great role for Kevin Spacey, and look at what he ended up.
A piece of shit.
Totally nut, still putting predictive programming out there, but where American Beauty had some Zen undercurrents, like the first Matrix. This is my take on the Matrix series. And I kind of had to check out after the second and third. I was bumming out, man, because the first one had so many Zen undercurrents and truth. There was so much truth hidden under there, just like even about waking up in the pod and how you feel when you wake up and he's bald and he's gooey and, just so many things. And even Trinity, the character's name, and we're talking about the
ignorance is bliss.
But after the first movie's success, and I thought, again, Neo, and what did Neo see in the hallway at the end of the movie in green? Numbers, man. What did everything boiled down? Once he finally could see the code, it was numbers down the hallway. Numbers were the whole thing for the marketing campaign. The green numbers in the ad, right? They were putting gematria in your face, his passport, 9/11 for Neo. So much truth. And there's one thing, think about trying to wake people up. Here's the scene that's in the Matrix that equates to Roddy Piper and We Live and his buddy in the sunglasses. It's I forget the cat's name, but they're sitting there. He's eating a steak, and he kind of becomes like the traitor, right?
Right.
Napoleon always had his hand in his jacket, right? And so does Maynard from Tool on his new book cover, hand in jacket. But the guy, he's eating the steak, and he was talking about being in the Matrix and out of the Matrix, and he says, I know this steak is fake, but it tastes so fucking good. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
when they don't care. It's when Zach's saying, until they come down the street turning off the power, until the public enemy, what you're going to do when the grid goes down, comes to their street, to a town near you, no one's going to give a shit till it gets uncomfortable.
I
And
just
then
want
when
to
it
see.
gets uncomfortable, they already taught you what to do in Purge and Saw and all those movies that desensitize you to violence, right?
And
Yeah,
with this
actually,
one,
just because of that scene, his name is Thomas Anderson. We all know Thomas, the disciple of twins, and it was his. Obviously, we all know about his passport said September 11th, 2001. We all know that, but we know Thomas, twin. He's the twin, right? And then he becomes the one by the end. What are we talking about? 9/11, the two towers that became none, then one.
Yeah. And the payoff on my Matrix story, I was saying after Matrix 2 came out and beyond, and they're coming out with a new one, right? I felt like I wasn't feeling the truth undercurrent. It felt like they were trying to sell. I remember the Burger King marketing thing and the cups and the Neo dolls and the Trinity dolls and the Morpheus dolls for the kids. And it became more about the marketing and what Hollywood does to fuck up every good idea they have. It becomes about money and greed. And the most successful money in history, there used to be, and it's in that show. I played a lot of the sequence. Benjamin Franklin initiated, and it lasted 500 years into the bankers, the who bankers, the money changers couldn't handle anymore. It was called the tally stick, and what it was a fucking stick. It was a long stick of different lengths with notches in it that split apart. And if I was to buy a guitar or a car or a house from you, I pay you with one half of the stick, and the receipt is the other half, and it's a stick. And it worked pretty good for 500 years.
Bingo.
Research that, folks.
Bingo. I just dropped in the private StreamYard chat because I will not talk about it on the public YouTube. You got 300 people here, but I would go into the chat and pick up some of that stuff because that's what the whole deal is. The Federal Reserve isn't federal and it has no reserves.
Yeah.
And the jig is up. And when you were registered at birth, that's a bond. And that's what people got to step into and step into their power. You're the source of credit. Full faith and credit is you. When FDR outlawed money and gold and silver and told the peasants to turn it in on March 9th, 1933 with the New Deal. That's the New Deal. You are all private bankers. That's what they don't want you to know. All these people you're talking about are all under contract actors, the all capital name. And you need to raise your capacities on how to get back reclaim your security. You're a private banker, and the UPU, which is the Universal Postal Union, is the second oldest association in the world. It's the biggest bank, and you can open a private trust deposit account tomorrow. And you need to set up your trust, and you need to stop with all the smoke screening going on and step into your power and get your full faith and credit. Get your birth certificate. That is a bond. That is your name in all capital letters. You haven't gone to college. You haven't played in an album. You haven't been in a movie. Your legal fiction has. And until you get your status corrected, and they don't want you to know, you're a 14th Amendment citizen. The Civil War was not about slavery. It was about banking. And they were running that game from the get-go. And that's what the whole deal is about.
And this is you talk about people being crazy. Think about, let's break it down to the bare essence of crazy and insanity, and people calling us crazy. People, you're all working your lives away, working to the bone, not following your vocation, your calling.
Right.
You're robbing people, killing people, cheating people, fucking guys just for money, or chicks, leaving them because they
For
don't have
pieces of
some
paper.
attractive, when for a piece of paper that has no more value than
Right.
this piece of paper
Yeah.
or
It comes
the
from
shit
you.
that lines the cat litter box or the
Right.
bird cage. Why are you putting this insane belief in paper?
Yeah. I
What
dropped a
the
link to
hell,
a
man?
Telegram group where we can show you how to recoup that, and it's
What
called the
the hell?
W4 process. It's blowing up. And people are writing
Bartering.
their own. You can write your own promissory note, your own bill of exchange. Again, read Proclamation 2039 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and it says it right there. Who can do it? Associations. You want to start your own private member association and do things in the private and get out of the public like what we are right now. That's why I'm not going to go into it. But look into it. It's worth looking into. Zach's smart. I'll email Zach some of the info, but I'm not going to be throwing it out here on YouTube. But
IRS is a private,
yeah,
for
they're all
profit.
private.
The WHO, the CDC, they make
All
profit
private.
off how many vaccines, man.
They're
if
all
they don't get
companies.
you vaccinated, they go out of business.
They're all
That's their profit, man.
they're all corporations, and you need to set up your own private gig. And they're all corporations, all cities. The United States is a corporation operating in bankruptcy. We're still in the bankruptcy emergency that was declared by FDR. And what did Trumpy do? Orange man bad. He declared an emergency. We're all under FEMA. We've been under martial law and under NORAD command. I mean, it's treasonous behavior, but they're a corporation. It's like watching Budweiser fight for their proxy for their president. Biden, I mean, Trump. It's a private, gig. It's a corporation that's in bankruptcy. I mean, those are the facts, Jack.
Right. We
It's
know.
not.
We look at the back of the dollar bill. This country, they can call them pilgrims till the end of the time, but they were freaking Masons, man.
There's no lawful money. There is no
You make
lawful
the
money.
Star
in
of David on the
circulation.
back of your dollar bill. It says Mason in the script that no one
Yeah.
pays attention to. You got an all-seeing eye on the back of your dollar bill. All
Right.
your sports figures are getting the tattoo. All my rock star buddies are getting the tattoo. They got it on their guitars. They're getting the gigs. I ain't getting the gigs. Is that what I got to do? Paint that dumbass symbol on my guitar and I'll get a
Yeah,
gig?
I mean, you guys are all smart. I would check out the private chat, check out some of the links, see if it resonates. The truth will set us free goes into the U.S. bankruptcy, and
I know what you're
time.
talking about, dude.
You
When
can
I
write
called
a
the
letter.
IRS and
You can
tried
write
to
a
make
letter
them,
to the Secretary of State, U.S. Secretary of State, and get out of paying taxes. Get your diplomatic passport as a national. It's one piece of paper, notarized. Learn about that. Sovereigntosurf.com is a good website. I mean, people are doing it by the thousands. They're stepping out. None of these mandates mean shit to me. I'm not a citizen. I'm not a U.S. citizen.
when I called the IRS, and the lady melted down, go listen to it, man. Why? If there's a law, man, I'd have it in my filing cabinet ready to mail it off, email it, shove it down any smartass DJ who's calling my phone asking me for the law, man. Send me the law. Anyone out there, go find the fucking law and send
Right.
it to me, because where are they? Why aren't I in jail today?
It goes.
Willie Nelson thing. Remember when they put Willie Nelson in jail for not paying taxes? That was a psyop to scare you all.
Right.
He didn't go to no jail. Martha Stewart didn't go to no jail. They're scaring the shit out of you. Martha Stewart was there to scare you from doing any stock trading, right? Don't do any insider stock trading, or what happened to Martha Stewart's going to happen to you. Better pay your taxes, or what's going to happen to Willie. What happened to Willie is going to happen to you. Well, you know what? I sat on a bus with Willie Nelson at Farm Aid 2000 when I played Farm Aid 2000, not with Megadeth, with this Brazilian artist. Not hard to find me performing there. That was on country music television, 2.5 million people plus the festival crowd. And we were done in the afternoon. We got to hang on Willie's bus all day. And here's what happened. I'm going to blow your minds. So first of all, this is how the world really is, people. All right, and I didn't even now thinking, telling the story tonight, we can all put this together, all right? So we got the gig because of our yoga teacher in Florida who was dating Willie Nelson's manager. We went into a yoga class. She was a sub. We almost walked out of the class. But we took the class, we liked her, we gave her our CD, we didn't think nothing about it. Went back the next week, and there she was teaching again, and she goes, "Hey, I listened to your CD. I really loved it. Want to play Farm Aid?" And we went, "What? We're just this little Brazilian duo. What?" With John Mellencamp, Neil Young, Willie Nelson, Bare Naked Ladies, Travis Tritt, whoever the hell else was on the bill that day. Hell yeah, we want to. So we enlisted Billy Sheehan on bass, rehearsed for one day, and went and did this gig, right? We played our show. And because the manager got us the gig through his girlfriend, who was our yoga teacher sub, we got to hang on his bus. So I'm hanging on there for a while. I walk on his bus. He's got a mountain of weed on his bus like this. Not quite like the dude made the mountain in Close Encounters, but it was a pretty nice mountain of weed. It didn't look that good, to be honest. It looked like brown Colombian or something. I was like, dude, you're Willie fucking Nelson. Where's the sense of meal?
Going for quantity over quality, huh?
So if you know how a tour bus is structured, if you're looking, here's the driver's side, you enter on this side, or a Greyhound bus, you enter, they convert the front section to like a lounge, the middle section sleepers, and the back is like the cush lounge, right? So I was hanging there, and like, Willie don't pass a joint. He just smokes it like a cigarette. Like, you want a joint, you just go to the mountain and roll your own. He was running around doing and how old was this guy in 2000? I mean, I never saw anything like this guy, the Energizer Bunny. And the manager was like, yeah, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't drink, doesn't coffee. He was like what I said. All he does is smoke pot. I go, I guess. And I go, it sure dispels the burnout myth, right? And he was just running around, and at a point he went to the back of the bus. And I was sitting in the front of the bus, and on this side, the sofas, and there's another set of sofas, the driver's here, and this is the door where you exit, right here. And all of a sudden, two guys that look like Mr. Smith from The Matrix flank the bus door, and I'm like, all of a sudden, just to be honest, I got to confess, when you're on Willie's bus, you do what you do in Rome, if you know what I'm saying. So I was a little paranoid when I see two Mr. Smith dudes flanking each side of the tour bus door. And suddenly the door opens, and who's president in 2000? Anyone?
Clinton?
Bush?
Who's the vice president in 2000?
Gore.
Oh.
Clinton and
Tipper
Gore.
Gore walks on the bus. On the bus that smells like a marijuana factory. Like the bus that looks like a Cheech and Chong movie.
Global warming.
She walks on the bus.
Cannabis.
To the back of the bus. I guarantee you she was back there. And this is the lady that in Megadeth, because we have a song on So Far, So Good, So What, Hook and Mouth, that's about censorship. Go read those lyrics to Hook and Mouth, because they're happening right now. And we sang that shit in 88, and Mustaine was whacked out on heroin. How did he even know what he was singing, right? She went to every night in concert, he would say, "Fuck you, Tipper Gore, this is Hook and Mouth," because she was the one that put the stickers, parental advisory, on all the CDs, remember?
Yeah.
That was Tipper Gore that did that. So there was a sticker on our CD because of her, if there's any swearing or anything about the devil, you know. So we had a sticker, and every night, "Fuck you, Tipper Gore." And now I'm on, flash forward a decade later, I'm on Willie Nelson's bus. And here comes Tipper Gore, and are we getting busted? Are we all going to jail? It smells like pot in here. No, she goes back. I guarantee you she smoked a joint back there and she left. And that's when you say, okay, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. And you realize, and then Willie comes up and he's sitting across because there's the little table, and he's smoking another joint and not sharing it. And I go, well, that was kind of surreal, a little trip. You go, oh, yeah. He got what I meant about Tipper Gore coming over. He goes, that's nothing. Let me tell you about the time I smoked a joint on the roof of the White House. So now tell me, which is it? Is he going to jail for tax evasion, or is he smoking a joint on the roof of the White House? You be the judge. That was a great story, right?
Yeah, it was.
Many more stories like that in my book coming soon.
Sorry, you know what, you guys, I love y'all. I gotta go. Good night, everybody.
That was
Good
dope.
night, Brian.
Brian, later, man.
Love you, Brian.
We having fun yet, guys? I mean, this is what we
Indeed.
came to the Sunday night show for.
Indeed.
So that, I mean, that's a story. That's a true story. That's how there's something about how the music business. And I'm saying, did he go to jail for paying taxes? Is he smoking joint? He told me he smoked a joint on the roof of the White House, and I believe that story more than I believe the story that he went to jail for not paying his taxes. Because I didn't tell you the part about when the chick melted down and hung up on me from the IRS. I called back 3 more times and talked to 3 more people, asking, including their lawyer at the IRS. I never saw an email, a fax. Where's the law? Where?
Right.
Show me. Show me. I'm from the show me state of mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is
The
anyone out
IRS.
there, if you've seen the law that says we got to pay taxes and it's not just a fear porn campaign, let's chime in, call in. Let's put it up. We'll put it up right now like we got Amadeus up, and we'll all read it together. And I guess I better go into hiding for tax evasion.
Yeah, but with the tax evasion thing.
See, and this is the thing, the power, because when my brother embezzled $500,000, left me living on change in a jar, they repoed my car, I lost my house, I lost all my shit. When you got nothing to lose, you got nothing left to lose. Right?
Right.
Is that the line in the song? If you got nothing to lose, if you got nothing left to lose. So what are they going to take from me? Come here, IRS. Come and get me.
With the tax evasion thing, Bill.
No, wait, that's
Hello.
Danish. You can't have that.
Bill Cooper used to talk a lot about how to avoid taxes legally back in his radio shows in the 90s. And he would mention about that he's working with a friend of his, and they have managed successfully not to pay taxes legally. And he was practicing it for years, and he would mention it every single radio show. And eventually that's the reason the federal government killed him. They said that he was running away from tax evasion, and that's why they shoot him in an encounter.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
scrubbed the video. There was a video that's in my radio show. I took the clip about the tally stick being money for 500 years. It's a fucking stick, man. It has all the stuff the IRS call, all that stuff. There was a great documentary, and they scrubbed it from YouTube, that teaches you the history of money. Did anyone else see that? Was it called Money Matters? Money something. And it taught you the entire history of money all the way through. And once you see it, you go, shit. And that's why people don't understand, and that's why you all out working your ass off, paying taxes, giving all your money away, because you don't understand the history of money. And those who don't understand history are doomed to what?
Repeat it.
They're just doomed, aren't they? Just doomed.
Doomed to repeat it.
It's funny,
And
speaking of that, it's funny I have this toy laying right here. They give us fine toys like this, though. They didn't teach us about sacred geometry or gematria, but they gave us toys like this. I hope I got this at the camera.
What is that?
It's a glow-in-the-dark zombie. I'm on a 10-second delay or some kind of delay, so I got to wait and look at the camera to make it. Can you see him?
Definitely. It's there.
If I put him in the bathtub, he's going to grow 600 fucking percent. Just put him in the bathtub in water, he's going to grow 600%. And there we are.
Yeah.
The Walking Dead, man.
Funny.
Who you can say, hey, man, government means to control the mind in Latin. And religion's not far from that when you break it down in Latin. I mean, it's total repression, and people look at you like, okay.
Well, Pope is the new Roman emperor.
You want to get a beer? The Saints are playing.
Right.
Pope is the new Roman emperor of today's world, I would say.
So in my world and out here, how I deal with being in the music business is I talk to you guys about truth, and while my girl's in Greece, I get this luxury. You won't be seeing me a lot here come Thursday after she gets back from Greece. 'Cause
Hey, Dave.
she works for
What's
the
up, guys?
LAPD CSI. She's like Dexter with bullets, ballistics.
Nice. She's in Greece. I grew up in Athens.
Yeah, she's in Agor, it's Amorgos. She's on an island. It's like a
Armargos.
12-hour ferry ride.
Man,
It's on a yoga retreat with her girlfriends.
nice.
I'm gonna be hearing because she's gonna be waking up any minute. So I'm gonna be getting that sweet lady call where I'm gonna be like Zach going, I gotta go, dudes. Because when
Yeah,
my
I
sweet
just had a
lady says
question
jump, I
about
say how high because I don't own a shotgun and she owns lots of guns because, like I said, her job and whatnot.
We got a new guest, Niall.
Yes,
Thanks for
sir.
tuning in.
They're
Of
not
course,
guns, they're
brother.
arms.
Say again?
They're not guns, they're arms. You have the
Yeah,
right to
arms.
bear arms.
Yeah, isn't that crazy that my girl does? She's like Dexter, but with bullets. She does bullet penetration. Like we'll be asleep if she's on call, and she's going to be when she gets back. I dread it. They can call her out at any time of the day or night, and she's got to go to a crime scene. And this is the thing: she's not awake. All.
My fault, guys. I'm about to go into my room real quick to grab my
'Cause I
tablet.
think she gets to the crime scene too late. If anything's ever suspect, these people are too far downstream to see.
Jeff, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, so jump, and I'm gonna mute my mic so you don't hear me in the said bathroom.
First of all, I just want to say that this is huge honor to be on here with you guys. Zach, I want to tell you, I actually had a dream about you a week ago. Not on no weird shit, but a week ago I was with my lady and I had a dream that I was in Oklahoma with you. I'm not gonna be able to make it out there with you, but it was weird that I had a dream about you and just about the movement, and that's been on my mind for the last couple weeks. I actually called in last night to the private stream for the Patreon. I called in last night about the UFC pick. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
And the pick came through. Exactly what I said came through. I talked about Volkanovski getting the 4th round knockout because of the connection with the Masters with Cameron Smith and M. And if you notice, I don't know if people saw, but actually Cameron Smith is a resident of Jacksonville, Florida, where the championship last night took place, where the Australian won. And the riddle that was coded into the Masters was that on day 3, if you looked at the rankings, Cameron Smith was second, but he had -6. And M, the Korean, was -4. And last night, the Australian fighter, Volkanovski, made the Korean fighter, quote unquote, the Korean zombie, 6-4. And in Gematria, Korean equals 64. And also, I'm just going to keep going off on what I'm saying and also pull up these notes for another thing. But last night, if you folks weren't tuned in last night, the Korean Zombie just fell to 6-4 in knockout TKO category in UFC, and he lost to the Australian. And in the Masters, Cameron Smith was -6 and M was -4, and they were the 2 and 3 rank in the Masters. And I called into the chat last night and I said that was a clue for the UFC, and that was the exact outcome that took place. But in Gematria, Korean equals 64, like the Korean Zombie fell to 6-4. Featherweight championship equals 121, like Volkanovski became 12-1 in knockouts in his category. Championship equals 131 and 193, and it was 193 days after Volkanovski's birthday last night. But there was more to it. But I'm just glad I'm be on here because there's a lot of shit that I've been researching, and I've been super inspired by everybody in this community. D26, Rambo, and a lot Zach, obviously. And I've been sharing this knowledge with a lot of people in my family and within the community as well. And to be able to speak and share some of these ideas with you guys is really invigorating. And also just, like I said, it's an honor I mean, I know it's YouTube, and people might think, "Oh, this is just YouTube. Like, this ain't that big of a deal." But for me, it really does mean something because, for me, like, I like to think that I've been a part of the truth community since I was in high school. I know last week you were talking with the guys on here and talking about Zeitgeist, and it made me think, because like in high school, I saw Zeitgeist when I was 16, and that was like the thing that was like my gateway to waking up. And ever since then, like a lot of the information that we talk about in this community, I've always been the outcast within my social group because I've always been the guy to bring up the shit that's like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Right.
I'm the guy. I'm the what the fuck guy. You know what I'm saying? But the shit we talk about in this community is always proved to be what the reality is, and it bugs me out that everybody else that we are interacting with in our life still can't catch on, and the people in this community seem to be able to get it. But I'm gonna just hop on here real quick. I'm not gonna take up too much time. I know you guys were already in conversation. I'm sorry I hopped in the chat late. I know it's late on the East Coast. It's 2 a.m. But I wanted to share this with you, Zach, specifically because I sent you an email. I think it was like Wednesday. I don't know if you got it. I sent it to the Gematria Effect email. I know you usually use this email for the Sunday show, but I didn't know where else to send it. But I wanted to share it with you anyway. So I'm just gonna read off the email that I wrote. If I don't know if you have the shared screen up, but if you are able to bring up the shared screen or like the internet or pull up the gematria calculator, it might help for the viewers that are listening and watching just to connect the numbers. So, and I'm glad that Jeff Young is here. I'm specifically glad that you're here because I don't know if you can hear me, Jeff, but I watched the show last week. Everything that you guys were talking about was super impactful to me because I'm a music artist. I'm a recording artist. I've been releasing and recording music since I was 15 years old. And the person that I started recording music with actually put me on to a lot of the occult information that we talk about in our community. He started telling me about this shit when I was fucking 16 years old, and now I'm 28, and a lot of this shit I've researched on my own and have been able to connect on my own. So hearing people who've been in the industry, who worked in the industry, who've applied the knowledge, studied the knowledge, and then be able to validate this knowledge and know this shit isn't just a fucking coincidence. Know this shit isn't just a performance for the Grammys or the Oscars, that it is ritual, that it is predictive programming. Hearing the work that you guys are doing every day, every week, every day and every week is validation for me as an artist and a creator to know that the shit that I'm trying to share with my friends and family is validated. So I just want to put that out there. But Jeff Young, Zach, everybody else in this chat, everybody else viewing, I don't know if you know, but my mom's, I'm gonna just read you, Zach, I sent you this email. I'm gonna just read the email as I sent it because I have the decode coded into it. So I said, I just want to share this decode. I just did. So it came out very timely on the Sunday show you did with Jeff Young. If you get a chance, you should share this with him. Anyway, I've been talking up with my friends and family on what's going on in the world and giving them a short gematria lesson on the things I see in the media. Fortunately, one of these people who've been in support of the work and open to learn is my mom. And tonight, this was on Thursday night, she sent me this. This was like 4 days ago. My mom sent me a link to an article about Pink Floyd, right? Pink Floyd just released a song. If you guys don't know, Pink Floyd just released their first song in 28 years. Okay, this is a fact, right? So I'm gonna just keep reading this email. Fortunately, one of the people who have been in support of the work and open to learn is my
Hill
mom.
equals 28.
Hold on, Brian. Man, I know you like to jump in, but hold on. Let me run this down because you're gonna get your mind blown real quick, Brian. Fortunately, one of the people who have been in support of the work and open to learn is my mom, and tonight she shared this gem with me. And in her own words, she sent me this article in quotes, maybe some code in here. She sent me this article about Pink Floyd, and she even said there might be a code in here. And I said, well, she's right. So check this out. Below is a link I used to help decode this article. And in your email, Zach, I don't know if you saw it, but there's a link to this article from 9:57 thejet.iheart.com. So if you go on your browser and type in 957 thejet.iheart.com, you should probably find this article. And the article is about Pink Floyd's release that just came out on April 7th/7, the same day the Masters started, ironically. They released this article, right? And I'm only looking at this article specifically because, yeah, that's the email right there. You have it pulled up. If you pull up this article, I use this article to decode what's going on with Pink Floyd as propaganda for the Ukraine-Russia quote unquote false flag war, right? So you got the article pulled up, which is great. And in the email, I just copy and pasted the decode that I did. So I'm gonna just read the decode as I wrote it in the email. So for the first time in 28 years, Pink Floyd releases a new song, Hey Hey Rise Up, today, April 7th, in parentheses, 4/7 or 7/4, as a quote unquote benefit to Ukraine. And in gematria, full reduction, Hey Hey Rise Up equals 74. You can type all this in on the gematria calculator at this point because people see the article. So for the people that's viewing, if you go on 957 thejet.iheart.com and just look up Pink Floyd, this will be the first thing. And you can see the underline. Look specifically at the underlined pieces of the article, right? So Hey Hey Rise Up came out on April 7th, and you can see in full reduction it equals 74, and it came out on April 7th, which can be written 7/4, right? Ukraine equals 74. Ukraine equals 47 in reverse full reduction, like April 7th, right? Using the underlined phrases from the article, which is quote benefit Ukraine and continued war against Russia. In the article, you can see benefit Ukraine and underlined is continued war against Russia, right? Continued war against Russia equals 107. So if you go to the gematria calculator and type in continued war against Russia, that equals 107. So I'll let you type it in so people can see that I'm not making it up. It's not a hoax. It's not a fucking coincidence, right? And everybody in this community already knows what 107 represents. Military equals 107, right? 107 is the 28th prime number. This is the first song that Pink Floyd has released in 28 years, right? The Russian invasion began on February 24th, 2002, a date with 68 numerology. Benefit Ukraine, as they underlined it in the article, equals 68 in full reduction. If you type out benefit Ukraine, exactly what they underlined in the article is 68. And the invasion of Ukraine from Russia began on a 68 date numerology, which was February 24th, 2022, right? According to the article, the song was written on March 30th, the day leaving 276 days in a year, right? So if you go back to the article, you can see that they were like, they just wrote this song on March 30th, and in a week they released this video. So think about it. And Jeff, if you want to jump in here at any point, I'm a music artist and you're a music artist, and you are a professional music artist beyond where I've even gotten to my music career. You already know, right? So according to this article, they wrote the song on March 30th. So they telling us within 7 days they wrote a song. They got the artists to record their verses. They recorded their verses. They mixed. They mastered. For anybody who in this community who isn't a music artist, right? I just released an EP, and it took me almost a year to do the mixing, mastering, just to get to the release. They telling us within a week, and I know it's Pink Floyd, but think about it. They haven't released music in 28 years. Within a week, they were able to record a song, mix and master it, shoot a video, and release it within 7 days. Now, anybody who works in the music industry knows that the probability of being able to create any type of musical or artistic content in that short period of time is damn near impossible, especially when you're a band like Pink Floyd, when you're dealing with agents, managers, media companies. Like, who's gonna release it? What labels is gonna be released on? They don't make this shit in 7 days. Nobody's gonna record a song, get people to feature on it, write the song, mix and master, shoot a video, and release it within 7 days. But according to this article that was released by Our Heart Radio, they made this song on March 30th. And I know it went on a little bit of a tangent, but I had to set it up because according to this article, they made this song on March 30th, 2022, which is the day in the year that leaves 276 days in a year. And in gematria, in English ordinal, which we know is simple gematria, basic gematria where A is 1 and Z is 26, Pink Floyd, Hey, Hey, Rise Up equals 276. And you can validate that using the gematria calculator, right? So on the day leaving 276 days in a year, Pink Floyd, who hasn't released a song in 28 years, releases a military propaganda song where military is 107, like the 28th prime. Pink Floyd, Hey, Hey, Rise Up is 276, right?
March 30th is the 34th day of that Ukraine invasion. Ukraine equals 34.
No. So March 30th is the day in the year that leaves 276 days left in the year.
No, that's true. He's just saying that it's also 34 days after the military thing started because it started on February 24th.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just for this decode sake, just to not throw any listeners off or new followers, March 30th, I don't know exactly what day in the year it is. I can't do the math off the top of my head.
89.
But March 30th is the 89th day of the year, which means that there's 276 days left in the year. And Pink Floyd creates, quote unquote, according to this article, they made this song on March 30th, which is the day that leaves 276 days in the year, right? Okay, so moving on. So there's already 3 examples of how this song is lined up. 4 examples: 74, 68, 276, and the 47, and 107 all connect to this ritual.
And the
It
34.
took me like 6
And now the
years
34.
to get one song done.
Right, Jeff, you know, and that's why I sent this email to Zach, and seeing the live stream you guys did last week was super inspiring because I'm like, thank you. Somebody in the industry can speak on this shit because you know what I'm saying? Like I'm a professional recording artist, but like you've been a professional in the industry, like on labels, and you know how this shit goes, right? Like no artist or band that's working for a label is making music and releasing it on a mainstream level in a week, bro. Like that's just not how it works. Like there's too much money, there's too many voices in a room, too many people at the table in the meeting rooms to decide when shit comes out.
Well,
So
let me
to
tell
me,
you this much, I can
go
add
ahead.
this much color commentary that a record company, you deliver the album, they want 4 to 5 months just to set the media advertising, just to push the hype, get the buzz going. These albums are done. The latest, you got to have 4 or 5 months to put shit out. Maybe not a single. I'm talking a full album.
Right.
And we have a faster culture where shit is turning around faster, but to do all that
but even still, right? So you think about like to the folks that's out here that's listening, and Jeff, you can speak to this. You can cut in on me if I'm wrong or if I'm right, but you know, like even with that, right? Pink Floyd hasn't released music in 28 years. What label is about to jump to them and be like, in a week you're gonna write a song, record it, get it features, get it mixed and mastered, shoot and release a video in 7 days? That doesn't even make sense, right? If this isn't propaganda, how are you have this shit so perfectly lined up? And then when you apply the gematria, how is it that perfectly lined up? Like to me, as an artist who's been a part of the music industry for over a decade and just a follower of music and art, like I know this shit don't work like this. Like I know from a business side, it don't work like this.
Well, you can look at this 2 ways. You said it's 28 years since the last song. Well, they could have made this decision 28 years ago to not make a song for this event.
Right. But hold on. So hold on, I'm the decode isn't done. So to your point, they could have decided this already. So along with the Russia Ukraine false flag, what this is synced up with is their former bandmate, Richard Wright. So that's what in the decode that I sent Zach is some of those aspects are filled in. So I'm gonna keep reading. I know I'm sorry if anybody's thrown off a little bit. I've been kind of going in and off on the decode and just my own opinions. So we covered the 68, we covered the 107, we covered the 47, we covered the 276, right? Song came out on April 7th, which is 4-7. That connects with Ukraine and Hey Hey Rise Up. They haven't released a song in 28 years. The name of the song or continued war in Russia equals 107, military equals 107, the 28th prime. Then they said as a benefit to Ukraine, benefit of Ukraine equals 68. The war in Ukraine started on a 68 date numerology. They say they released a song with 276 days in a year. Pink Floyd, Hey Hey Rise Up equals 276. That's just a quick recap. So to continue, right? This is the band's first release since the death of their former bandmate Richard Wright. From the anniversary of his death date, September 15th, 2001. So he died on September 15th, as you guys pulled up. So he died on September 15th, 2008. If you calculate that date, the anniversary of that date, which would have been September 15th, 2021, until the date of the release, which is April 7th, 2022, is a span of 205 days, right? So in Gematria, Richard Wright, as his name is spelled, is 205 in English ordinal, simple Gematria. So again, for the folks that missed it, from the span of his death date anniversary, which would have been September 15th, 2021, until the release date of this song and video, which was April 7th, 2022, is a span of 205 days. In Gematria, Richard Wright equals 205. This is the first song they've released since his death. They haven't released music since he's been out of the band, and he's been out of the band since he died. Right? Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, but the news broke around the world on the 25th of February, right? February 25th, which can be written 2/25, like 225, which is the 56th day of the year, right? From then until the day of the release is 41 days, or you could see it as 5 weeks or 6 days, like 56. And in Gematria, Richard William Wright, which is his full name, as you see on Wikipedia, as Zach has pulled up, equals 225. So again, Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, but the rest of the world knew about it on February 25th, which is the date written 2/25. February 25th is the 56th day of the year. From that day until the song and video came out was 5 weeks and 6 days, like 56. And it was also 41 days. And in Gematria, Pink Floyd equals 41. So you got the 225 covered in the date because Richard William Wright, his full name equals 225. And that was the day that the world found out about Russia invading Ukraine. And it was 41 days until the release of the song. And in Gematria, Pink Floyd equals 41.
Can I interject very quick?
Yeah, please jump in.
So that date, 20th of July, 1943, that is exactly 2 years before the Empire State Building plane crash that happened um, on 20th of July, 1945, on a date numerology of 99, and it was also 26. Date numerology of lesser date numerology of 26. Just hold on, there's background noise. Just hold on. Yeah, that was background noise, and it also the date 20th of July, that is the day leaving 156 days left in the year. 9/11 is the 156th prime. And this goes way beyond this, but just to keep that in mind that 20th of July is very much linked with the Empire State Building plane crash. And it is very, it's entirely synced up with Bush, and it's also synced up with 9/11. And even without the decodes, people should just really know that that was an example what a plane does to a building. The plane does not slice a building made of concrete and
Right.
reinforced steel, structural steel and reinforced concrete, like a hot knife through butter. It has an impact and it rebounds or it crashes. The plane is the one that crumbles, not the tower.
Right.
So just to give a heads up on that date, that's it.
Oh, I got something huge for you. Ukraine equals 34. Murder equals 34. Music equals 34.
Mm-hmm. And D26, to add to your point, so I chime in on the gematria, the chats and the live streams and stuff, and I call in every now and then with Zach and stuff. I try not to give my location away, even though Zach shouts out the area codes and stuff, but I'm in Philly, you know what I'm saying, like I'm Philadelphia, so like I'm in the belly of the beast. You know what I mean? When it comes to this America shit, I'm literally, I could walk to Independence Hall, like, you know what I mean, the Liberty Bell, all that shit is I'm there. You know what I mean? So a lot of this shit, the Jesuitism and shit that goes on in this world, and the secrecy, I'm in the heart of where the shit was created. And to your point, D26, when you're talking about buildings, the engineering aspects of it. I don't know the exact building, but if any of you guys have ever seen Loose Change, they bring up, I think it was in the 40s or the 50s, there was a building in Philadelphia that burned for like 12, 18 hours or something like that. It burned for like a long ass time, right? It was a mega high rise in the 40s or 50s, burned for like over 10 hours, and they put the fire out. But they use that as an example of how like, even an intense fire like that can't, destroy a building to the point where it demolishes itself to dust, right? Like,
Yeah,
so
you're referring to the World Trade Center Building 7, right?
no, well, not that building specifically,
No.
but
Okay.
Architects and
all of them,
engineers.
just all of them. But I'm just saying,
Architects and engineers references all the building fires history, and they said that the World Trade Centers were the first buildings to fall.
There's only 3 buildings ever that have ever fallen from quote unquote fire structure damage, and it's World Trade Building 1, 2, and 7. You know
Steel
what I'm saying?
frame buildings. There's only 3
Newport
steel
Harbor.
frame buildings that ever fell from fire, and they all fell on 9/11.
Right,
The
and
new
those are
Pearl
the
Harbor.
ones in Manhattan.
Exactly, the new Pearl Harbor. That also equals 156.
Just,
like
I don't
the
think you guys said it just about Richard Wright. His birthday is the same day that World War I began, July 28th.
Okay. See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
that
2008, like 28.
Wasn't that? Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, you use the number 28 years. It's 2008, like 28.
Right. True. You're right. That's when he died. That's a good
For
point.
the record, when he died was his 49th day of his age, and Pink Floyd's 49 in the Most Pure Cipher.
Well, hold on. There's one last piece of the decode that I wanted to present. I presented the majority of it, and I hope that it was helpful to the dialogue. But this last piece is also a part of it. So from today, and I wrote this on the day that the song came out, which was April 7th. So from today to what Richard Wright's 79th birthday would have been. So from the date of the song release, which would have been April 7th, 2022, to what would be Richard Wright's upcoming 79th birthday, if he were alive today, July 20th, 2022, was 112 days. And in Gematria, Pink Floyd and English ordinal equals 112. Richard Wright equals 79, and Ukraine equals 79. So all those things encompassing, including the 107, the 28th prime. They haven't released a song in 28 years. They release a project that is quote unquote to benefit Ukraine, and in Gematria, benefit Ukraine is 68, and we know that the invasion on Ukraine started on a 68 date numerology. They released the song on the day leaving 276 days in a year. The song Gematria is 276, right? Pink Floyd's Gematria is 112. The song comes out 112 days before what would have been his 79th birthday. His name, Richard Wright, equals 79. Ukraine equals 79. So on and so forth, and all the other examples I use. I just wanted to set this up.
The only thing you didn't say is that September 15th leaves 107 days left in the year, because you're making the point about 107 earlier.
Yeah. Didn't even realize it.
Yeah.
Didn't even realize it. But
I'd like to say something about the 28. It was Pluto's return this year, and in Chaldean Gematria, Pluto equals 28. So you got the band returning after 28 years. You got Pluto's return. coming 28 years. Also, Jesuitism equals 28 in Chaldean as well. And also cunning equals 28 in Chaldean. And obviously deceit equals 28 in full reduction. So
COVID equals 28. So
For sure.
Good shit.
I mean, if you guys have any more time, there was some other decodes I had that I'm open to
well,
sharing
I actually wanted
if
to
you
ask
guys wanted to
you a
hear.
question about music. Jeff, do you listen to any medicine music? And have you heard about Herbert Quinteros?
Medicine music, like Medicine Man.
Well, you know,
I
like
haven't
his,
heard. I haven't heard of that. But are you talking about like healing,
yeah, like
healing
different types of
jams,
shamanism.
shamanism?
Yeah, different types of shamanistic music. Like there's
I've
stuff
heard
in
some of it
Peru.
because I had a couple gals. They were actually a sweet lesbian couple in Sarasota, friends of ours. That actually the girl sang at Farm Aid with us, background vocals, Kat, and the dear woman. Yeah, she was a shaman and telling me all about that and playing music. And they had the glass bowls and they lived in a A-frame house, like a pyramid. So yeah, but
Well, you know, it's funny.
tell me more.
Well, you know, the dynamics about Stonehenge, and when Stonehenge is complete, it sounds like the voices that are made inside of it are like actually all around you.
Or
Or
doesn't every town have something like a Stonehenge that someone put there to draw people there to make money? I'm not sure about Stonehenge because I've been there. I don't know if it's legit, like the Druids really put it there. That's up for debate. But
well, if you look at the
So
geometry, you'll see that there
can I
is
interject?
the reverberations and that
yeah,
idea
that I
that
mean,
you
it
can
may
bounce
have
from.
reverberations, and that's all cool. But I'm just wondering about the source of how Stonehenge got there. But yeah, I mean, there's very many. I mean, that's why. I mean, have some of the churches have the most beautiful acoustics, and the sound is actually. I saw this documentary on how the sound in the church when they play the organ and the chanting sends energy up the funnel. Yeah, there's
Well,
a
check
lot
this
of
out. Organ equals 61, like church, and the standard pipe organ has 61 pipes.
crazy.
Yeah, can I interject real quick? Someone probably Jeff talked mentioned about the Stonehenge. I was distracted a while ago. But regarding Stonehenge, I have a presentation on that. I'll be happy to share that next time. It's about ancient structures. Basically, if I choose three of them, I would say top three. That would be the pyramids at Giza. What was that? Stonehenge and Pantheon in Greece, Athens. So yeah, that would be
Where my
great. And
girl
the
just
date,
sent pictures. She was just there and sent me a bunch of pics.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, with the Stonehenge, it is completely sacred geometry with the moon and the sun, with the earth and the moon. It's synced up with the numbers.
Hey, was that you that talked about the pyramid in Mexico, I think, where they had the seashell resonate with the chambers underneath it?
No, not likely. No, not me.
Oh yeah, so there's a seashell that they find, just washing up on the shore, and it has a certain frequency. I think it's close to about 400 hertz. And one of the pyramids, there's a big shaft. It's like it's like visible from the surface. It's underneath a bunch of the structure. And
Oh, is it the Incan pyramids? Is it those of the Mayans or the Incas?
well, it's something I heard like maybe like 2 years ago, so it's not really
Mm-hmm.
fresh. But
Okay.
yeah, I just wanted to mention that that's an instrument, and it has to do with this idea that instruments are like very you can like essentially interact with consciousness through instruments, right? And you can also interact with technology. That's why they call certain technologies instruments. And you can technically call our bodies an instrument because we transmit and receive energy and information. And all this study about language and gematria is simply just measuring. Uh, it's like the trivium and quadrivium. You guys like know that pretty good by now.
There's a band called Trivium.
Well, oh
I
yeah, I
just
know that. The seven liberal arts, the classic seven liberal arts: logic, grammar, rhetoric, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. Those are the seven ways to measure reality. Because measurement means that you make lines, and it's what you're really doing is just segmenting off um, a scale. Just like the 12 chromatic scale. That chromatic scale is all throughout nature, and it's built into everything, whether we like it or not. You can't escape this chromatic scale. Like, you operate in it no matter what. And that's like
I
a
love
reason
that.
why these Satanists are so mad, is because there's like rules. But yeah, man. All I wanted to just get across out there is that with the sacred geometry stuff is the flower of life. It's actually a three-dimensional shape, and it's definitely more dimensions added on top of that. But do you guys know about the 64 tetrahedron grid?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so maybe look that up. It's like it's actually, it has to do with the tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton, gram as in grammar, but it also means gram as in weight. The best animation is Nassim Haramein 64 tetrahedron grid, and he's got a quick animation. He shows how the I Ching, I think it is.
The Chinese lines.
Yeah,
A
the
lot of
lines.
that's
If
what like Hanson the company that made Sophia, I think they reference that with their logo. And I think like even like the Jay-Z Blueprint 3 uses the I Ching. A lot of pop culture references like refer to the I Ching as like, I don't know specifically what they're referencing, but they're definitely using it as like symbolism for this
well,
deeper
yeah,
message that you're probably getting at.
the cover of the I Ching, all of those lines, they're like different segments and stuff. Some are cut in half, and some are single, and some are
Right.
double. Yeah, if you take those lines and rearrange them, you make the Buckminster Fuller vector equilibrium, which is the center of the 64 tetrahedron matrix grid. And all it is the flower of life. It's circles. Well, you got to make those circles into spheres, and then all the spheres have a single triangle, and then because of the hermetic principle of polarity, that single triangle automatically flips and makes the Solomon, the Star of David. And then from there on, it's just an infinite, it's an infinite, what do you call it, zooming in. It's an infinite space within a finite boundary. That
It's
is
like a
right there.
vacuum.
That's the shape of the fabric of space itself, where all light and matter is derived from.
It's like a vacuum, kind of, right? That's like what spaces they always talk about, right?
Yeah,
Infinite space
so
and
according to
finite space.
this, every
Sorry.
single
Yeah,
particle.
structure of the vacuum. That's literally what it says. That's funny.
So according to this and the math, and actually they say that there's 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cubed of mass in every single proton. So every proton has enough energy, and it's like, technically speaking, it meets the definition of a black hole.
Mm-hmm.
So every particle in the entire universe is a singularity, and that singularity is actually an infinite, or what we consider infinite source of energy. And all we're doing, being existing, is we're like piggybacking off of this substrate. And this is what was known as the quintessence, or the ether. This is
Right. Well,
this.
that also connects to like, at the end of the day, all this connects back to mathematics, and you can see right there. It says, tetrahedron is a fractal, and and that's all that is. That's Fibonacci. You know what I'm saying? That's like the
Yeah,
shape of a seashell, or like, you know, the geometry of a leaf on a tree, or even like how a tree or a plant grows and bloom. You know what I'm saying? Like all that mathematics is built. This is sacred geometry is built into nature. Um, you know, obviously in time and space and mathematics as well is just like the human way of calculating this natural mathematical equation that exists and being able to basically define it for a human mind, being like, all right, this is how we could actually like objectively view it. You know what I'm saying? But this thing already exists with or without us being around. You know what I'm saying? Like it exists in
yeah.
space, it
Well,
exists
I mean,
on
that's the
Earth,
thing.
and all these things.
What the understanding is, that is us. Like we are that,
Hmm.
you know. But
Right.
also, you know, tetrad equals 68. Just like what is it? Mathematics, sacred. Tetra equals 64. And you know that's the 64 tetrahedron grid. If you click on images on that Google search, you should be able to see the Buckminster-Fuller vector equilibrium. There's a couple of different like animations. Yeah, maybe not. You know, like the best presenter of this information. He's like kind of coded, I think. He's coded with like 42, and you know, he's a big math guy, and essentially he's got animations, like he's got like a bunch of like 6 and 8 and 12-hour live in-person presentations, like the, you know, David Icke friggin' 10-hour presentations nonstop or whatever. And he's been around since like, you know, the 90s, and his information on sacred geometry, this is the most important aspect of sacred geometry, because instead of looking at it like two-dimensional, it it's like three. So you see that one right there in the middle of your screen, Zach, the one with the different ones. There's 6 of them. So you know
I'm
how
loving
in your book,
this. Love
you
this.
talk about the 12 disciples around the one Jesus, and how it's all the circles they fit around each other.
Right.
It works that way too, to where they're spheres, and get sucked in through the top and shat out through the bottom, just like food through your mouth and out your ass. And the same thing happens with stars. You know, they talk about black holes and how they suck in energy, but they also emit it, and that's the whole point. You know, how, according to mainstream science, it says that matter can't be created nor destroyed.
Right.
Are you sitting in creation, Zach? Matter can be created. It's obvious because there is creation. So, you know, like that's, you know, this I'll type the guy's name in the chat, and you know, you can just put him up on the screen for you guys, you know. I just wanted to get that out there for you guys. He's here you go. I'll just stop talking cuz it's almost 3 in the morning. I've been up since 8 a.m. I'm on in New Jersey. I'm tired. But yeah, thanks for that. Let me get in there.
Well, no problem. Thanks for staying up late for us, and appreciate the contribution. That was kind of the subject, sacred geometry. So here's the man.
Yeah, he's got 2 really good ones. If you want a short one, watch Black Hole with a WHOLE, and then you can also watch Crossing the Event Horizon, and that actually references the tetrad and the Kabbalah tree, and a little bit of a little bit. He doesn't quite say anything about gematria, but he shows you that the YHWH and how they're letters. He shows you that. So, you know, he's and he also on his website, the resonance science, what is it? Resonancescience.org, I think. He actually talks about the Jesuits He does it in a polite way, but he says that they totally took over science, and you know, maybe he keeps some stuff under wraps a little bit because obviously, speaking out against these guys, like you got to be a brave, very, very, very brave, and especially if you really want to accomplish something like scientific and revolutionary, like this guy's working on like resonance technology, like crystal batteries, because everything's vibrating and everything has limitless energy in every point in space. All you have to do is just literally, how like on a guitar, you can be out of tune. Well, when you use when you tune into this vacuum energy, you only need to tune into a very small percentage of it in order to get a massive amount of energy from it, because that's how much energy is in it. And he's actually got research publications. So if you wanted to read his research publications, you can go to that website. Telling you, man, like as far as gematria goes, like that community needs gematria, and our community needs this guy's particular insight on what they call the Planck unit. And he just says that we consider a oscillation of energy a unit of measurement. So there's like inches, feet, miles, whatever. He's decided to start measuring things from an oscillation of like the smallest unit. And he says there is smaller stuff, but he calls it the Planck scale unit. And that's named after the famous Planck, Max Planck, I think. And he even Buckminster Fuller references if there is a different answer to Einstein's stuff, it is the vector equilibrium. And Nassim Haramein basically reverse engineered the vector equilibrium by making his all he did was decode the flower of life in a certain way that nobody else seen, because not only is it the do the circles take up spaces, but they also leave voids. You know what I'm saying? Like there's if
Like
imagine
stars, like when a star dies. That's what like stars do when supernovas happen. They like leave
yeah,
matter, which is becomes black holes or whatever.
everything looks the same in all scales. It looks like a 2D sine wave, but we have to realize it's actually a 3D spinning wave, and that's how sound works. Like sound, it's not, like we were watching the cymatics earlier, and it's like a flat thing. It's actually a 3-dimensional shape, that sound. It's not a 2D thing. So and that just adds another layer of perspective to it, because you can sit there and do linear algebra, but then once you add in the next dimension, you can start dealing with different problems.
Right.
But thank
Well,
you so much
very
for your time,
interesting.
guys.
I appreciate it. I wasn't aware of this man or his work, but I'm going to look into it definitely. So thank you.
You're welcome, dude. And
This was
I'm
awesome,
hanging
and
around
it
for a little
tied
bit.
in, and even the stuff you were shown before mentioning him was killer. All the sacred geometry stuff.
Yeah, he's one of the best. And there's a guy. He's a lot of. I'm only 30. You ever hear of Drunvolo Melchizedek? Yeah, he's another guy from the 90s, and he's a lot more wild out there. But he does talk about the flower of life, and he actually has something called the. You should type this in, actually, Zach. Type in Lucifer flower of life, and it's a double flower of life. It looks like a friggin' one was made into a two, and it should look like a wider flower of life with like two eyes instead of one. Drunvolo Lucifer, Drunvalo, and his last name, or the name that he took, is Melchizedek, like from the Bible. and it's called the Lucifer flower, the Lucifer shape, Lucifer flower of life. It's a double flower life. Dronvolo, Lucifer flower of life. Let's see. It's in his actual book. I don't see it yet. Oh, maybe that's it right there. No. I think see that one with what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4? Is that it? Not that one. Go down. It looks just like the regular flower of life, but it's just split a little bit. See that one? I think that's it. It's just a smaller version. No, actually, never mind. That's not it. I'm sorry. Scroll down. Is it the one on the left? No. It's in his book, so you want to look for a photocopy of a book, I think. Keep going. No, you're not going to be able to find it. But yeah, so you know how the flower of life, if you look at the regular one, it's perfectly aligned in the middle. This Lucifer flower, it's just a little bit wider in the middle, like it's split. And it really like stands out to me, like it means something. But I don't know, like the guy's on Gaia, and so is Nassim Harriman. Both of these guys were on the Gaia network, and I know what the Gaia network really is. But for some, like their fucking information is pretty good still, dude. So, and it's right up your alley too, Jeff, and D26. I know you guys are looking for the most hardcore matrix defining stuff. I mean, I think Zach's focus is really just to get people to say no, and I feel like Zach isn't really in. I feel like you lost your excitement in investigating and learning about the secrets about like how nature works, and you're more about you're just fed up with this bullshit, right?
Well, I mean, it's like
everybody has their role, bro.
The tyranny has to be ended, man. Otherwise, it should just.
I'm not
I feel like that should be everybody's top priority.
We should just be trying to expose everything.
I get in trouble at work for talking about this stuff. I talk about your work all the time, dude, and I'm just saying, like, I still like get joy in like looking into stuff that's not about the conspiracy. Like I look into like like scientific stuff, and I was just wondering if you still do that, because I know like early on in your work, of course you were.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say, I mean, it's Mike talking, right?
Yeah.
I've been, I talk about a lot of this esoteric information with a lot of my friends and family, but especially my close friends. You know what I'm saying? And the way I see this community working collectively is like, it might be a corny reference, but it's like Captain Planet, right? Where it's like every individual piece has its role within the greater body. So it's like Zach might be the guy who's like his specialty is like the numbers, it's gematria, it's decoding the media, it's pulling out like here's the bullshit that we getting fed through media, right? And here's my skill set that's gonna break through that bullshit, right? And then it might be somebody like you, Mike, where it's like my specialty is like I'm gonna go deeper into the more scientific or geometrical aspects. And then it might be somebody like me or Jeff, where it's like I'm going to use the same information knowledge, where it's like I'm going to go into specifically within music and entertainment. And then you might have like a D26, where it's like I'm going to go into like deeper historical elements. But at the end of the day, the message is still the same, and that's the beauty of like this show, because it's like a space where all of us can come together and share our ideas, and then also share our research and information that we might have that other people within the community might not be tapped into. But one thing that this is just my personal opinion, and and just take it as that. One thing I think within this community and the so-called truth community that I think people should start to gravitate towards more is, instead of looking at it as like, oh, this person should be doing research on this more, is like us as individuals, period,
could take on the role of, this is the thing that I'm interested in, or this is the thing that I understand the best, and applying the knowledge that I'm learning within the community, I can take that knowledge and apply it to the thing that I know more than the other person, and then I'm going to bring that knowledge to the greater body, right? So it's like, I think that's the thing. I think that's something that's going to help all of us grow together. Is because, like, when I hear you speak, or when I hear D26 speak, or when I hear Jeff speak, when I hear Zach speak, you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm learning something new from all of you individually, and you're gonna know something more than Zach, and more than Jeff, more than D26, or anybody else in this community, and vice versa. And those are the things that's gonna help us all collectively be able to expand our community and our collective message, because we have information as individuals that's going to be, quote unquote, our specialty. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I feel like, then again, that's just my personal opinion, but like, I feel like that idea is more important than expecting somebody else within the community to take on our idea and do more research on it. It's like, why don't we do the research individuals and bring it to the community, and then let that blossom within the community as people gravitate towards it and learn it and do their own research? Because at the end of the day, the problem with the world is we take everything at face value. Somebody on CNN or Fox News or NBC is telling us what the truth is, and the rest of the world is accepting it, and they're not going back and doing the research and validating it. But there's people within this community who are doing the work, you know what I'm saying, and doing the research and validating the things that we're interested in knowing and interested in finding that are true, and we're able to bring it back to the community that's also doing that same work. They may be doing it in another way, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to be more to our benefit if us as individuals are doing that individual work and bringing that information. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, like, we all know that Zach is absolutely, totally 100%. I mean, I'm committed to this stuff too.
Look, Zach's not God, dog. Zach's not the Pope. That's what the Catholic Church does. The Catholic Church is like, oh, the Pope is the guy who's going to bring us the information, so I'm going to rely on him to tell me what the truth is. Zach's doing his role. You're doing your work too, and it's all valid, right? And that's the beauty of it. So it's like, that should be the focus.
I just want to say one last thing. All I was doing here was inviting Zach into, like, looking into the cool stuff again, because he, like, he used to look into, like, the especially in the time of 201 and 56 revelations. Like, it's been a long time since Zach looked into, like, the real esoteric stuff. And
But don't check Zach, dog. Look, that's what the problem with people are. We try and check the next man. Check yourself. Don't worry about what Zach doing. Zach doing his work. Zach about to go to Oklahoma City. He live all the way in Washington State. You know what I'm saying? And don't take this as like I'm coming at you, but I'm just saying as a real person to person, we trying to check the next person to what they should be doing. You doing the work, you doing your work, and your work is amazing. All the things you just presented is new information to all of us, and that is what it's about. Don't worry about the next man and the next woman are going to do what they got to do, or do what they are capable of doing, and bringing the information to the rest of the community. If we all focus on that, we're all going to grow, because you're going to find the information. Why would you rely on Zach to find the information you already have access to? Why don't you got the information, bring it to everybody else, and then we can do the work on our own. You know what I'm saying? That's going to benefit everybody more than if somebody else does it, you know?
Yeah, I'm just throwing stuff out in the community and just inviting everybody, not just Zach. So.
No, I know where you're coming, and I'm not saying that like maliciously or like in a negative connotation, but I'm just trying to like present something in a mindset wise, because like, and we're all subject to this, and I'm not trying to single you out. Like, I'm subject to it as well. Like, I just feel like we're already in an obscure space, right? Like, we're already presenting information that's already seen as like other, and like this is weird, or this is like conspiracy, or some other shit. But it's like, in order for us to really have the space and the power that's going to impact people, is like, if we all are coming on our shit at 100, then nobody can stop us. Because it's like, why would I give 50 and then expect Zach or Jeff or D26 or DK Stone or you to give a fraction of it, when I can bring 100, Zach can bring 100, Jeff can bring 100, DK Stonewood can bring 100, you could bring 100,
that's 8, 9, 1,000, 100. You know what I'm saying? Like as opposed to 1,000 being broke up within 10. That's everybody bringing 100. That's 10,000. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Oh yeah,
even
so
even within our own community, we're still subjected to the
let's
mind
talk
control of
about
our conditioning to think that somebody else is supposed to bring us the truth. We already have access to, and we already bringing the truth. Just keep doing the work, and just do our own part, and we're gonna bring it to each other, and that's gonna grow the community that way.
Yeah, I would like to interject at the moment right now, very quick. Whatever Niall talk about, I agree to him 100%, and this is what bartering is, which is what the centuries ago we used to use as an exchange method. The bartering system of exchange of goods, that was the true transactions in those days, not what we have right now in digitally. And
Did you say
uh,
barter?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
I
I
guess
said
it's
that about an hour
barter.
ago. I said, people,
I
stop.
guess I missed that. I guess I
We're
probably missed
killing
that,
over
probably.
crazy. We're people are
And
talking
this is
about
the true
crazy, calling
barter
us
system.
crazy, saying wearing masks is crazy. Let's start with the most fundamental fucking thing here. People are worshiping, believing in, and killing, cheating, fucking each other left and right over. Even in this community, fleecing each other like what Richie Boston did with his computer meltdown to fleece people out of fake money that has no value, man. What you're saying is beautiful. Bartering used to be what it was about, and it kind of goes with what you're saying as well with this community. We need to barter our talents. We need to each bring, just like musicians, everyone creates their own sound. Every band has their own vibe. Even if you've listened to the same artist growing up, you have your own personality and you're going to put your own thumbprint on it. And the one thing's for sure, if we don't get on the case, like Zach and I said, we hope a pandemic doesn't happen in our lifetime on my show 5 years ago, just brainstorming, said, yeah, well, we hope something like that doesn't happen in our lifetime. There ain't going to be no flowers or life or flowers of life or nothing left for any of us if we don't come together now. Like the Beatles
And
said, even though they're puppets, I mean, all these people may have been put, there was still truth in the lyrics, and people take it the wrong way. And I think everyone does have a different talent and a different bent, and what we need to figure out how to do is blend, not vibe and tug of war with each other. That's what everyone's doing. It's a pissy match, dick measuring contest, ego just out of control, and none of that is necessary because this is supposed to be a selfless pursuit, right? It's a selfless pursuit, and just like music is, right? It's supposed to be a selfless pursuit. You're not doing it. I know I'm not doing it for money. And just to tandem on the back of what someone else said before, playing music, it makes you think. Your brain works a different way. You think differently. You interact with the whole world and everything you do differently. And I recommend, like when people ask me, or like, I'm not good enough to study with you, I got to get good, then I'll take. No, music is a meditation. First and foremost, I've played more in my bedroom, like you see me. This is how you think I got good and learning. I sit here, what you seeing me do with the mic muted before I talk. I sit here every day. I've seen every one of Zach's videos, and I'm getting better by the second, because how you get better is to take your nerve bundle, where all your dexterity comes, whether you're playing guitar, doing brain surgery, putting components together, rebuilding your car, doing the dishes, all comes from the base of your spine, where they start it, right? To elevate up to the pineal.
The 33
right?
degrees.
But what they taught us at GIT, what you do and why musicians got to stare at the neck of their guitar. And if you can't play the whole song with your eyes closed, you don't know the tune. What I do and what they taught us to do at GIT, and this is what's been a benefit of this whole thing of Zach, you don't even know this, Zach, till tonight. I sit there playing guitar, because your brain gets in a crosstalk, just like when you try to wake someone up. Their ego, or you judging yourself, you play something, you make a mistake, I suck, oh, I suck. Or that's even saying, that's great, man, I'm God on guitar. You don't want to judge. How about, here's something to try tomorrow. Today, I shall judge nothing that occurs. See how long that lasts. Do you look in the mirror and see a pimple on your nose or whatever? Right? But I would sit here and I just practice and learn from your channel, from documentaries, from movies that I pull up, anything that I can watch. And you ferret out. It's up to each of us to have the bullshit meter to ferret out what's truth and what resonates in your core. You say, okay, you can smell, but you should be able to smell bullshit a mile away, right? But unfortunately, most people would rather shove their nose in the bullshit. There's two kinds of people in the world: the kind who can smell bullshit a mile away, and the people who are like, "What? What bullshit?" You know. So I sit here every day and play guitar and listen and learn, and I don't open my mouth. And I've been doing it since we met. And I've written a bunch of songs. And again, your brain gets in a fight with your dexterity. So by taking your brain out of the equation and watching TV, not just Zach, watch a movie and then play your instrument or do something. I mean, that's the best secret for playing music that I've found. I'm never looking at my guitar. I'm always looking at
It's always
concentrating.
something outside of your space.
A buddy of mine, it's actually Reb Beach, who's playing in Whitesnake now, and he played in Winger. I think it was on the Winger album. He had his buddy talk to him while he laid the solo, so he wasn't conscious of what he was playing. Right? You know what I'm saying? So this has been a tool for me, and even if I never spoke a sentence of what I learned here and through the computer and researching elsewhere, and then these books that I showed tonight, and in music is a great meditation for yourself. Even if you never play out in public, even if you never share the truth, what you know, having all this stuff, it helps you. This is why we're here, to wake up. We're here for a couple reasons that I've been able to do. First and foremost, to be of service to others, right? And to do that, we got to conserve our energy and not piss it on the ground and light a match on it and think we're doing something noble. By fighting with someone who thinks they're right when you know they're fucking wrong, just say, all right, dude, you're right. And they're out of your life forever, man. Piss off. There's how many? They lie and say there's 7 billion people. Let's say there's 6, 5, 4, whatever billion people, man. That's what I say about my fans. I don't give a shit if any fan gets offended or anything I post about truth, because you know what? Fuck you. There's like 6 billion, 5 billion right behind you, man. Adios, muchacho. Right. So, and that's the way we got to be with waking people. Let them take the vaccine. Let them be asleep. Fuck them all the way to hell. As long as I'm centered, right?
Zach,
I don't even talk to my baby, but as long as I know when the time is, I'm working on like exit strategies to like
Zach, you know how you always talk
Spain,
about
outside
like
of Spain, Morocco, that area over there. Research that, people.
Zach, you always talk about like, I mean, I know you kind of say it jokingly, but I mean, you kind of present it in a serious tone, but like, you're always like the what is the Georgia guys tones? Like, I wish they would come true. And you're like, we need to get these fuckers out of here. To a different degree, like I think about that because I would talk about this with one of my good friends, and we used to talk in college. We used to talk about like the mysteries and like a lot of esoteric shit. Like that was like a big topic of conversation within our friend group. But I used to always reference. For me, I used to always reference the and this is to your point as well, Jeff. But like the eye of providence, right? You know, what's on the back of our dollar, and like you know, I have some of these conversations I have with people outside of like the quote unquote the know, but like I always think like maybe it is designed where it's like that eye on providence represent the knowledge, so to speak, really does represent the people who are willing to know, because so many people are more willing to just be those 13 layers of brick, right? And like there's a sect of humanity that's willing to take advantage of that layer of brick to build their empire on top of it, you know, at the expense of those people, as opposed to like acknowledging the fact that like, yo, you are not awake, you are asleep, you aren't in the light. Like you should be waking up to these deeper ideas, these greater ideas, and because you aren't, you aren't evolving. But then a part of me is also like, maybe humanity, it's almost like natural selection, where it's like maybe there is a sect of humanity where it's like those 13 layers are natural, you know what I'm saying? It's like, even though we're like fighting against, the eye of providence, if you will, if I'm just use that as an example, like we're fighting against the people who are representing like that elite, or like that sect of society where it's like they're discarding the rest of humanity. But like, and I know, Zach, you share the sentiment consistently, but it's like so many people are so unwilling to not be a part of those layers of bricks. Maybe it is kind of like what Jeff's saying. Like maybe it's just like, fuck it. Like if that's what you want to do, then you go do that. And it's like, I'm gonna be over here. I'm gonna be researching. I'm gonna be like growing and learning, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna be going on my journey, my path to break out of this. And if you aren't on that ship, then it's like, if you're in the sea, it's like, the end of fucking Titanic. It's like, if you swimming in that shit, dog, like fuck, you gonna be swimming on the fucking side of a door, dog. And it's like, I'm already have built a whole ship over here, dog. I wasn't even trying to be on the Titanic, dog. Like we
you know
built
what
a
the
ship
major
over here and
problem?
you didn't even
The
fucking
major
notice, you was
problem.
asleep.
The major problem with that philosophy is that um it doesn't consider that we share our karma collectively. So if 90% of humanity is evil, we're going to pay consequences for their bullshit. So you literally
Hey there.
either have to totally separate from them or convert them. Because literally humanity will result in extinction if there's not a serious course correct, and that course correct, um, it could be a mass casualty event where, like, a billion or billion people die because of something natural or unnatural, or it's not going to be like a such a bad thing. Like, it really could be like, it could, the revolution, the thought, the the rejection of the false authority, it really could be like happening in like less than a week, like as far as like what's possible, the
I
amount of
mean, it is kind of, in a way, it's happening every day, but it's like the quote unquote authority is trying to suppress that so that they can
think about how
continue to control more
think about how
people.
long
You
it
know what I'm
took
saying?
them. Think about how much force and labor it took them to get to this point, like over the generations. The amount of
Yeah, yeah.
people to combat that, all that stuff, it actually, there's
No,
so
the
many people.
Crusades, the fucking Protestant Reformation, all the revolutions that have happened in the Americas, or all the revolutions that have happened within the last 300 years. You know what I mean? Like all the proof is in the pudding. You know what I'm saying? People don't fucking read. I was talking to my homie the other day. All the information we need to know, you can go to the fucking library for free and read about this shit. But you bring this shit up in a conversation on an esoteric tip, and people are like, "This is ridiculous," and it's like, how is it ridiculous? The same thing we're talking about right now has already taken place. You know what I'm saying? Like the Spanish Inquisition wasn't a fucking conspiracy theory, dog. The Spanish Inquisition really happened, where the Catholic Church by force made sure that their agenda went through by torturing and killing people. You know what I'm saying? It's like these ideas aren't made up ideas.
Well, look, I
But
mean, I feel like you've been trying to convince us that this is real. Like, I mean, like, let's talk about like actual stuff. Like, let's not complain about the situation. And I'm just saying, just to make the conversation better. It's getting late.
mhm.
You
No,
know.
no, no, no. I'm agree.
Let's
I'm just painting a picture. I'm just saying, like, and this isn't like a argumentative thing. It's not like, oh, I'm right, you're wrong type thing. I'm just like saying just basic facts. Like, I'm just
You
speaking
see the
about on people in
frustrations.
general. Like, people don't realize like the things we talk about as a community aren't things that are made up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just showing people things that already exist and showing them how they continue to exist, and they are evolving in these new ways, and the systems in which they exist are continued with the same systems, like gematria, like tarot, like esoteric or occultist information, or like Kabbalah. Like, these ideas didn't just get made up at the revolution of YouTube. Like, These ideas existed 600, 700,000, 2,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago, and people were awake to those ideas at one point, and they literally fought wars over who was going to be the narrator of those ideas. You know what I'm saying? And now you have in the future, which is today, the people who are speaking on those ideas are seen as like these other like weird or conspiracy theories. And it's like we're speaking on the same ideas that the Catholic Church spoke on in 1550, but now we're doing it in a way where it's not popularized. You know what I'm saying? Where or their agendas already been completed or it's almost completion. So now when people speak against that idea, it's like looked at as weird. Where it's like, no, dog, like
Yeah,
motherfuckers was
what I
doing
make
that
sure
shit in
what
2,000 years ago. Same thing.
I always make sure to tell people that laws exist in nature. Men can't create laws. It's impossible for men to create laws, and that's the most simplest way you can put it. And if they can't get it, then you can move on because they'll think about it at least.
Natural law.
Hey Zach, everybody's asking for Jeff to play a song.
I'd like to interject right
chat.
here if I could.
Fade to black.
DK has a comment.
I'd like to
Audio
interject
plugged
here
and
if I
turned
could
off all my guitar.
before I
But
die
I
again.
gave you all my links.
Jeff,
people.
I got amazing
It's all
stuff
out
for
there.
you on.
Say again.
Jeff,
He cut out. It was Stonewood again.
All right.
Here, let's do
I
this.
will.
We just hit the
That-
6-hour mark. Let's
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's give
I just wanted to
everybody-
say something. I just wanted to say something about that
Ready
because
to
we hit
pass
the
out, man.
6 hour mark. I got to hurry up because it's lunchtime over here. It's 12:45 in the afternoon. So with the thing with the agendas and the controlling the education system and science, the world of science, Zach has talked about this probably a million times that Christian Huygens had a name with an exceptional extra A with his name, Christian Huygens, which had 201 and 93 with the 93 million miles. The sun is 93 million miles from the earth. Even with this guy, Max Planck, which you mentioned about, his full name equals 289, which equals 201 in base 12 counting, and his name Max Planck equals 95. And something anyone who's from a physics background or someone who has a science background and have read about the electromagnetism, probably E equals lambda into V, which is basically that's a formula for the energy equals the frequency in multiplied by the Planck's constant, and Planck's constant equals 47 and 223. 223 is a reflection of 322, like BBC. So I just wanted to make that all that sums up. So with the science thing, it's definitely just the other day on the comments I was talking with Neo the hacker in probably in the last video, the one with before, which it was it was about the solving for zero probably, where the father of the modern genetics, that equals 263, the 56 prime, and the guy credited to be the father of genetics in history, his name is Gregor Johann Mendel, who was a Catholic priest, and his full name equals 201, but his first name and surname, Gregor Mendel, that equals 201. So the science world is completely sold out of the dishes, that I can probably confirm as far as I know. So even I would say history is scripted. And if history is scripted, think about what the news is it. So it's all connected.
Indeed.
Nice.
Indeed.
But congratulations on the 6 hour mark. We are probably going to, before we broke the record of the last this last stream. What is Jeff's reply? People asking for him to sing the song. Probably.
That's the chat. In the private chat, somebody asked also. They said, Jeff, I want to hear something real quick. They just kept asking.
We'll close out the show with
turned all
Jeff
my
playing the
shit
guitar,
off, dude, and
but
it's
everybody's
6
got to
hours.
get in their final piece.
I'm ready to pass out. We can
Here,
do it again, and I'll play
so
more
everybody,
next
that was
time.
D2.
I'll
Hold
give
on,
you all
Jeff.
my links.
We got to get you to play before we sign off. Let's go. So D26 just gave his last piece. See through the Matrix Reloaded. You want to give your final say tonight?
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate everything you did. Thanks for coming through. It was my first time actually being on the panel. Thank you, Zachary, for introducing Gematria to me 2019 when I found you. But I just want to give y'all flowers and say thank you very much. That's it, man.
Well,
This is my first time doing this, so I look forward to coming on more.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
No doubt.
Mike, we'll just go down the line in order from Mike. We'll go from the back. You want to
Yeah, sure.
final word?
So, yeah, I sent a video in the group chat. It's just a song, and that song actually I listened to for the first time on ayahuasca,
Okay.
and it actually told a story, and it was just a really cool experience, and I think it's a great song. There's no lyrics. I was just inviting everybody to listen to it tonight, before you guys go to bed.
Okay. I'll post the artist and the song in the chat for people to check it out. So, all
All right. Thank you. See you later, guys.
right. Have a good night.
Do.
All right. And Niall, you want to say your closing piece?
Yeah, I'll say one last thing. Yeah, again, like I know this is the end, so thanks again to everybody. It's great to be able to share my research and hear other people's research and absorb all the information that has been shared over the many years within this community. Zach, especially thanks to you, bringing all of us together. I discovered you in 2018. Like I said, I'm from Philly, so I found you when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. That was my window to the secret world of the language that we call gematria, and that is gematria. So yeah, just thank you. Hopefully in the future I'll be a part of these discussions more. I'm always decoding, and I'll always get a chance to share the research that I'm doing. So I'm glad to have been able to take this opportunity to do that, and I'll continue to be a part of the conversation.
Are you posting your research somewhere?
I am on Free to Find Truth. I actually posted the Pink Floyd thing that I decoded. I posted on my page there. I hadn't been on there in a while, so I'm gonna start posting on there more. There's a few other things that I've been researching that I wanted to bring up. I wish I would have came in here earlier because I wanted to talk to you more about the next April 18th, which is the next kill date that we talk about in this community. But I'll save that for another day. Maybe. I mean, you're going to be in OKC for that, so maybe it'll be a conversation after that. But or I'll email it to you or something like that. But I'll definitely start sharing more. I'm always researching news and sports and stuff. And I'll share when I can. But I'll be around. I'm always around. I'm always checking in the videos and live streams and stuff.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on tonight, and thanks for sharing everything that you did. Keep it up.
Oh, always, man.
All right. You have a good night.
You too, bro.
DK, can you hear us? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
his
how about,
connection's
can you
working.
hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can. It's on a delay, but I'm just going to be quiet. So
Can you
just
hear
go ahead
me?
and say what you want to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, StreamYard's killing me tonight, even when I got just perfect service. They don't want me debunking like shills like Harriman and Junevalo and all this stuff. This is my shit. This would have been my best shit, this sacred geometry and the cymatic stuff for the audience. But anyway, well, I'm still fairly new anyways. My first comments ever were the Gabby Petito small talk and the brain laundry, and that seems like just yesterday. And my first call was the home plate is a pentagram and the soccer ball and stuff. So that seems like just yesterday. So we've still got plenty of time. But as far as Jeff emailed me. I got a bunch of stuff for you on that, on the sound and that stuff that Zach had up there, that CymaScope thing. That's actually the sand on the plate that we have in our brain. So when you look at standing waves, and that's what creates the sacred geometry, and that's all happening in our brain too. And if you want to get together, I actually live pretty close to you, like Manhattan Beach area. So email me. Zach has my email, or it's dkstonewood@gmail. So if you want to email me, I could forward you some information that I guarantee you'll be very interested in.
Cool, babe. I was
yeah, of
digging
course.
it.
Now that the show's over, my reception's my thing's perfect.
Funny.
Go ahead.
I'll send your email address to Jeff. So.
Yeah. So.
Cool, dudes.
Specifically before when I had full reception, just would not just would not. Zach added me back like 25. Sorry about that, and thank you. So it wasn't like we weren't trying.
Yeah. 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 All right. Was there anything else you want to say, Deco?
Maybe. I will just get to it on another show, I guess. But when you come through LA, yeah, maybe we could all hit the streets and do something.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, hopefully that'll be very soon. So
let's do LA. There's another cat. Check it out, man. Dinah and I have a fan that showed up at one of our gigs in a Gematria Fake News T-shirt.
Huh. Funny.
His name's like Jorge. Jorge. Do you
Okay.
know that guy? He has glasses. He's cool, man. He's posting your stuff all the time. I see in my newsfeed. But he's come out to 2 of our gigs.
I think that might be the same gentleman who flew up to Seattle in March of 2020. So,
what's his? Do you know his last name? It starts with an S.
I can't remember.
His name right up right now. Hold on.
Jeff, you want to take us out with a song?
I gotta get my T-shirt before you come here.
After I've been up since 4 a.m. people, and what I would like to do is remind you that a good entertainer knows you got to leave them wanting more. Right?
Okay.
And I played earlier in the show, like even
This is
behind
true.
stuff, but I'll come back when I'm like fresh. I already turned off all my shit, unplugged all my pedals and stuff. It's a whole scene to get everything back working because I have stuff on batteries so it doesn't buzz and stuff. So I started unplugging when we started talking. I've just been, like I said, noodling scales like I do every day when I'm watching your videos. I've gotten really good on guitar thanks to Gematria Effect on YouTube.
All right. Well, we'll do it
what
again.
I want to do is give you guys the links where you can check out my music. First of all, I mean, tomorrow I'll try to go. It takes me 5 minutes to point it. As soon as I'll drop all the links in the chat on this video tomorrow, everything you need to find. We got a new single dropping. I told you we did it on 2-inch. See how the analog hits you. We had a guy in Germany. It's on his mixing board right now over in Germany getting finished up. You can hear me playing dobro, electric, Echoplex that's sitting here, wah-wah pedal, all kinds of different sonic frequencies to seduce you, plus my girl sings her ass off. So that link, let me give you the links. Our duo is Tennifer Jen. And since you guys are smart, I'll tell you, because my girl has a degree in science. She's like a molecular biologist. She's got all these degrees and stuff. She's just doing the LAPD CSI because it's fun. And just like musicians, she can't get grant money because where do you think all the grant money's going if you're trying to do real science? So our link is tenniferjen.com and Tennifer, Tenifer. Any of our geniuses out there in the chat know what Tennifer is? Tennifer, Tenifer. She had this URL already bought and paid for when I met her. We went out to dinner. What are we going to name our thing? She's Tennifer Jen. Tennifer is the hardening process for metal. It's how you harden metal. And Jen are like lesser form angels. Like not lesser, like lesser level. They're here on earth to like inspire us to like dance or, maybe think sometimes. So tenniferjen.com.
Jinn are demons. Jinn are demons.
Not always. Not always, buddy. There's 2 sides to every coin. So our link is tenniferjen.com. They're not demons, dude. They're angels. They're lesser angels. Do more research. tenniferjen.com is our link. We're dropping our single on 4/20 unless anyone out there in the Gematria community has a better date in April coming up to release it. It's more, you know what I did? I released my single on 3/11, 2000. The day I go, this is a good date. I was going to do it on my birthday, but I was moving out here. I said, let's do it on 3/11. I released it on 3/11. It's the day they put you know what Trump did on 3/11, Zach? So my single got no love because everyone was worrying about the lockdown. Wasn't the lockdown was 3/11?
You put it out 3/11/2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the
Okay.
Flesh, my single In the Flesh. And this is totally unknown. I just thought of that just now. This has got to be the organic side of Gematria that I released. It's an instrumental. There's no lyrics even. It's just like a bluesy, surfy, punky, cool. It's on my YouTube. Just search Jeff Young on YouTube. I released the song In the Flesh on 3/11, the day they did that. How is that even possible?
Yeah, it was a strange day. It was a strange day for me too. I had jury duty, which is rare. They was all kinds of weird. So
you might have missed that single, but it's out there. So just in closing, my links, Tennifer Jen is Dinah and my duo. We're dropping a single, and it's called Gypsy Soul on 420, just because we like that number and that day for obvious reasons. And we think indulging in a little 420 and listening to our tune would be a healthy prescription for that day. Also, I told you you brought it up earlier, my new, I've had a radio show for 11 years. It's Music Without Boundaries. It's easy to find on every broadcast thing, iHeartRadio. It's everywhere. I've had all kinds of cool guests, including Zach was on almost every week there for a while. We predicted Prince's death 60-some days before it happened. Zach told him to watch his back live on my show, and it's still in the archives, and no one can debate that. You just go back and find that show and listen to the decode that we did when Vanity died on the day of the 2016 Grammys. So it was shortly after that. So my radio show, Music Without Boundaries, I got this. I figure people want to see, and I got a bunch of eclectic people to interview. So subscribe to my YouTube. There's a bunch of videos, including the series 33 In Your Face, where I collected 33 in the headlines for 2 years. Part 1 is 1 year, part 2 is the second year, and part 3 is just 3 months of the coronavirus, and I had enough story. I had enough 33s in the headlines, not just from America, from all over the world, to make a video. So part 3's 33 In Your Face, the coronavirus edition. And that's at musiclives.live. It's a new URL. I just bought it yesterday for you guys. musiclives.live. And then as soon as I get off here, I'll make my Bandcamp is going to be jeffyoungmusic.live. And that's where you can hear Monsoon. You heard me play earlier in the show. If people missed it, I showed you the first song that I wrote, the first chords that I wrote when I learned sacred geometry. And then now you can hear the chords. You can hear the cello, because I gave up the viola and I didn't get to play cello. But I got a beautiful Asian cellist, and she shreds on my tune. Monsoon in the Flesh, that tune is there. It'll be there shortly if you want to go hear that. People in the chat, is that not weird now that I just realized I released a tune called In the Flesh on 3/11/2020? I just thought it was like a cool date, and I didn't want to wait till my birthday, 3/31. I was just trying to get it out. So, weird.
All right, Jeff, when you get all those links, again, send them to me, and I'll make sure they're posted everywhere in the description of the videos and top pin comment, and get you some new customers.
Bring up tennifergin.com for a moment while we sign
I was
off.
trying to. I'm not spelling it right.
TENIFERJINN.com.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
You can see Dinah killing at Moondance in the second head. We got some news stories. That's where the song's going to premiere. Right there, the first stories about this new single. There's Dinah killing. She opened for Cheap Trick, Don Felder from the Eagles, and Grand Funk Railroad, and they stole the day. All-female AC/DC tribute band. And next story was when she was on my show. We did some stuff live on my show, and then, I won a poll. I was in a poll of most underrated guitars from the 80s. I was up there in the list. So that's our little cool website. We think you'll like that.
Very
And I'll
cool.
put all the other links tomorrow. It'll all be there. We're all tired tonight, but support some higher frequency music. This is, by the way, someone mentioned, I don't know if they're still on, that they play in open tunings. Our new single is in an open tuning, open G, that Gypsy Soul, open G tuning. Then you're really making up chords. You're just moving fingers around. Like I said, you really have no idea what you're doing. You know, you're just guessing, and then the universe is really coming through you because all the strings are tuned wacky.
All right. Any
Thanks.
any last
I
words?
do want to say, yeah, I want to say thanks to everyone for like the warm reception the last week, because that was totally impromptu. I've taught this sacred geometry to hundreds and hundreds of students, so I'm a little more rehearsed, but it was tricky because I wanted to make it open to like people who've never played the guitar. I had to keep that in mind, so I couldn't get as like guitar centric as I normally would. So, you know, Skype lessons, Jeff Young Music at gmx.com or jeffyoungmusic@gmail.com. Yeah. You'll find me. I'm online.
Just wanted to say thanks a lot, Jeff, for sharing that, because as a guitar player myself, this is going to really take my guitar playing to another level. And I already know it is. I just got to study it a little bit.
Yeah,
And
now, once you get the PDF and once you watch this again and read the PDF and watch this again and again, and if you want to take a couple Skype lessons, because this is just the tip of the, I could have showed you so, Pat went crazy with the charts and geometry, and I showed you the DVD, man. It's way deeper than this. This is just the tip of the iceberg of sacred geometry and music, but this is, I think it's just how Zach's uncovered this. Pat uncovered something huge about music, and he's dead. And unless there's people like me to pass it on, and maybe other guitar players and teachers see this, and all the students I taught at GIT that said this was one of the best lessons of their life. And I got another one on lead guitar that's this good. This is just like my rhythm guitar. You should see the lead guitar, where even if all you know is the major scale, I can teach you how to improvise over any chords, even the sickest jazz changes, in one lesson. One lesson. So, yeah, I love helping people. I love teaching. I would think with knowing stuff like this, I'd have Zach, just like you'd think you'd sell 1 million books. I think I have a line of Skype students down the street. No, because everyone just goes on YouTube and figures out how to play cover tunes. Like I got something like, and I'm 60, man. I want to pass this stuff on and around. And I've already, you know, had a platinum album in my 20s and another #1 Brazilian world music album in my 30s. And whatever I'm going to do musically now is icing on the cake. And I want to pay it forward. And I know this is all connected. And I hope that what we shared last week and this week takes all this study and musicians to another level. I do like what you said. I hope it changes your life musically, because it did mine.
All right. Is there anybody else on? Chikosi, are you still here? I think Chikosi went to bed.
He's
I
on
think it's just
he's on Ohio time.
Yeah, I think
well,
so.
I'm in Ohio too. This is Decoding with Cody that's talking, but I'm in Ohio too. But I'm a guitar player, so I stayed up. I didn't even realize I was going to walk into this tonight when I tuned on here.
Right on.
So,
and imagine how many people missed this entirely because they went to 25. So let's get the word around on Free to Find Truth. Share this, because here's the cool thing in the guide, and no disrespect, because I love everything you presented, who was razzing Zach a little bit about you aren't getting esoteric enough. Dude, like everyone's got to focus on their fortes. Like I'm bringing something from the music industry. Zach's got his thing. And I think tonight we barely talked about gematria and numbers. We got really deep. We talked about some heady subjects, like some of the secrets of life are in the show. Like the core shit is in this show. Like regardless of what's going on out there, what's going to happen with the world, what we're here to do with our vessels, we talked about that tonight. And that's Zach creating this form for that to happen. So I'd say he's thinking way outside the box, but we do have to focus on what we're each good at, man. I could do this all the time, but then my guitar playing would go in the shitter, right? It takes a lot of time to keep your
Yeah,
dexterity
it's
up.
too bad Zach wasn't doing these shows a long time ago already.
Yeah, I mean, but we can do stuff like this in various. Let's just. This is one show, and it's all here. There's no more to teach about music theory and sacred geometry than what I showed. It's on that one chart that we showed where I said, if you show music, how music works for guitar in one little snapshot that would fit on an index card, there it is. So, I mean,
Yeah.
this is a deep show. We should share this. And this is a show that maybe wouldn't scare people away because there's only a few places where we get into the gematria. We're talking about a lot of stuff that could ring a bell with people. And then maybe once we ring their bell through music and sound, and they say, oh, yeah, we all are all sound. Do you know if sound stopped, everything is frequency, everything would just vaporize. There'd be nothing. Everything is sound, right? And that's why I
Yeah.
prescribe at the end the best medicine, our best chance, last greatest hope. The great white hope is music, and you got to support these artists. If it's not me, and they gave I saw them kind enough to give my PayPal in the chat because you believe in what I'm trying to get out there. Find the artist, me and another one, or a sculptor, or a painter, or someone, a dancer, someone that's giving beauty, because that's what the world needs now, right? I mean, didn't they sing it already back in was that the 60s? What the world needs now is love, sweet love, because if it boils down and we end this spree, if we want to talk about the core, there's two things in this world, love and fear. And the second you're in fear, love is dead. And
Well,
what is all that they pimp in the media? What is all the scamdemic has been? What is all that they're breeding? Fear.
the Jesuits make an art out of fear too. That's what they do. Their art is fear. You know.
So, but what the world needs now is love, sweet love, people, and we can't be too macho to say it. We gotta bring it. You know, and why do you think they got us hooked on like these fucking bullshit? Do you think it is a football player who's like overweight, unhealthy, probably on steroids, running around a field, falling down on a fucking ball? Is that a healthy role model? Is that Zen? Is that spirituality? Is that higher consciousness? No, that's, bread and circus. So I think what went down tonight's really cool. There's a lot of opportunities, even if you pick segments out of this show and share the non-gematria related stuff, musicians, share the music stuff. It's like Zach said, he doesn't care where you shared that he is putting the info out. Just let's get it out there. Let's teach people how to play guitar easy, because the world's hard enough. And like I said, even if someone's going to sit in their room and play guitar for themselves or for their girlfriend to serenade her on Valentine's Day, what it's going to do as a meditation for their body, for their temple, there's no price for that. There's no valueless paper money that can buy that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because that's loving yourself when you take the time. That's why maybe that, if you look at my counterpart from Megadeth, he looks like 250 years old right now, man. Maybe because it's how you approach music. It's the kind of music. I even wonder, here's something for a future conversation, electricity and holding a guitar and playing through an amp versus playing acoustically, like I did on Equilibrium, which was mostly acoustic. Is that bad for my health? Is that bad for our health and just being around all this electricity?
Oh man, I haven't played electric guitar in like a couple years, but because all I have is an acoustic right now. But like the acoustic has really helped me play guitar, anyways, because it's harder to hold the strings down. It's it. So I have a feeling once I pick up electric again, it's gonna be nice.
I
But
did only that when I was doing the Brazilian stuff. I sold all my amps. You still got the Megadeth guitars. I sold all the guitars and amps. And I only played flamenco and classical and a steel string for like a decade because I got frustrated with techniques and my picking technique. Then I finally figured out how to hold a pick properly, which I didn't in Megadeth. And that's the thing. You can have a platinum album and play a solo that gets voted in the 100 best metal solos, and you're still holding the pick wrong. And you can always keep learning. That's the problem with the sheep and with the stubborn people, is they don't know shit, but they think they know everything, man. The greatest people, the smartest people I know, Randy Rhoads, when he had the Ozzy gig before that mysterious plane crash, he took lessons in every town he toured in. In most towns, he ended up teaching the teacher at the music store, but he was an eternal learner. That's what it's about. Well, that's why we're here, to be of service, conserve our energy and not piss it down, and be eternal learners, not be stubborn to new information. And soon enough, we're frustrated now, but soon enough, the truth's going to rise to the surface, and no one's going to not deny the truth. And it ain't over till the fat lady sings, right? And she ain't sang yet.
Yeah.
So truth rings at the end of the day. You know, I got to believe. Because, like, I've always looked at, like, Mustaine's the guy on the black horse, I'm on the white horse, or David and Goliath. That thing, I got to believe, man, that the guy on the white horse can win. Either that or I dig a grave and crawl in. I got to believe positive music can shine. And
The truth is already won. It's just a matter of playing out.
At the Super Bowl, I don't care. I don't need to be at halftime. I don't need to be on the Grammys. That's, you know, I just want to put out frequency and write music that maybe people will be listening to, like they listen to Django or Bach or Amadeus or Jimi Hendrix or Eddie Van Halen or whoever. You know, this is how we communicate. I may never meet all these millions of people. 1 million people bought the Megadeth album. I may never meet you guys, but we touch each other this way. Me with music, Zach with what he does, all you guys with what you're bringing. And we just appreciate the beauty of what we each bring, like a diamond, and then, or like a painting, and you're in a museum and you just love every painting, or you walk by the ones that you don't relate to and you don't take the piss out of it. That it's not your frequency. Right now, maybe years from now, you'll come back and you'll get that frequency. Just like half the stuff in that book I showed earlier, the book video, I didn't get half this shit. And he's talking about the codes and the corrupted scale, and you know how they came up with the AIDS virus and tons of shit in here and GMOs. And I was only ready to input so much in 2020. But the more you grow, and one thing we got to think about with each other is the way I look at it, and maybe a good closing is, we're all here like kind of like mountain climbers, and we're here to climb the same mountain, right? And some of us are up there for some reason, we're higher on the ascent, and some people are lower, and we're all doing the bus, and some people climb and fall. You know, they don't put the Caribbean in right, and they're not thinking where they put their hand or their foot. And unfortunately, there's still some people on the ground just sitting there jerking off, whatever they're doing. They don't even want to get on the mountain. They're like, I ain't playing. But we can't stop climbing, right? We got to just keep going. And that's my 2 cents, and that's kind of my mantra. And that's what keeps me going through. Rich or poor, sickness and health. Is COVID real or not? Where are all the celebrities? Where have all my idols gone?
Truly. All right, gentlemen. Well, I think that's a great place to end it. I think we even surpassed our length of last week's stream. And it's good because there probably won't be one for a couple of weeks because I'll be traveling. But when I come back, we'll get back to it. So thank you again to everybody who participated. And look for the links tomorrow for all of Jeff's stuff. We'll definitely get that out there for everybody. All right. If nobody else has any last things to say, we can wrap it up right there.
Sounds good.
Good night, guys.
All right. Have a good night, all. And for those in the other part of the world, have a great day.
Killer input from everybody. This was really cool. A lot better than I even anticipated. So,
yeah, thanks again. All right. Until next time, everyone.
Adios.